She had certain notable achievements to her credit. She was awarded with the Simata Medal Award in year 2004 and again in 2016. She has been honored with Sri K. Rustamji Award for her good services in the year 2016. She has been awarded DG's Commendation Role in year 2021, and she has shown excellent performance during her tenure as DYSP Traffic and Additional SP Traffic for almost 6 years. With these few words, I extend my welcome to Mrs. Anja Tiwari to deliver the talk on topic fight against corruption. Welcome, ma'am, and over to you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. I am going to start my presentation, my session. Respected all senior officers, my colleagues, and nodal officers of a student police cadet program, good morning and welcome to all of you. Today is the last and third day of this workshop of master trainers. Almost all important topics of curriculum has been covered during these 2 days, during these last 2 days. I personally feel that all participants of the workshop benefited from valuable knowledge and experience shared by our guest faculties. मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से अपने आप को लाभान्वित पा रही हूँ पिछले 2 दिनों में, क्योंकि मैंने ऑलमोस्ट सारे सेशन अटेंड किए हैं और मुझे लगा है कि हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स ने जो हमारे साथ शेयर किया है, इससे न सिर्फ हमारी जो कार्यक्षमता में वृद्धि होगी, बल्कि और नए-नए आइडियाज या नए-नए तरीके हमने जाने हैं, जिससे हम अपने आप को और अधिक सक्षम बना पाएंगे. I am personally thankful to BPR&D for giving me this opportunity to interact with all our friends, all our officers who are working in this field for the success of this scheme. Topic given to me for this session is fight against corruption. यह एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण और गंभीर विषय, इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, ए सीरियस मैटर, सीरियस सब्जेक्ट, जो न सिर्फ किसी व्यक्ति, समाज, बल्कि देश की प्रगति और विकास को भी एडवर्सली अफेक्ट करता है. It adversely and badly affects development of the country. In this session, I am not going to teach you about the topic because all officers are well experienced. But yes, I would like to share my views about this topic and expectation from our master trainers. हम हमारे master trainers को कैसा चाहते हैं, ये जरूर कुछ अपेक्षाएं हैं जो पिछले 3 वर्ष के मेरे अनुभव से मैंने पाई है और मैं चाहती हूँ कि मैं आपसे शेयर करूँ कि हम आपसे क्या उम्मीद रखते हैं, क्या आपसे अपेक्षा रखते हैं. हमारे मास्टर ट्रेनर्स इस विषय को एसपीसी कैडेट्स को कैसे समझाएं ताकि वे इसकी गंभीरता और दुष्परिणाम को महसूस कर सकें, फील कर सकें, यह अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है. Our master trainers are our police officers. Some of them are inspectors, sub-inspectors, subedars, and head constables. Even school teachers and NGOs are our master trainers. They are taking interest after watching success of this scheme. गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के बच्चों के लिए इस प्रारंभ की गई इस योजना के अंतर्गत जो भी इंडोर एंड आउटडोर एक्टिविटीज हमारे द्वारा की जा रही हैं, उसके रिजल्ट देखने के बाद बहुत सारे स्वैच्छिक संगठन या एनजीओज या वॉलंटरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लोग हमसे कांटेक्ट करते हैं और वे स्कीम से जुड़ना चाहते हैं. दे वांट टू कंट्रीब्यूट. उन्हें लगता है कि हमारे पास समय है, नॉलेज है और हम उसको शेयर करना चाहते हैं स्कूल के बच्चों के लिए, क्योंकि आने वाले समय में हम उनको अच्छे नागरिक के रूप में देखना चाहते हैं. We want to see them as a good citizen. तो हम चाहेंगे कि अपना कुछ योगदान हमारा भी रहे. इस तरह से एनजीओज हमसे जुड़ने लगे हैं. ये रिजल्ट मैंने स्वयं देखे हैं. They are willing to connect with us with this scheme after watching the impact of this program. It's a good sign. Objectives for the students. Yes, of course, we have objectives for students and they are very clear. First, to apprise the student about the corruption, we have to explain them that what acts and omissions are called corruption and how to fight against them. करप्शन से फाइट करने की बात करें तो सबसे पहले जानना बहुत जरूरी होता है कि आखिर कौन कौन से कार्य या कार्य न करना करप्शन की श्रेणी में आते हैं. वैसे तो हम अपने समाज में घर से जब बाहर निकलते हैं तो घर में बाहर कई छोटे छोटे से कार्यों को हम गलत कार्य की श्रेणी में, अच्छा या बुरा के अंतर को हम करना सीख जाते हैं. पर जब हम इस टॉपिक की गहराई में जाएं तो जानना बहुत जरूरी कि एग्जैक्टली क्या कार्य और कार्य न करना करप्शन की श्रेणी में आता है. करप्शन के बारे में यदि हम नहीं समझा पाएंगे, नहीं बता पाएंगे, तो हो सकता है जिन कार्यों को, जिन एक्ट्स को हम करप्शन बोलते हैं वह ये हमारी नई जनरेशन समझे कि इट्स पार्ट ऑफ सिस्टम और ये करप्शन नहीं है, तो ये इसके परिणाम हमारे लिए बहुत अधिक घातक होंगे, तो हमें समझाना बहुत जरूरी है। सेकंड, टू एजुकेट देम अबाउट द डेंजर्स ऑफ द करप्शन, वी कैन एक्सप्लेन इट बाय शोइंग स्मॉल वीडियोस अवेलेबल ऑन इंटरनेट। मेरे सेशन में नेक्स्ट स्लाइड्स में स्मॉल मूवीज हैं, वीडियोस हैं, जिसके माध्यम से हम उनको करप्शन के खतरों के बारे में, डेंजर्स के बारे में बता सकते हैं, क्योंकि उसके परिणाम जब तक नहीं बताएंगे तब तक उनको हम अंदर से जब तक अंदर से हिला नहीं देंगे तब तक हम उनको इस सोशल एविल के बारे में नहीं समझा पाएंगे। टू सेंसिटाइज देम अबाउट द एविल कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस ऑफ करप्शन, यस ऑफ कोर्स, हमें भ्रष्टाचार के दुष्परिणामों के बारे में जागरूक करना होगा। वी हैव टू एक्सप्लेन देम दैट if we do not stand against corruption or if we do not raise our voice against corruption, definitely one day we will suffer, और हमें सफर नहीं होना है, ना तो हमें किसी को परेशान करना है और ना स्वयं परेशान होना है। ऐसे समाज को, ऐसे सिस्टम को हमें डेवलप करना है, उसके लिए मेहनत करनी होगी। टू एक्सप्लेन देम द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ ऑनेस्टी, बीइंग ऑनेस्ट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट गिफ्ट ऑफ oneself, for oneself. There is a phrase, honest is the best policy. हम सब कहते हैं कि honest is the best policy, पर ये क्या है? It is indeed a wise phrase. A person who practices honesty in his or her life possesses strong moral character. जो honest होता है, जो honesty अपने व्यवहार में रखता है, निश्चित तौर पर उसका जो चरित्र है, उसका जो कैरेक्टर है, उसका जो नैतिक उसका स्तर है, वो बहुत ऊंचा होता है। तो टफ जरूर है, लेकिन जब उसको इसका एहसास होता है तब अपने आप को कई लोगों के सामने सिर उठाकर बात करने की मादा रखता है। We have some expectation from our master trainers. हमारे मास्टर ट्रेनर्स बहुत अनुभवी पुलिस अधिकारी हैं, उनका सिलेक्शन ही इस आधार पर हुआ है कि वे कम्युनिटी पुलिसिंग में इंटरेस्ट लेते हैं, अच्छे अधिकारी हैं और अपने नॉर्मल पुलिसिंग के साथ साथ कुछ और करने की इच्छा भी रखते हैं। ये क्वालिटी तो उनमें है ही, तभी वे हमारे मास्टर ट्रेनर हैं। बट देयर आर सम मोर एक्सपेक्टेशन फ्रॉम द मास्टर ट्रेनर्स ऑन दिस प्लेटफॉर्म। फर्स्ट, क्लैरिटी अबाउट SPC ऑब्जेक्टिव्स, हमें क्लियर होना चाहिए कि व्हाट आर द ऑब्जेक्टिव्स ऑफ स्टूडेंट पुलिस कैडेट प्रोग्राम। Our target group is fixed. They are the students of 8th and 9th standard, and it is a capacity building program for the students. और हमें इस जो अपने उद्देश्य की पूर्ति के लिए जो टॉपिक कवर करने हैं उसकी कोई सीमा नहीं है। हमारी सुविधा के लिए BPR&D ने अपनी साइट पर एक बुकलेट इसमें रखी है, हिंदी इंग्लिश दोनों में अवेलेबल है, जिसमें सारे टॉपिक कवर किए हैं जो किसी व्यक्ति को एक अच्छा नागरिक बनाने के लिए आवश्यक होना चाहिए। और हमें लिबर्टी भी दी है कि लोकल जो हमारी कस्टम्स है, लोकल जो व्यवस्थाएं हैं, उसके हिसाब से हम चैप्टर को चेंज भी कर सकते हैं या कोई एडिशन डिलीशन भी हो सकता है। सेकंड, नॉलेज ऑफ टॉपिक। किसी भी विषय पर जब हम स्टूडेंट से बात करने जाएं या किसी भी व्यक्ति के पास बात करने जाएं तो बहुत ज़रूरी होता है कि हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल हाई हो। वो तभी होगा जब हम जिस टॉपिक पर डिस्कस करना चाहते हैं उसका नॉलेज हमें हो। वी मस्ट हैव अ डीप नॉलेज ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक। किसी भी विषय के ज्ञान के लिए कुछ आवश्यक चीज़ें जो सामान्य तौर पर हम महसूस करते हैं। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, रीडिंग मटेरियल। देयर इज अ बुकलेट on BPR&D side, chapter number 6 related with fight against corruption. Sufficient matter on this topic is available in this booklet. Please go through it. Keep updating yourself by reading newspaper, by watching TV news. करप्शन का स्वरूप स्थानीय स्तर पर अर्थात लोकल लेवल पर, नेशनल लेवल पर, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर क्या इसका सिनेरियो है, करप्शन किस किस प्रकार से हो रहा है, how badly we are affected from this corruption practices, or which are the main departments who are taking action against corrupt people. ये सब हमें अपडेट मिलेगा इन खबरों से। हमें अपडेट अपने आप को रखना बहुत ज़रूरी है। What action has been taken against corrupt persons? Yes, corruption, there sometime there are so many departments who are authorized to take action against the corruption. So for example, the corrupt people caught red-handed, arrested, launched FIR against them, filing a complaint against them, seizure of property, suspension from the post which he held, forfeiting of property. These are the actions. These are the different actions again available in the law and action taken against the corrupt people. ये भी हमको उनको एक्सप्लेन बीच बीच में अपने सेशन में करना चाहिए, तब हम उनको रोचक तरीके से बता पाएंगे। और ये हमें इसका नॉलेज भी तभी होगा जब हम अपने आप को अपडेट रखने की कोशिश करेंगे। There are so many videos are available on the internet, on the YouTube. They are from United Nations, Transparency International. It's a non-government organization, and there are so many other persons. There are so many other videos available on internet. So by watching these videos, you can enhance your knowledge and you can make your session interesting. Law against corruption, basic provisions. Legal provisions are always complicated for everyone. लेकिन हमें सरल और सामान्य तरीके से इन प्रोविजंस को स्टूडेंट्स को बताना है, क्योंकि मेरा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस है कि बहुत अधिक समय बीत जाने के बाद भी एक व्यक्ति को यह नहीं पता होता है कि किस प्रकार के प्रॉब्लम के लिए कहाँ हमें रेमेडी मिलेगी, उपचार हमें कहाँ मिलेगा। और जब उसको कोई प्रॉब्लम आती है और वो कोई उपचार नहीं ले पाता है तो मिडिल मैन, मध्यस्थ लोगों के हाथ में चले जाता है, जो गलत रास्ता दिखा देते हैं, जो बहुत गलत होता है। सो इम्पॉर्टेंट लॉज के मेन प्रोविजन हमें पता होना चाहिए। बीइंग पुलिस ऑफिसर तो हमें पता होना ही चाहिए, बट हमें उन्हें बच्चों को कैसे समझाना है ये भी हमें जानना जरूरी है। देयर आर सम बेसिक लॉज, इम्पॉर्टेंट लॉज: इंडियन पिनल कोड, प्रिवेंशन ऑफ करप्शन एक्ट ऑफ 1988, प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट 2002, राइट टू इंफॉर्मेशन एक्ट, इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एक्ट फॉर द ट्रांसपेरेंसी 2005, Central Vigilance Commission Act. These are some some important acts and laws जो आपको पता होने चाहिए। Knowledge about good resource persons. हर बार हर सेशन को पुलिस ऑफिसर ही ले या हमारे पुलिस ऑफिसर जो मास्टर ट्रेनर्स हैं वही हर सेशन को ले, ये पॉसिबल नहीं होता। हमारे मास्टर ट्रेनर्स जो हमारे नोडल ऑफिसर्स भी हैं, उन्हें पता होना चाहिए कि कौन से गुड रिसोर्स पर्सन उनके आसपास हैं, उनके शहर में हैं, उनकी अच्छी रेपुटेशन है, ताकि उनको बुलाकर वो सेशन ले सकें। हमारे मास्टर ट्रेनर्स एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि दे शुड बी कैपेबल फॉर प्लानिंग ऑफ सेशन। कल मनीषा मैडम ने क्लास ली थी, उन्होंने बताया कि सेशन कोई प्लानिंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। सेशन कितना बड़ा हो, पिक्चर्स के माध्यम से, ऑडियो विजुअल के माध्यम से हम अच्छे से सेशन को प्लान करने में सक्षम होना चाहिए, हमें सक्षम होना चाहिए। Having knowledge about mode of learning and teaching. We must have knowledge of mode of teaching or learning. Learning and teaching दोनों की स्पेशलाइजेशन हमें होना चाहिए, हमें डेवलप करने का प्रयास करना चाहिए। यदि हम फाइट अगेंस्ट करप्शन की बात करें, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट फाइट अगेंस्ट करप्शन, सबसे पहले बात आती है कि इट्स अ सोशल एविल। यस्टरडे मनीषा मैडम took a class and she explained very well that what are the social evils. Corruption is one of them. मुझे तो लग रहा था कि कल ये सेशन में मैडम उसको भी कवर कर लेंगी, because yesterday's session was very interesting. Corruption is the most dangerous social evil prevailing in each and every part of society in today's world. Not everyone is corrupt, but in every society, in everywhere, corrupt people are available. You can find them easily. The unethical form of earning money by misusing the power just to satisfy the individual needs is termed as corruption. People in various sectors, like government and private, misuse their power just to make money. We can see corruption having its hand in various fields like education, sports and games, hospitals, business, industries, everywhere. It's a misuse of public office for private gain. It's a normal definition available everywhere. There is a corruption perception index. It's a small video released by Transparency International. It's a German organization जो पब्लिक सेक्टर में जो करप्शन का लेवल है, परसेप्शन है, उसके आधार पर हर वर्ष एक रिपोर्ट जारी करता है। पहले हम इसे देख लें, then we will talk about this. It is taking time.
International presents the Corruption Perceptions Index 2020. Using a scale of 0 to 100, where 0 is highly corrupt and 100 is very clean, the CPI ranks 180 countries and territories by their perceived levels of public sector corruption. This year, more than 2/3 of countries scored below 50, which shows that there is still a lot to do to root out corruption. But even countries with higher scores on the CPI have had their share of corruption problems. In a year marked by the COVID-19 pandemic, corruption has further undermined both public health and democracy, and ultimately costs lives. Measures taken by governments during the pandemic often lacked transparency, restricted civil rights, and served private interests over the public good. Go to transparency.org/CPI 2020 to see how your country measures up and what you can do about it.
तभी आपने देखा कि 0 का मतलब क्या और 100 का मतलब क्या है और हम कहाँ स्टैंड करते हैं. Our score is 40 out of 100. It's a serious matter. And out of 181 countries, our rank is 86. It's a serious thing. You can see the heights of corruption during this corona pandemic. During corona pandemic, there are a lot of examples of heights, which shows the heights of corruption in our country. These are some news headlines from newspapers. 7 held in Mumbai for selling remdesivir injection at higher cost. Black marketing of life-saving drugs. 70% overpaid for ambulances and 36% for oxygen. Fake remdesivir making unit burst in Gujarat. The substandard oxygen concentrator are manufactured. These are the examples. कोरोना पीरियड में जो व्यक्ति के जीवन का ही ठिकाना नहीं था, आज जो व्यक्ति वो कल रहेगा या नहीं रहेगा यह भी नहीं पता था, वहां पर करप्शन का यह लेवल हमारी घृणित सोच को दिखाता है. Even thinking and planning of these kind of acts during pandemic time is unexpected act of corruption. हम सोच भी नहीं सकते करप्शन के बारे में इस तरह से भी नए तरीके इजाद किए जा सकते हैं. लेकिन यह भी मानना पड़ेगा कि यह जितने भी कार्य हो रहे हैं करप्शन के, दे आर ड्यू टू अवर ग्रीड. महात्मा गांधी ने कहा था, अर्थ प्रोवाइड्स इनफ टू सेटिस्फाई एवरी मैन्स नीड बट नॉट मैन्स ग्रीड. इस धरा पर, इस पृथ्वी पर वो सब कुछ है जो किसी व्यक्ति की आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति कर सकता है, लेकिन वो किसी व्यक्ति के लालच की पूर्ति करने में सक्षम नहीं है. जितना भी करप्शन हम देख रहे हैं, दैट इज ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ ग्रीड, और इसमें मुझे कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है. Corruption is mainly involved due to the greediness of people. The easy way to making money without doing much hard work. We don't want to work, but we want a lot of money. Is the mindset of many people. So people find ways to earn money by mishandling their power and position of responsibilities. यह महसूस आप सबने भी किया होगा कि जिसके पास पावर है, जो इस पोजीशन में है कि सामने वाले को प्रभावित कर सकता है, वहां पर करप्शन के चांसेस बहुत बढ़ जाते हैं. और अनफॉर्चुनेटली हम ऐसे केसेस देखने को समय समय पर मिलते रहते हैं. टाइप्स ऑफ करप्शन, ये बताना ऐसे जरूरी है कि मैंने आपसे पहले कहा था, फर्स्ट स्लाइड में शुरुआती अपने सेशन में कहा था कि जब तक हम ये नहीं जानेंगे या समझाएंगे कि कौन कौन से एक्ट या ओमिशन करप्शन की श्रेणी में आते हैं, तब तक हम सामने, जब तक नहीं एक्सप्लेन करें, उन्हें लगेगा इट्स अ पार्ट ऑफ सिस्टम और ये तो हमेशा होता आया है. इसे एक्सप्लेन करना बहुत जरूरी है. Extortion, yes. ऑब्टेनिंग बेनिफिट थ्रू कोरिजन, डर दिखाकर किसी से फायदा लेना. Embezzlement, where property and funds are interested. Fraudulent appropriation of fund or funds or property interested. जिसके पास किसी भी प्रकार का फंड है या प्रॉपर्टी दी गई है फॉर पब्लिक सर्विस, फॉर प्रोवाइडिंग सर्विसेज टू द पीपल, और यदि वो उसके लिए पूरा उपयोग न करके अपने लिए उपयोग कर लेता है तो हम उसको गबन की श्रेणी में ले आते हैं. गबन कहलाता है सामान्य भाषा में. ब्राइबरी, रिश्वत, गिविंग मनी इलीगली और अनएथिकली टू इन्फ्लुएंस अ पर्सन्स बिहेवियर. ये बहुत कॉमन प्रॉब्लम है और इससे हमें हर व्यक्ति को जूझना पड़ता है. इससे फाइट करना हर लेवल पर बहुत जरूरी है. एक नासूर है. ब्लैक मार्केटिंग, ट्रांजेक्शन वेयर गुड्स और सर्विसेज आर एक्सचेंज इलीगली. इट्स ब्लैक मार्केटिंग. ये अभी कोरोना पैंडेमिक के दौरान बहुत अधिक देखने में आया है. ब्लैक मार्केटिंग ऑफ फेविफ्लू टैबलेट्स, ब्लैक मार्केटिंग ऑफ ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर, ब्लैक मार्केटिंग ऑफ रेमडेसिविर इंजेक्शन, लाइफ सेविंग ड्रग्स. ये एग्जांपल्स हमने बहुत देखे हैं. फ्रॉड, यस, स्टीलिंग मनी इन अ रॉन्गफुल वे. फेवरेटिज्म, फेवर करना तो बड़ी सामान्य सी बात हो गई है. इससे भी हमको सब कुछ बुराई से उबरना पड़ेगा. गिविंग पावर टू द पर्सन इन फेवर ऑफ दैट पर्सन. हम हर किसी को फेवर करने लग जाते हैं, ये भूल जाते हैं कि जो क्यू में है उसका क्या होगा. जो सिस्टम के तहत रिलीफ चाहता है, सिस्टम के तहत सर्विस चाहता है, उसका क्या होगा जब हम क्यू को ब्रेक करके किसी को फेवर करते हैं. नेपोटिज्म, yes of course, favoring their family and friends by offering them jobs without letting others come into light. इससे हम बहुत ज्यादा नुकसान हम अभी उठा रहे हैं. These are the some slides. You can read. Obtaining benefit through coercion. Again, extortion. Fraudulent appropriation of fraud or property interested, embezzlement, bribery, black marketing, fraud. Yes, there is a very small movie in which you can see act and behavior of father and traffic policeman and reaction from a child. There are three parts in this. There are three scenes, three parts in this small video.
क्या हुआ साहब? हेलमेट किधर है? हाँ साहब, आप पे आपको स्काई दे रहा था.
In this scene, traffic policeman stopped a vehicle because rider was not wearing helmet. यहाँ उसे एक वैधानिक कार्रवाई करनी थी, लीगल एक्शन लेना था, चलानी कार्रवाई, जिसके लिए उसको अधिकृत किया गया था, ऑथराइज किया गया, तो वो करना था, न कि पैसा लेके उसको छोड़ देना था. दूसरे पार्ट पर जो व्यक्ति है, बेटे का जो पिता है, जो स्कूटर चला रहा है, उसे अपने डॉक्यूमेंट्स रखने चाहिए थे, हेलमेट पहनना चाहिए था, बेसिक ट्रैफिक रूल्स को फॉलो करना था, और यदि गलती हो गई थी तो अपना चालान की जो भी कार्रवाई थी उसको सपोर्ट करना था. दोनों ने अपने अपने काम को नहीं किया. इट वॉज अ करप्ट एक्ट. सेकंड सीन देखिए.
क्या साहब, कभी काम होगा आपका? क्या एड्रेस प्रूफ के लिए सर? ये तक कहाँ फायदा हूँ मैं? आप भी आ जाइए ना मेरे घर पे. एड्रेस वेरीफाई करते हैं. अच्छा, आप क्या करते हो? आप कहाँ फायदा करते हैं? हमने ये सुविधा कर ली है. Thank you.
In this second scene, you can see the father of the child is giving money for adopting shortcut. Of course, the person who is responsible for giving permission is not interested in his duties. His attitude was not good. His behavior is not acceptable. But again, behavior of both persons badly affected children's mind. You can see the curious eyes of small children. Third scene.
Thank you, sir.
रिजल्ट आपने देख लिया कि बच्चे ने महसूस किया कि हर काम पैसा दे के हो सकता है। जब ट्रैफिक मैन से हम चालान से बचने के लिए, जब हमने ट्रैफिक रूल्स तोड़े हैं, उस चालान से बचने के लिए हम उसे कुछ देकर जा सकते हैं, तो वो भी पैसे से हुआ। दूसरा एग्जाम्पल था जहाँ पर परमिशन का इशू था, आपने उनको फैसिलिटेट करने के लिए पैसा दे दिया, तो भी आपका काम हो गया जो अदरवाइज नहीं हो रहा था। और थर्ड में बच्चे को लगा कि जब उसकी नंबर सही नहीं है, तो बाय गिविंग मनी वो भी अपनी रिजल्ट शीट या आंसर अपना रिजल्ट को, रिपोर्ट कार्ड को सुधरवा सकता है। तो आप सोच सकते हैं कि उसने कितना भयावह परिणाम इसका हमने देखा, या उस बच्चे के मन मस्तिष्क पर कितना असर हुआ। एक छोटा सा वीडियो और देख लीजिए।
Let's break the chain of
यहाँ आपने देखा by showing these type of videos we can explain the impact of corruption, dangers of corruption and its severity. यहाँ आपने देखा कि छोटे छोटे से एक्ट जब हमें करने की परमिशन मिल जाती है, हम बच्चों को करने की छूट दे देते हैं या उन्हें हम शो करते हैं अपना ऐसा एटीट्यूड, तो वे इसे एक प्रैक्टिस बना लेते हैं और उसके परिणाम कितने खतरनाक होते हैं। So by showing this type of videos, you can make your presentation, or you can make your session very interesting for the school cadets. Now, who is responsible? यदि हम कहें कि इसके जवाबदार कौन है, तो मैं तो समझती हूँ कि हम सब जवाबदार हैं। It's a common practice that all these sections of the society blame each other, feeling that the other is corrupt. I am honest, but other one is corrupt. No one says that I am a corrupt person, my act is corrupt, or I am contributing in corruption. हर व्यक्ति ये कहता है कि मैं तो साफ सुथरा हूँ, बहुत अच्छा हूँ, लेकिन सामने वाला गलत है। It is not correct to blame any particular section of the society for this evil or mess. Although everyone is not corrupt, but corrupt people exist all the sections of the society. We have to find out them. जब फाइट अगेंस्ट करप्शन की बात करते हैं तो एक क्वेश्चन आपसे बच्चे पूछ सकते हैं, कैन वी स्टॉप करप्शन और हाउ कैन वी स्टॉप करप्शन? इसके लिए आपको उन्हें समझाना पड़ेगा। यू हैव टू कन्विंस देम दैट यस वी कैन रिड्यूस एंड एलिमिनेट करप्शन। यस, हमारे छोटे छोटे प्रयासों से हम करप्शन को कम कर सकते हैं या फिर हटा सकते हैं, और धीरे धीरे जो रिड्यूस करने का सिस्टम है यही खत्म करने या इरेडिकेशन की ओर जाएगा। All of us in the society have to strongly and firmly believe that corruption is the hateful, immoral, unethical, illegal and criminal activity. सारे खराब शब्द जब जिसको इतना भयावह हम बता दें, यहाँ भयावह तो है ही, हम महसूस कर रहे हैं। जब करप्शन, करप्ट एक्ट से जब कोई एडवर्स इफेक्ट होता है तब उसे पता चलता है कि करप्शन क्या है। जब उसको बता दें घृणित कार्य है, अनैतिक है, इलीगल है, कानून में इसके बारे में प्रावधान है, बहुत कड़ी सजा है, क्रिमिनल एक्टिविटी है और बड़ा पनिशमेंट मिलता है, जब तक हमें नहीं इसको समझा पाएंगे, उसके मन मस्तिष्क में नहीं डालेंगे या हम अपने अंदर से अपने जहन में नहीं उतारेंगे, तब तक हम इससे दूर नहीं हो पाएंगे। All should take place not to take and not to give illegal gratification. इसकी हमको शपथ लेनी भी होगी और देनी भी होगी. जीरो टॉलरेंस पॉलिसी हमें अडॉप्ट करनी होगी. कुछ भी हो जाए बट मुझे करप्शन का हिस्सा नहीं बनना है. यह ट्रेनिंग हमारे अंदर हर तरफ से आनी चाहिए. हर सिस्टम को अडॉप्ट करना चाहिए जीरो टॉलरेंस पॉलिसी, तभी हम इससे बच पाएंगे. Now there are some ways to eradicate this corruption. First of all, ethics. People are involved in this type of illegal activities due to the lack of ethical behavior. So they should be educated in schooling about the side effects of corruption. इसमें हमें बहुत ध्यान देना होगा. हमारे बहुत सारे धार्मिक ग्रंथ हैं, पंचतंत्र की कहानियां हैं जो ऑनेस्टी के उदाहरण देती हैं और उससे जो रिस्पेक्ट मिलता है उसको बताती हैं. इंटरेस्टिंग वे में आप उनको बता सकते हैं थ्रू द पिक्चर्स, थ्रू द स्टोरीज. कीप डिस्टेंस विथ ग्रीडीनेस. जैसे कि मैंने आपको प्रीवियस स्लाइड में बताया, greed is the main cause of corruption. People have a hunger for money but cannot work hard to get it. So they find illegal ways and corruption has emerged. Remove hunger for money and earn money which satisfies your basic needs like food, shelter and clothing. हम अपने बड़े बुजुर्गों से सुनते आए हैं बचपन में, अभी भी हमारे बड़े बुजुर्ग हमें सही मार्गदर्शन देते हैं. कहते हैं संतोषी सदा सुखी. जीवन की मूलभूत आवश्यकताओं के लिए रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान, जो मूलभूत आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति यदि हमारी हो रही है उसको करने के लिए हमें सारे प्रयास करना चाहिए. उसके लिए पर्याप्त संसाधन, पर्याप्त रिसोर्सेज अवेलेबल हैं. उसके लिए आपको गलत रास्ता चुनने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है. अवेयरनेस कैंपेन. यस, पीपल शुड बी एजुकेटेड about the side effects of corruption, like how it is disturbing the nation's growth. इसके लिए हमें अवेयरनेस कैंपेन चलाते रहना चाहिए. वैसे इंटरनेशनल डेज पर इस तरह की एक्टिविटीज होती हैं, पर वाई ओनली ऑन इंटरनेशनल डेज, अदर डेज पर भी हमारी जब सेशन हम ले रहे हैं तभी एक्टिविटी हमें करनी चाहिए. ऑनलाइन पेमेंट्स. करप्शन प्रिवेल्स बिकॉज पीपल फॉलो ऑफलाइन मेथड्स टू पे अ फी और एनीथिंग एल्स. मेकिंग एवरीथिंग ऑनलाइन कैन बी रिड्यूस दिस एबल टू सम एक्सटेंट. कुछ हद तक हम इसे कम कर सकते हैं. ये नहीं कह रहे हैं कि यदि ऑनलाइन पेमेंट स्टार्ट हो गया या डिजिटलाइजेशन हो गया तो सारे अपराध, सारे करप्शन के तरीके खत्म हो जाएंगे, ऐसा नहीं है. बट ऑनलाइन पेमेंट एक तरीका है जिसके माध्यम से हम एक लेवल पर इसको कम कर सकते हैं. द ट्रेडिशन ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ओपननेस, फ्रीडम ऑफ द प्रेस, ट्रांसपेरेंसी एंड एक्सेस टू इंफॉर्मेशन हेल्प इन कर्बिंग करप्शन. इस वाले लाइन के बारे में बोलना चाहूंगी कि राइट टू इंफॉर्मेशन एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हमारे लिए है. अकॉर्डिंग टू द प्रोविजंस ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी राइट टू इंफॉर्मेशन एक्ट, हर डिपार्टमेंट को अपना जो कार्य प्रणाली है, वर्किंग पैटर्न है, या जो सर्विसेज पब्लिक सर्विस जो प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं उस पब्लिक सर्विस को प्रोवाइड करने का क्या पैटर्न है या क्या तरीका है या क्या प्रोसीजर है, वो अपनी वेबसाइट पर डालना होगा, वेबसाइट बनाना होगा. पब्लिक के लिए इंफॉर्मेशन आगे होकर देनी पड़ेगी विद इन सम टाइम लिमिट. इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर द ट्रांसपेरेंसी. There are some laws which are made to fight against corruption. Prevention of Corruption Act of 1988, Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002, Right to Information Act 2005, Benami Transaction Prohibition Act 1988, the Central Vigilance Commission Act 2003 and Lokpal and Lokaयुक्त Act. These are the basic laws जो हमें भी पता होना चाहिए, हमें स्टूडेंट को बताना भी चाहिए. हालांकि प्रीवियस स्लाइड में इसको आपसे शेयर कर चुकी हूँ. Now, an important expectation from our master trainers. Planning of session is very important. This is a very important and serious topic, so we have to prepare a plan for 3 or 4 sessions. In one session, we cannot cover all these points. Invite guests having good reputation from our surroundings. They may be from education department, they may be from the other medical line, they may be from the different NGOs. Choose the way by which you are going to our student. There are so many ways. By using them, you can start interaction with with the students, and you can make your session live. Some ways are debate competition, poster and slogan competition, movie show. There are so many good movies on this burning issue. Case studies. There may be role play, Please do and don'ts exercise by showing some pictures. क्या आपको करना है क्या नहीं करना है, आप कलरफुल पिक्चर्स का सिलेक्शन कर सकते हैं और उसके आधार पर आप बच्चों से क्वेश्चन कर सकते हैं, उन्हें इन्वॉल्व कर सकते हैं। स्पीच की कॉम्पिटिशन हो सकती है, इवन ग्रुप डिस्कशन विल बी वेरी हेल्पफुल। इंटरनेशनल एंटी करप्शन डे मनाया जाता है 9 दिसंबर को। इंटरनेशनल डेज एंड वीक्स आर ओकेजन्स टू एजुकेट द पब्लिक ऑन इश्यूज ऑफ कंसर्न। ऐसे इंपॉर्टेंट डेज पर आप स्कूली बच्चों के बीच में कंपटीशन ऑर्गेनाइज कर सकते हैं। डिफरेंट जो वेज हैं अभी आपको मैंने बताया वे आप इन दिनों में बच्चों के लिए ऑर्गेनाइज कर सकते हैं। विजिलेंस अवेयरनेस वीक 26 October to 1 November. It's a coincidence that 26, 27 and 28 these are the days for our workshop, and during this vigilance awareness week theme for this year is self-reliance and integrity. The vigilance awareness week is observed every year as per the rules of Central Vigilance Commission. It is an awareness week campaign observed in various part of the country. जनरली इसके फर्स्ट डे को शपथ ली जाती है। विजिलेंस अवेयरनेस वीक का फर्स्ट डे 26 अक्टूबर, उस दिन हम इसकी शपथ लेते हैं। शपथ लेने के लिए हमें इनकी अगर चाहें तो केंद्रीय सतर्कता आयोग के पेज पर जाकर शपथ हम ले सकते हैं। शपथ लेने की प्रक्रिया इसमें पूरी लिखी हुई है और हम अपना सर्टिफिकेट भी इसमें ले सकते हैं। इसमें हम बच्चों को इन्वॉल्व करें तो एक अच्छा मैसेज जाएगा। न सिर्फ शपथ हमें लेनी चाहिए बल्कि हमें इस प्रतिज्ञा हमें भी लेना चाहिए और प्रतिज्ञा दूसरों को लेने के प्रेरित भी करना चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं पर्सनली फील दैट शपथ में जो शब्द लिखे रहते हैं उनका बहुत महत्व होता है, बहुत मायने रखते हैं और वे हमें अंदर तक झकझोर देते हैं। यदि हम सच्चे मन से प्रतिज्ञा लें तो हम काफी कुछ गर्व का हमें एहसास होता है। देयर इज अ स्मॉल मूवी, आप पहले देखिए फिर डिस्कस करेंगे।
मैं तो अच्छा ये बुक उसको दूसरी देखिए तो गाड़ी चलेगी। वजन बढ़ेगी उसका। क्या है चाय पिएंगे तो फिर चाय पानी की समझ आ जाएगी। मेरी फाइल का है आज उसका वजन बढ़ाइए। देखिए कमाल, समझ गए। लीजिए विषय क्या सर, आप शिक्षक हैं, आपको समझाना अच्छा नहीं लगता है। वैसे वजन बढ़ गया सर। देखिए मिश्रा जी, मैं इतना तो नहीं जानता कि वजन बढ़ा है या कितना बढ़ा है। मैं इतना जरूर जानता हूँ कि आप पे कंधों का बोझ बहुत बढ़िया है। सर आप शिक्षक हैं, क्या है ना सर, आप शिक्षक हैं, आपको समझाना।
मैं यहाँ बीच में एक क्लिप को रोककर आपसे बात शेयर करना चाह रही हूँ, इससे रिपीट हो रहा है। वेट, इस जगह मुझे भी लगा था कि सर ने जो हमारे सीनियर सिटीजन हैं इन्होंने इसमें शायद अपने कार्य को आसान करने की, अपनी जो प्रॉब्लम है डिले हो रहा है तो उन्होंने शायद इसमें उसकी सामने वाले पर्सन की अपेक्षा अनुरूप शायद कुछ इसमें पैसा रखा होगा, ऐसा मुझे लगा था जब सबसे पहली बार मैंने इस वीडियो को देखा था। व्हेन आई वॉच दिस वीडियो फर्स्ट टाइम मुझे यही लगा था कि इसमें उन्होंने कुछ रखा है, लेकिन जब इसको पूरा अंत में देखा तो बहुत मुझे ये प्रभावी वीडियो लगा। आप में से क्या कोई म्यूट करके बताएगा कि आपने क्या फील किया इस वीडियो को देखने के बाद, ताकि इसकी नेक्स्ट स्लाइड को फिर मैं आपसे डिस्कस कर सकूं। क्योंकि बहुत सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं तो क्योस नो, इसलिए मैं चाहूंगी कि कोई भी एक अपना इसमें अभी मत दे प्लीज। क्या कोई बताना चाहेगा?
मैम एक्चुअली
innocence person, madam.
Sorry, not clear. There are two voices.
yeah, actually your audio was not clear. We could see only the actors, but we couldn't make it out what's going on.
Sorry,
Dialogue did-
Financial
Commitment
mental
of the
torture
CPC
on the
for fighting the corruption.
क्लियरिटी वो और वो नहीं था मैम।
yeah, my audio was not clear or the audio.
video's audio.
अच्छा,
मैम
videos
आपका
audio.
क्लियर है, जो आपने वीडियो डाला है ना उसका नहीं था।
ओके ओके, तो क्या मैं इसको अगेन प्ले करूं एक बार?
Yeah.
यस मैम, थैंक यू मैम।
Then everybody will be ready to discuss what's going on in the video.
Okay, once again I'm trying to play.
Yeah, please.
After that we will discuss on this.
मैं पूछने कि मेरी फाइल कहाँ तक पहुंची, जहाँ रखी थी वही है। तो अशोक जी बहुत पहले से उसको जी आप चल इसके नियम जानते हैं। देखिए गाड़ी में पेट्रोल डालेंगे तो गाड़ी चलेगी।
Raise the volume, please. Ma'am, can you raise the volume?
चाय पानी की समझ आ जाएगी।
It is increased or not?
We start resume.
मेरी फाइल कहाँ है? आज उसका वजन बढ़ा ही देते हैं।
Play it from the beginning.
यस मैम, बढ़ गई होगा।
शिव जी मैं पूछने मेरी फाइल कहाँ तक पहुंची, जहाँ रखी थी वही है। लेकिन तो अशोक जी बहुत पहले से उसको तुलसी जी आप टीचर हैं, नियम जानते हैं, विज्ञान। देखिए गाड़ी में पेट्रोल डालेंगे तो गाड़ी चलेगी। कुछ डाली है, वजन बढ़ गया उसका। हाँ तुलसी जी को चाय पियेंगे तो फिर चाय पानी की समझ आ जाएगी। मेरी फाइल कहाँ है? आज उसका वजन बढ़ा ही देते हैं। देखिए चाय का कमाल, समझ गए। लीजिए विषय क्या है ना सर, आप शिक्षक हैं, आपको समझाना अच्छा नहीं लगता है। वैसे वजन बढ़ गया सर। देखिए मिश्रा जी, मैं इतना तो नहीं जानता कि वजन बढ़ा है या कितना बढ़ा है। मैं इतना जरूर जानता हूँ कि आपके कंधों का बोझ बहुत बढ़ गया है।
बहुत सुंदर मैम, जय हिंद जय भारत।
I hope कि this time audio ठीक रहा होगा. Did anybody reply? Anyone
Yes,
reply?
yes, yes.
अब आप प्लीज आप ही बताइए मुझे कि इसको देखकर, इस छोटे से टची वीडियो को देखकर आपको क्या लगा?
सर मैम, पहले तो थैंक यू फॉर दिस। एंड ये चीज सच है कि हम जिन भावनाओं से दूर रहते हैं, एक जरा सा चित्र उसको हमारे जहन में लाकर हमारे जज्बात को जागृत कर देता है। थैंक यू, जय हिंद जय भारत। मैं खुद करती हूँ बच्चों के साथ ऐसा।
थैंक यू मैडम. एनीवन?
हेलो मैम। हेलो मैम।
यस यस प्लीज.
वीडियो देख
मैम।
के ऐसा लगा, हेलो, वीडियो देख के ऐसा लगा पैसों से ज्यादा देशभक्ति का वजन ज्यादा है।
बिल्कुल सही है, बहुत अच्छा. यस सर. यस प्लीज. एक हमारे ऑफिसर और कुछ बोल रहे थे, प्लीज बोलिए.
Ma'am,
जी जी प्लीज प्लीज बोलिए.
it is seen in the video, the person has already deprived and not getting his anywhere the justice.
Yes, yes. My observations are, I have some observations. After showing small videos, we can ask questions to school children, our cadets, that आपने क्या महसूस किया, आपने क्या फील किया. So जो मैं फील कर रही हूँ, जो मैंने सोचा है, वो जस्ट आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहती हूँ. लगभग सब चीजें आपने भी फील की होंगी. They are the feelings, they are the emotions. First of all, disrespect हमने देखा. There is a senior citizen, old age person, जो अपने काम के लिए आया है और उससे वो रिजल्ट नहीं मिल रहा. अननेसेसरी डिले, लाल फीता शायद जिसको बोलते हैं ना, काम को रोक के रखना. हमें कुछ नहीं मिलेगा तो हम कुछ नहीं करेंगे, जबकि हम उसके लिए ऑफिशियल हमको पैसा तनख्वाह मिल रही है हमें अपने कार्य के लिए, बट हम कुछ और एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, कुछ किसी और की उम्मीद कर रहे हैं. तो ये डिसरिस्पेक्ट जो है वो देखने को मिला. अभी आपने एक बताया कि उससे आपका रेमेडी नहीं मिली. बिल्कुल सही है. हमने पाया कि वो जिस काम के लिए गए तो मिला नहीं, हुआ नहीं, बट उसने फील तो किया. आपको वो खड़ा होके जो कह रहा है, अंदर से उसको आपने हिला तो दिया. नेशनल फ्लैग क्या दिया आपने, उसकी भावनाएं जो थी उसको जागृत कर दिया. ठीक है, वो पूरा रिएक्ट अभी उसने नहीं किया, बट आपने उसको अंदर से हिला दिया. डैमेज टू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रेपुटेशन, यदि हम देखें तो उस व्यक्ति का जो उस अथॉरिटी, उस पोस्ट पर जो बैठा जो पर्सन है, उसका जो एटीट्यूड था, उसका जो एक्शन था, रिएक्शन था, उसने उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के रेपुटेशन को बैडली रिफ्लेक्ट किया, डैमेज किया. ऐसे गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन या किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के पास हम जाते हैं और हमें कोई रिस्पॉन्स अच्छा नहीं मिलता है तो हम कितना कोसते हैं, वो यहाँ पर देखने को मिला. डिले इन सर्विसेज, यस ऑफ कोर्स. जो सर्विस आपको देना चाहिए थी, फाइल अननेसेसरी आपने होल्ड की हुई थी. आपको कुछ चाहिए था इसलिए आपने फाइल को रखा हुआ था. इट वॉज डिले इन योर सर्विस. हम जितने भी लोग हैं जो पब्लिक सर्विस में हैं, हम सर्विसेज देने के लिए बने हैं और वी आर गेटिंग सैलरी एंड वी आर गेटिंग सो मेनी फैसिलिटीज फॉर दैट. वहाँ हम उसका अपने लिए तो उपयोग कर रहे हैं, उन सब सुविधाओं का हम अपने लिए तो उपभोग कर रहे हैं, और जो सर्विसेज जिस लेवल की हमें देनी चाहिए, क्या हम वो दे रहे हैं? इस मूवी में तो जो था, इस वीडियो में जो था, उसमें तो हम नहीं दे रहे हैं. और हमारे आसपास हम बहुत कुछ जगह देखते हैं सर्विसेज जिनकी अपेक्षा हमें है, वो हम कितना दे पा रहे हैं. नॉट वर्किंग प्रॉपरली, हम प्रॉपर वे में काम नहीं कर रहे हैं. हम अपने काम के साथ साथ बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ों को इन्वॉल्व किए हैं जो कि ठीक नहीं है. एक्सपेक्टिंग ब्राइब, यस, हम अपेक्षा कर रहे हैं कि हमारे पास कुछ पैसा आए तब हम काम करें. इसमें आपने देखा, लेकिन इसमें आपने ऑनेस्टी भी देखी और डेडिकेशन भी देखा. एज फार एज द बिहेवियर ऑफ सीनियर सिटीजन इज देयर, उन्होंने एक अपने ऑनेस्टी जो उनके अंदर थी उसको कायम रखा, हिले नहीं, मेंटेन रखा, और समर्पण भी आपने उनका देखा. और बहुत सारी चीजें थी. राष्ट्रभक्ति की भावना भी उनके अंदर थी, तभी तो उन्होंने नेशनल फ्लैग दिया. जब उन्होंने जेब में हाथ डाला तो मुझे भी पहली बार इस वीडियो को जब देखा था तो लगा था कि उन्होंने शायद कुछ थक हार के उन्होंने अपना पैसा रख दिया कि नहीं मेरा काम हो जाए, लेकिन नहीं, वे टिके रहे. उन्हें लगा कि यदि मैं हिला पाया तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, हो सकता मेरा काम होगा और हो सकता मेरा काम ना होगा. लेकिन उन्होंने अपने जो उनके सिद्धांत थे उससे भी डिगे नहीं. बी ऑनेस्ट, ये बात सही है कि हमें ऑनेस्ट एक्ट के बारे में भी बच्चों को बताना पड़ेगा, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को बताना पड़ेगा, और हमें भी ऑनेस्ट होना ही पड़ेगा, होना ही चाहिए। हम ऑनेस्ट नहीं है ये हम कैसे सोच सकते हैं? हमें करप्शन को धकेल के ऑनेस्टी की तरफ उसकी इंपॉर्टेंस को भी एक्सप्लेन करना पड़ेगा। एक छोटी सी ये मूवी है, इसको प्लीज देखिए।
The CEO of a very successful company was about to retire. It was time for him to leave his seat and choose a successor. But he didn't want his children to take his position. He decided that he will choose a young executive from the company for the job. So he called all the young executives to a meeting. I have decided to choose one of you, the CEO said to the employees. Everyone was shocked by the decision. The CEO continued, I am going to give a seat to each one of you today. This seed is very special. Every seed is of different plants. I want you to plant the seed and water it. After 1 year, on the same date, I will see what you have grown from the seed. I will choose the next CEO of the company that day. After judging the plants that you're going to bring to me, there was an employee named Bill. Just like everyone else, Bill was super excited. He went home with the seed and told his wife everything. The couple started watering the seed in a pot. Days went by. Everyone in the office was bragging about how their plants had grown. But Bill was silent. His seeds were not growing. But Bill didn't stop watering the seeds. While everyone else's plants grew tall and beautiful, Bill's seed was dead. Bill was embarrassed by the result. After 1 year, the day arrived. When the next CEO of the company would be chosen, Bill didn't want to bring his empty pot to the office. But his wife insisted him to be honest and take the empty pot to the office. When Bill arrived at the office, everyone had beautiful and colorful trees on their desks. Bill entered the room with the empty pot. His colleagues started laughing at him and mocking him. When the CEO entered the room, everyone presented their trees. But Bill was standing at the back with the empty pot. He was feeling devastated. The CEO noticed the empty pot in Bill's hand and asked him to come forward. He asked Bill why his pot was empty. Bill told everything honestly. All the other employees started laughing upon hearing the story. Bill was terrified. He thought he was about to be fired. The CEO said, Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the next CEO of our company. His name is Bill. Everyone was shocked. One employee shouted, but he couldn't even grow the plant. The CEO continued. Exactly 1 year ago, on this day, I had given you all boiled seeds, which couldn't be planted. Every one of you changed the seeds and replaced with another, just to show that you were successful. Only Bill was the honest one who stayed true. The whole room went quiet. Bill was not embarrassed anymore, but his colleagues were. The CEO taught the executives an important lesson. If you plant honesty, you will reap trust.
थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग दिस स्मॉल वीडियो, इट्स वेरी इंस्पायरिंग। आपने देखा है कि ऑनेस्टी किस प्रकार से पे करती है ड्यूरिंग दिस कोरोना पैंडेमिक। अभी मैंने प्रीवियस स्लाइड में बताया था कि ब्लैक मार्केटिंग या स्मगलिंग या फेक रेमडेसिविर या लाइफ सेविंग ड्रग्स के बारे में भी किस तरह से करप्शन का लेवल हमने देखा। वहीं इसके विपरीत यदि हम कंपेयर करें कि डू एंड डोंट्स वाली बात, ऑनेस्टी करप्शन की बात, रिस्पेक्ट डिसरिस्पेक्ट की बात, तो ऑलवेज की ऑलवेज गिव रिस्पेक्ट। हमारे पास ऐसे ढेरों एग्जाम्पल हैं जहाँ फ्रंट लाइन वॉरियर्स उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, चाहे डॉक्टर्स हो, नर्सेज हो, पुलिसमैन हो, इवन सोशल वर्कर हो, या फिर कॉरपोरेशन के लोग हों जिन्होंने पूरे शहर की साफ सफाई में भरपूर योगदान दिया अपनी जान को खतरे में डालते हुए। वहां हम सबका सम्मान उनके प्रति है। एक छोटे बच्चे का रिस्पॉन्स देखिए कैसे वे सलूट कर रहा है। ये फीलिंग हमको उसमें लानी होगी कि करप्ट पीपल और ऑनेस्ट पर्सन दोनों के बीच का जो डिफरेंस है हमें उनको समझाना पड़ेगा और हमें कैसा बनना है ये उन्हें अंदर से हमें महसूस कराना होगा। मैं इस वीडियो को देखने के बाद मेरे कलीग, मेरे साथी ऑफिसर्स जो मेरे नोडल ऑफिसर्स हैं, मास्टर ट्रेनर्स हैं, उनसे कुछ रिएक्शन चाहूंगी। प्लीज रिएक्ट। आप में से कोई बताना चाहता हो, कुछ शेयर करना चाहती हो कि वर्कशॉप है, ठीक है, ऑनलाइन है, वर्चुअल मोड में है, तो बहुत कुछ मैंने एक तरफ अपनी तरफ से बोला है, पर मैं चाहूंगी कि आप भी पार्टिसिपेट करें और कुछ अपने इसमें आप शेयर करें, कुछ बताएं प्लीज।
जय हिंद मैम। ये सही बात है कि ईमानदारी की हमारी हर पल पर परीक्षा होती है, और इससे यही है कि अगर हमसे बड़ा कोई हमारे ऊपर ट्रस्ट कर रहा है और उसने हमने कुछ एक्ट दिया है, कोई टास्क दिया है, तो हमें पूरी ईमानदारी से करना है, तो हमें फल या उसका रिजल्ट अवश्य मिलेगा।
थैंक यू मैडम। हमारे शिवम ठक्कर जी हैं, वो बहुत एक्टिव रहते हैं 2 दिन से, पर आज उनकी आवाज नहीं आई है, तो प्लीज शिवम कहाँ हो? शिवम आज पार्टिसिपेंट के रूप में अवेलेबल भी हैं या नहीं?
मैम हम लोग अपने आप हट भी जाते हैं। मैं 2 दिन से 3:30 बजे के बाद हट जाती हूँ और इतनी कोशिश करती हूँ जुड़ने की, नहीं जुड़ पाती और 6 बजे तक बैठी रहती हूँ।
ओके, थैंक यू मैडम। तो शिवम ठीक है, आपके जरा शेयर करो, आप बड़े एक्टिव पार्टिसिपेंट हो, तो शेयर करो क्या फील कर रहे हो और इस टॉपिक के बारे में अपने व्यूज बताओ जरा मुझे।
मैम मेरा विचार यही है मैम कि जनरली जैसे भ्रष्टाचार की जब बात आती है तो क्या हम एक्चुअली नहीं, जैसे रिश्वत देते हैं मैम, अगर रिश्वत देंगे ऑफिसर रिश्वत लेगा, तो क्या ज्यादा हम लोग इस पे कर सकते हैं मैम ऐसा?
थोड़ा सा वॉइस बीच में कट गया, तो मैं आपकी पूरी बात नहीं समझ पाई, रिपीट कर दो तो ज्यादा बेहतर है।
मैम मैं ये बोलना चाहूंगा जैसे ज्यादा जो भ्रष्टाचार की अगर बात करें, करप्शन की, और ज्यादा जो ये रिश्वत देते हैं मैम, जो देने वाली बात है, हम लोग सब जो देते हैं जैसे आम इंसान जो है, तो क्या इस पे ज्यादा इफेक्ट पड़ता है या फिर लेने वाले पे ज्यादा इफेक्ट पड़ता है?
दोनों पर। मैं तो आज तक आईपीसी की डेफिनेशन को बिल्कुल गांठ बांध के चल रही हूँ कि देना और लेना दोनों ही गलत है। जो आपने एक स्कूटर वाला देखा था, ट्रैफिक पुलिसमैन का एक्ट, छोटा सा एक्ट था वो, उसमें देने वाला भी उतना ही दोषी था जितना लेने वाला दोषी है। आप क्यों शॉर्टकट चाहते हैं? वाई शॉर्टकट? हम क्यों एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि हमारा काम सिस्टम से हटके हो जाए? ऐसा हम क्यों सोचते हैं? यदि एक प्रोसीजर
राइट मैम,
बनाए
राइट
तो प्रोसीजर को हमको फॉलो करना चाहिए। वी शुड फॉलो, वी मस्ट फॉलो द प्रोसीजर मेड बाय लॉ। लीगल प्रोविजंस को यदि माने, सिस्टम को माने, तो मुझे लगता है इसकी जरूरत पड़ेगी नहीं। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि हम लोग उसको जो बर्दाश्त करने की प्रवृत्ति हमारे में डेवलप हो जाती है, हमें बहुत जल्दी अपना काम चाहिए होता है, हम बर्दाश्त करने लगते हैं, अरे यार इसको अपने को प्रॉब्लम नहीं आनी,
राइट मैम।
फटाफट काम होना, उसमें फिर हम शॉर्टकट में हम गलत रास्तों पर चले जाते हैं।
मतलब मैम दोनों इक्वल रिस्पॉन्सिबल हैं, कहें कहें अगर अपन तो।
बिल्कुल इक्वली रिस्पॉन्सिबल। लॉ से हटके तो कोई प्रोविजन पर मैं इस पे, इसका जो लॉजिक है उससे हटके मैं अभी तैयार नहीं हूँ।
राइट राइट मैम, राइट मैम, राइट।
थैंक यू।
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू।
जब भी हम स्कूल में जाएं और अपने सेशन प्लान करें, बच्चों से इंटरेक्ट करें, उसके बाद हमें, क्योंकि हमारा सेशन पूरा पार्टिसिपेटिव होना चाहिए, तो वी मस्ट एनकरेज स्टूडेंट्स और हमें उनसे क्वेश्चन करना चाहिए कि उन्होंने क्या फील किया। यदि वो करप्शन का कोई उनका वास्ता पड़ेगा कभी करप्ट पर्सन से, तो कैसे रिएक्ट करेंगे, हाउ डू दे रिएक्ट, ये हमें उनसे
राइट
पूछना चाहिए। उनके आइडियाज उस लेवल पर, वो बच्चा हमारा 8th 9th का स्कूल का बच्चा क्या महसूस करता है, किस नज़र से देखता है, वो हम उनके व्यूज जरूर लेने चाहिए, जिससे कि हम अपने आप को भी सुधार सकें और हमारे सेशन इफेक्टिव बन सकें। हमारे जो
राइट
ग्रेट मैन
मैम, वन
महान
वन मोर क्वेश्चन मैम।
यस प्लीज।
मैम जैसे जनरली हम लोग अगर डेली लाइफ की बात करें, जो बच्चे अपने आसपास हैं या अपने बच्चे हैं, तो जनरली हमें उनसे कुछ काम कराना होता है, तो हम उन्हें कुछ ऑफर देते हैं मैम कि आप ये काम करो तो आपको चॉकलेट मिलेगी, आप ये काम करो तो आपको बाइक मिलेगी, आप ये काम करो तो क्या मैम ये ब्राइब है या इसको रिवॉर्ड मिलेंगे?
नहीं सर, ये गलत है, फीडबैक देना चाहिए।
हाँ जी बताएं मैम।
देखिए, जहाँ तक किसी को एनकरेज करने की बात है, अच्छे काम का रिवार्ड और बुरे काम का पनिशमेंट, ये तो अपने डिपार्टमेंट में भी अपन ने सीखा है और पर्सनली फील कि अच्छे काम का रिवार्ड मिलना चाहिए, पर रिवार्ड किस लेवल का, रिवार्ड किस स्तर का देना चाहेंगे आप? यदि आप उसको उसकी आवश्यकता से अधिक दे देंगे तो उसको हर चीज ईजी लगेगी, ईजी मनी मिलेगा, ईजी सुविधा मिल जाएंगी, तो जो हार्ड वर्क की प्रवृत्ति वो डेवलप नहीं होगी और कहीं ना कहीं उसको लगेगा कि यार बहुत छोटी सी बात के जब मुझे इतना बड़ा रिवार्ड मिल सकता है, तो हो सकता है कि आगे उसके मन में ग्रीड एक बना रहे। तो इसको भी ध्यान रखना चाहिए किस लेवल का रिवार्ड और किस लेवल का पनिशमेंट कब दिया जाना चाहिए, थोड़ा सा बैलेंस्ड होना बहुत जरूरी है।
मैम वैसे भी जो हम पहले देते हैं वो ऑफर होता है, जो बाद में देते हैं वो फीडबैक होता है, तो बच्चों को फीडबैक देना चाहिए, ऑफर नहीं।
आपने कहा कि उसके बच्चे ने कुछ अच्छा काम किया तो उसको अप्रिशिएट करना चाहिए, उसके काम के बारे में, उसने अच्छे काम का जो आप फीडबैक वाली बात करें बिल्कुल सही है, बट यदि हम रिवॉर्ड से कुछ देना चाहें तो वो जस्टिफाइड होना चाहिए, नहीं तो फिर ऐसा होगा कि उसको लगेगा कि हर कुछ आसानी से मिल रहा है और यदि मैंने कहा ना मेहनत भविष्य में नहीं कर पाया या मेहनत नहीं कर पाया, जैसे कि हम सामान्य तौर पर देख रहे हैं कि मेहनत करने की प्रवृत्ति डे बाय डे कम होती जा रही है, हम सब आराम के तलबगार होते जा रहे हैं, तो फिर वो हमारे लिए खतरनाक हो सकता है।
राइट मैम, राइट।
थैंक यू। और कोई पार्टिसिपेंट? मैं तो चाहूंगी कि वर्कशॉप है तो आगामी 10 मिनट हम ये चाहें कि हमारे को साथी अधिकारी हैं, कोई बहुत अनुभवी हैं, डायरेक्टली इंटरेक्ट करते होंगे स्टूडेंट्स से, सो प्लीज गिव योर फीडबैक एंड प्लीज शेयर योर व्यूज टू इम्प्रूव दिस सेशन, टू इम्प्रूव द टू एनहांस द कैपेबिलिटी ऑफ अवर मास्टर ट्रेनर्स। यदि कुछ हो तो प्लीज शेयर करने का कष्ट करें, प्लीज शेयर।
Am I audible?
Yes, audio slow, but yes, I can hear you.
I think it's a serious, corruption is a serious value system issue, ma'am. Like the one who is offering will also offer because he wants a particular favor to be done. On the other hand, the officer also will accept the whatever the benefits for his vested interest, ma'am. And when a particular work is done between these two parties, there is no third party to check the issue, ma'am. So like it's only the value system that will check both the people to stop that corruption, ma'am. Because whatever act and legislative provisions that we have, it will not come into play because the act is being carried between two people with vested interests. So corruption is a very serious issue, ma'am. Only one value system and ethical system can stop corruption, ma'am. And it's a very serious issue in the society.
Yes, you are totally right, madam. It's a very serious matter, and there's so many factors, so many parties are attached with this. So, but at every stage, by doing some, we can reduce. But we can contribute to reduce it at any level, and at different level. So, ये हमें प्रयास करना चाहिए.
हेलो मैम।
Yes, please.
ऐसा नहीं करता है तो उसमें भी प्रोसेस ज्यादा हो लोगों पे और वो रिस्पेक्ट को ज्यादा है।
नूतन जी आवाज क्लियर नहीं है। मीनू सिंह जी का भी माइक स्पीकर चालू है, माइक चालू है, और आपका भी तो आवाज कुछ कट रही है, क्लियर नहीं हो पा रहा है। कई लोग अनम्यूट हैं तो क्लियर नहीं हो पा रहा है कि आप क्या कहना चाह रही हैं।
मैम ये कह रही हूँ कि मीनू सिंह, यदि करप्शन आप जो है अपने स्तर से करते हैं तो ये गलत है, तो हम बच्चों को सीख क्या देंगे? बच्चा हमारा हमारे व्यवहार को ही देखेगा और उसको फॉलो करेगा। लेकिन यदि कभी बच्चा आपस में ऐसा कुछ करता है तो उसे हम समझाएंगे और उसके कार्य व्यवहार का मूल्यांकन करेंगे।
बिल्कुल सही है। आप माइक बंद करेंगे तो फिर मैं बोलती हूँ, प्लीज। हाँ ठीक है, बिल्कुल सही आपने कहा। मैंने एक स्लाइड में कहा था आपसे पहले, हर व्यक्ति कहता है कि मैं करप्ट नहीं हूँ, दूसरा व्यक्ति करप्ट है। निश्चित तौर पर बच्चे की पाठशाला घर होती है, पहली पाठशाला घर है, उसके बाद स्कूल है। घर में वो अपने मदर फादर अपने से बड़ों को देखता है जो संसार में उनसे पहले आए हैं, और उनके एक्ट को देख के उसी को सीखता है। इनफॉर्मल वे ऑफ टीचिंग तो यही है, वो अपने घर में जो कुछ पाता है देखता है उसे कार्य व्यवहार में आ जाता है। तो हम वही तो कह रहे हैं कि हमें भी पूर्णतः अपने कार्य को इस भ्रष्टाचार के अंतर्गत आने वाले बहुत सारे एक्ट हैं, जो ओमिशन जो करना है कुछ वो भी अपराध है, कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं वो भी अपराध है। उन सबको जब वो बच्चा करते देख लेगा तो उसको पता लगेगा तो सिस्टम का हिस्सा है, तो ऐसा ही होता है, ऐसा ही होता आएगा। लेकिन नहीं, हमें पहले अपने आप को तो साफ सुथरा रखना है, अपने आप को भी स्वच्छ रखना है, अपने आप को भी ऐसा प्रस्तुत करना है ताकि बच्चा समझ पाए कि वास्तव में एग्जाम्पल तो मेरे घर में है अच्छे व्यक्ति का, ऑनेस्ट पर्सन का, मुझे उनको फॉलो करना, उनके ऑनेस्ट एक्ट को फॉलो करना है, उनके ऑनेस्ट एक्ट से सीखना है। तब तो वो बाहर जाएगा, तब वो अच्छे बुरे का अंतर सबसे पहले घर में करेगा, फिर बाहर करेगा। तो हमें न सिर्फ अपने आचरण पर भी ध्यान देना है, बल्कि उसको भी अच्छा बनाने का पूरा प्रयास करना है। हम उसको अच्छा नागरिक बनाने का प्रयास घर से तो करेंगे, घर से तो हमारी शुरुआत होगी। पर आपने जो कहा बिल्कुल सही है, इसे सबसे पहले अपने आप को देखना है हमें। Thank you.
If you permit, can I just interject?
Yes, please.
मैम बख्शराज कौशल एसपी फ्रॉम BPR&D। आपका मैं लेक्चर सुना, बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है। इनफैक्ट जो अभी जो क्वेश्चन था बिल्कुल ठीक बात है। जैसे शायद मुझे भी याद आता है कि जब गांधी जी को पास कोई बच्चे को लेके गया कि मेरा बच्चा चीनी बहुत खाता है, अब इसको बोल दीजिए और ये चीनी ना खाए, तो गांधी जी ने उसको कुछ नहीं बोला और ये बोला कि आप अपने बच्चे को 15 दिन बाद लेके आइएगा। उन्होंने पहले खुद चीनी खाना छोड़ा और उसके बाद मॉरली जब वो उन्होंने लगा कि अब मैं इसको बोल सकता हूँ, तो उन्होंने उस बच्चे को बोला कि आप चीनी मत खाओ। तो आपकी बात बिल्कुल ठीक है कि हम शायद हम करते कुछ और हैं और कुछ और करते हैं, तो फिर उसका कोई डिजायर्ड इफेक्ट नहीं पड़ता और शायद हम दिल से बोल भी नहीं पाते। तो और ये इनफैक्ट अगर हम अच्छे मास्टर ट्रेनर बन पाए तो सबसे ज्यादा फायदा तो हमारे अपने बच्चों को होगा, क्योंकि अगर हम उन करेक्टर क्वालिटीज को फोकस कर पाएंगे दूसरे बच्चों के लिए जो स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं, तो शायद हो सकता है हम वो करेक्टर क्वालिटीज अपने बच्चों को भी दे पाए। और उसके लिए खुद वो क्वालिटीज अपने अंदर रिवाइव करना बिल्कुल बहुत जरूरी है। तभी आप एक अच्छे ट्रेनर बन पाएंगे, तभी आप दिल से बात कह पाएंगे और तभी बच्चे समझ पाएंगे कि हाँ, ये अगर बोल रहा है कि ऑनेस्टी अच्छी चीज है तो दिस पर्सन सीम्स लाइक ऑनेस्ट पर्सन। क्योंकि बच्चे भी समझते हैं कि ये केवल हमें ज्ञान दे रहा है या ये खुद ऑनेस्ट है। नहीं,
बिल्कुल सही है।
शायद घर में भी होता है। आज के बच्चे बहुत स्मार्ट हैं, आज के बच्चे बिल्कुल बहुत जल्दी समझ जाते हैं बॉडी लैंग्वेज को कि वेदर इज स्पीकिंग फ्रॉम द हार्ट और फ्रॉम द माइंड ओनली, है ना। तो दिस वाज फ्रॉम माय साइड। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू। आपने बहुत वैल्यूएबल आपका एक्सपीरियंस शेयर किया, बिल्कुल सही स्टोरी आपने बताई। मैंने इसलिए लिखा था अपनी स्लाइड में, इनवाइट गेस्ट हैविंग गुड रेपुटेशन। बिल्कुल सही है। कई बार आप जब जाते हैं, हम कहते हैं ना कि अच्छी छवि वाला आदमी जाए। हम अक्सर ये कहते हैं, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में सर आपने देखा होगा ये फोकस किया जाता है कि अच्छी छवि वाले व्यक्ति को, अधिकारी को पुलिस के रेपुटेशन या पुलिस की अच्छी इमेज, पॉजिटिव इमेज बिल्डिंग के लिए चुना जाता है। उससे एक्सपेक्ट किया जाता है कि वह बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम में जाए, एक्सप्लेन करे, लोगों से इंटरेक्ट करे। क्यों? क्योंकि उसकी खुद की इमेज बहुत अच्छी है और उसके जाने से न सिर्फ डिपार्टमेंट की इमेज अच्छी होगी बल्कि बहुत सारे पॉजिटिव चीजें उसमें निकल के आएंगी। इसलिए कहा था कि चूज राइट पर्सन फॉर द राइट वर्क।
मेरा इसमें सबमिशन ये भी था कि जैसे जो मास्टर ट्रेनर्स हैं, अगर बच्चों को जैसे आपने ऑनेस्टी पढ़ाना है, तो एज ए पुलिस अफसर आपकी नॉलेज में, मे बी विद इन पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट, मे बी इन अदर डिपार्टमेंट, आपको कुछ लोग को जानते होंगे जो बहुत ऑनेस्ट होंगे।
तो
मैं तो कहूँगा कि ऐसे लोगों को इन्वाइट करें ऑनेस्टी पे लेक्चर लेने के लिए या करप्शन फ्री इंडिया पे लेने के लिए। आई थिंक दे विल बी एबल टू डू अ बेटर टास्क। नहीं,
राइट सर,
हाँ, आपको लगता है कि ये आदमी इसकी इमेज बहुत अच्छी है और लोग ऐसे लोगों के बारे में कई बार पता भी होता है पूरे डिपार्टमेंट में।
बिल्कुल सही सर, आप मैं बिल्कुल 100% सहमत हूँ। हमें पर्सन के सिलेक्शन पर बहुत ध्यान देना चाहिए। और जो अपना टॉपिक है, जो आपने बताया, बिल्कुल सही है। अच्छी छवि वाले अधिकारी बहुत सारे हैं। इवन कई बार हमारे कांस्टेबल में जो कि मैक्सिमम जो संख्या वो तो कांस्टेबल्स की है, हेड कांस्टेबल्स की, इतने सारे बंदे हैं जो कि बहुत अच्छा काम करते हैं कई बार वो काम हाईलाइट हो पाता, कहीं नहीं हो पाता, पर उनके ऐसे अच्छे अच्छे चुनिंदा कार्य हैं जिसके आधार पर वो हमारे भी रोल मॉडल है। हम भी उनको फॉलो करना जानते हैं, हम फॉलो करने की इच्छा रखते हैं, उनसे सीखने की इच्छा रखते हैं। ऐसे पर्सन्स को भी हमें इस प्ले के प्रोग्राम में इनवाइट करके एज ए गेस्ट स्पीकर हम उनको इनवाइट कर सकते हैं, हम बच्चों से इंटरेक्शन करा सकते हैं। इसमें मेरा सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है मास्टर ट्रेनर से कि अभी हमारा ये विजिलेंस अवेयरनेस वीक चल रहा है। ड्यूरिंग दिस वीक we can organize 1 or 2 activities, 1 or 2 or we can plan 1 or 2 session जिसमें हम इस टॉपिक को कवर कर सकते हैं, चाहे वो डिबेट कंपटीशन के माध्यम से, चाहे वो ड्राइंग पोस्टर कंपटीशन के माध्यम से, बाय यूजिंग द वे विच आप जो वहाँ पे परिस्थितियों के अनुरूप समझते हैं, अकॉर्डिंग टू द कंडीशंस ऑफ अकॉर्डिंग टू द लोकल कंडीशंस, आप किसी भी एक माध्यम को चुनकर बच्चों के बीच कोई प्रतियोगिता आयोजित कर सकते हैं। इवन आप ये जो शपथ वाला कार्यक्रम है, प्रतिज्ञा, ये भी करवा सकते हैं। कुछ तो उसमें हम हमको मैसेज दे पाएंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच। मुझे बस इतना ही कहना था मेरे सेशन में। यदि मेरे साथी अधिकारी कुछ शेयर करना चाहते हैं तो पर्याप्त समय आप प्लीज शेयर कर सकते हैं। मेरी तरफ से
मैं इसके माध्यम
यस मैडम,
इसके माध्यम से कहना चाहूंगी, लास्ट ईयर मैंने जब ईमानदारी ऑनेस्टी पढ़ाया था तो लास्ट में लिया था, और मेरे विद्यालय के जो बच्चे ईमानदार थे उनको मैंने लाई थी, जैसे आपके डिपार्टमेंट से भी बुलाया था, लेकिन अपने भी हम जिस डिपार्टमेंट में हैं तो वो भी एक्ट करते हैं ईमानदारी का, तो उस समय उनको भी अप्रिशिएट करने के लिए और उनको इनाम वगैरह दिया था। मैंने खुद बच्चे चुने थे जिन्होंने पूरे 6 महीने तक कोई एक ईमानदारी का उदाहरण दिया, चाहे उनको क्लास में पैसे मिले वो उन्होंने मुझे दिए चेंज करके, तो उनको मैंने बच्चों के सामने पेश किया था। तो जो भी टीचर है वो अपने स्कूल में ऐसे कर सकते हैं, तो बच्चे बहुत जल्दी बच्चों से सीखते हैं।
बिल्कुल सही, आपने अच्छी चीज शेयर करी मैडम, बिल्कुल सही, ऐसा होना चाहिए। हम आपके लाइव एग्जांपल, हम किताबों की स्टोरी के अलावा जो अभी हमारे जीवंत उदाहरण हमारे सामने है, लाइव एग्जांपल्स हैं, उनको भी हम बच्चों के साथ शेयर कर सकते हैं। ऐसे लोगों को इनवाइट कर सकते हैं जिन्होंने ईमानदारी का उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया है। बिल्कुल सही है, थैंक यू।
बच्चों का जैसे होता है कि आप बच्चों को, क्योंकि बच्चे जिस स्टेज में आप सिखा रहे हैं 8th क्लास 9th क्लास, तो उनके जिंदगी में फाइनेंशियल डीलिंग्स बहुत कम होती हैं, आई थिंक पेरेंट्स के साथ होती हैं, तो आई थिंक वो ऑनेस्टी को या करप्शन को उतना अच्छा ना समझ पाए। तो मेरा इसमें एक सजेशन था कि अगर हम बच्चों को एक चीज इम्बाइब कर दें कि ट्रूथफुलनेस, यू हैव टू बी ट्रूथफुल। आई थिंक सच बोलना भी एक बहुत बड़ी ईमानदारी है, और अगर बच्चों के अंदर हमने ये सिखा दिया कि हाउ टू बी ट्रूथफुल एंड हाउ टू मेंटेन दैट ट्रूथफुलनेस, तो आई थिंक वो ऑनेस्टी को अपने आप मेंटेन कर लेंगे जब बड़े होंगे तो।
वेरी फ्रूटफुल इनपुट है आपका, तो बहुत अच्छा आपने शेयर किया, बिल्कुल सही, इसको हमें जोड़ना चाहिए क्योंकि सही बात है, बहुत सारी चीजें उनके पेरेंट्स के कंट्रोल में रहती हैं। तो अभी जो आपने आइडिया दिया इसको हम इसमें इनकॉर्पोरेट करते हैं सर, बहुत उपयोगी रहेगा। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
ओके मैम, अगर आपका किसी और का कोई इनपुट नहीं है, कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है, तो मैं अपने तहे दिल से आपका धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा कि आपने एक इतने वार्निंग टॉपिक के ऊपर इतना अच्छा पढ़ाया। And I'm sure that our participant, all the SPC master trainers, they might have got benefited through this lecture, और आपने बहुत ही सिंपल तरीके चीजें समझाई, तो मैं आभारी हूँ एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच। और पार्टिसिपेंट्स के लिए एक इशू था, बिकॉज हमारे पास अभी 20 मिनट हैं, तो हमारा एक SPC डॉक्यूमेंट्री और SPC थीम सॉन्ग है, जिसको मैं यहाँ से दिखाना चाहूंगा, और ये SPC की वेबसाइट पे भी अवेलेबल है। कभी आपको अगर कहीं दिखाना है अपनी क्लास में तो आप दिखा सकते हैं, तो मैं लोड करने की कोशिश करता हूँ, एक बार आप इसको देखें, ये 10-15 मिनट में दोनों चीज खत्म हो जाएंगी।
सर 4 लाइनें मैंने भी बनाई हैं SPC पे। SPC है ध्येय हमारा, हर संकट को दूर भगाना, भारत होगा सबसे प्यारा, SPC है प्रोग्राम हमारा।
वंडरफुल वंडरफुल, तालियां, बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया। तो मैं अभी
बहुत
SPC
बढ़िया
थीम सॉन्ग लोड कर रहा हूँ।
थैंक यू मैम, धन्यवाद, बहुत अच्छा दिया भ्रष्टाचार के ऊपर।
Sir, no audio, sir.
Okay, let me try to. Raise the volume. अभी आ रहा है?
No, sir. No, sir.
ऑडियो
नहीं है।
क्या ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा?
No, sir.
Not audible, sir.
Okay, let me load again. Just a minute. रावत अभी कॉल करता हूँ. श्वेता आप वहां से लोड कर सकते हो मेन उसे?
मैं करती हूँ सर यहाँ से.
हाँ, दोनों चीज दिखा दो एक बार. ओके. We are trying to load it from main location. मैं in fact different location में था, तो अभी लोड कर रहे हैं.
हम 3:30 बजे के बाद कनेक्ट नहीं हो पाते, बहुत कोशिश करने के बाद भी. प्लीज टेल मी.
नहीं, आप जो हमारा YouTube चैनल है उसको तो देख सकते हैं ना?
यस सर.
हाँ, कोई बात नहीं. हम कुछ एक देखिए, जब इतने सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स होते हैं तो कुछ एक इश्यूज आते हैं टेक्नोलॉजी में भी. तो किसी का कोई अगर लेक्चर वगैरह मिस हो जाएगा तो प्लीज डोंट वरी. हम सारे लेक्चर्स को जो एक्चुअल ऑडियो वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग के साथ हम लोग SPC वेबसाइट पे लोड करेंगे और आप देख सकते हैं बाद में भी. ठीक है?
थैंक यू सर.
I think voice is not coming.
No audio, sir.
हमारे टाइम पर ऐसे टीचर्स नहीं.
No audio, sir.
ऐसे टीचर्स नहीं थे. ऐसे मोटे मोटे डंडे लेके
ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा है.
All the participants, we are aware that ऑडियो की प्रॉब्लम आ रही है.
पॉइंट बास्केटबॉल में होता है ना 3.
SPC वेबसाइट का लिंक देंगे, उस पे आप देख सकते हैं. सारी चीजें उसमें हैं. अभी देते हैं आपको लिंक.
आपकी परमिशन हो तो मैं कुछ शेयर करूं?
प्लीज.
सर, जैसे आजकल 11 ये टीम 11 बन रही है जो 2020 की बच्चों को बहुत ही इंटरेस्ट है, तो मैंने SPC की टीम 11 तैयार की है जिनके नाम हैं सत्य, निष्ठा, ईमानदारी, कर्तव्य, जोश, उत्साह. उसी प्रकार से जैसे हम नाम रखते हैं ना, तो जो हमारे SPC के गट्स हैं, गुण हैं, जो हम डेवलप करना चाहते हैं स्टूडेंट में, उसी नाम से मैंने वर्दी पहनाकर उन बच्चों की 11 टीम तैयार की है. तो हम सब ऐसा कर सकते हैं क्योंकि नाम का असर हमारे काम पर पड़ता है. तो उन बच्चों को वो नाम दीजिए जो हमारे SPC के प्रमुख गुण है या जो हमारा टैलेंट है.
मतलब ये नहीं होना चाहिए था कि जो है
बहुत बढ़िया, wonderful, wonderful idea, wonderful idea, wonderful.
ये नए आदमी, हम भी नए आदमी। तो मेरे का मुझे चाहिए नहीं भाई पैसा। हाँ बस।
Also send their suggestions to me. इस तरह के suggestions मिलकर तो भेज सकते हैं।
I hope we have shared the SPC website link with the participants so that they can see what all is there. And if nothing more, then we can have a break for next 5 minutes, and we can reassemble after say at 11:25 for the next lecture. We meet again at 11:25.
जाना है।
Good morning, Mr. Rampal. Can we resume? Can you start from there? Is Mr. P.S. Bhushan connected?
Yeah, no?
Yes, I have connected. Oh, wonderful, sir. Wonderful. So, Mr. Rampal, you can start. You can introduce, sir, and we can begin with.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
Thank you. Thank
Good morning, everyone. Shri P.S. Bhushan, IPS retired, is a very experienced police officer, and post-retirement, he has worked as senior faculty at National Institute of Criminology and Forensic Science. He has worked as Superintendent of Police at National Police Mission, and he is one of the resource person who has remained associated with 5 previous workshops of master trainers. He has been kind enough to accept our request to deliver a talk on discipline and attitude. Now, not taking much of your time, sir, I'll request you, Shri Bhushan, to please take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Birdar. Thank you very much. And good morning to all the participants and other dignitaries. I'm Dr. P.S. Bhushan, PhD in criminology, and I have submitted so many articles in different journals in the name of Dr. Bhushan. Anyhow, today I will discuss about the importance of discipline as well as the attitude in the police officers. So first of all, I will take the discipline. Okay, my PPT is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Do it on full screen. Can you
I
show
don't
it?
know how to do.
Can you, sir, this icon, this is the icon down below. If you can see this icon, you can have to just click this icon.
No issue, you can continue, sir.
The one on the right, just move it on the right. Two right, one more. Yes, sir, click this. I was told, so I correct myself here, Dr. P.S. Bhushan, sir.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I will discuss regarding the discipline. The basic objective of my talk is to apprise with and enlighten the participants about the discipline and its importance in human life. Secondly, the basic discipline norms for family, school, and society. And lastly, what is self-discipline and how to be self-disciplined in life will be discussed in this talk. Basically, the whole life is depending upon the discipline. If anyone is indisciplined, he never can be successful in his or her life. So there is a great importance in the life of the discipline. Basically, any person may face two types of consequences in his life. That may be difficulty of the discipline or curse of the failure. It means if you are leading your life in a disciplined way, you will certainly get the success in the life. Otherwise, you cannot get the success. So that is very important in the life. This basically controlled by your mind as well as the feelings. We have heard three words in our life, that is manasa, vacha, karmana. Man is nothing. It is in your side, inside, but it is your thought only. It is your feelings only. What type of feelings you are having inner side will depend upon your talking, upon your actions also. And what type of feelings are coming in you, the mind will work according to that. So we have to improve our feelings. अपनी सोच को हमने सही रखना है. We have to keep. And all the things I can say that all the results of the five senses, all the results of five senses. What are five senses? These are eyes, nose, tongue, mouth, ear, and touching. स्पर्श जिसे कहते हैं, रूप, रस, गंध, स्पर्श, शब्द. These are the five senses. All five senses gives the feelings in your side. You are affected by these five senses, which control your thinking, your feeling, and even your words and actions also. So you have to keep control on these five senses. Otherwise, they will control you. So control your mind, control your feeling, control your senses, control your actions, control your words. Otherwise, they will control you. And when you will be controlled by them, then you will not be a free person. So to be a free person, you have to control the other things. Anyhow, it is also fact that discipline always reward the person. If any person is in discipline, he will be rewarded by his deeds, by his actions, and by the other persons also. The disciplined boy, disciplined student or disciplined child will be praised by all other persons. That praise is also a form of the reward. A person who lives without discipline may die, but he can never get the respect in the society. If a person is leading his or her life in a stealing manner, or taking the alcohol, or taking the drugs, or is a liar person, or he is not living in the discipline, he can never get the respect in the society, as well as respect in the family also. You have recently seen the case of Arnav Khan. This is simple taking the drugs, and what has happened to him? He was, कहते नहीं है, बिगड़ी हुई औलाद, अच्छे धनवान बाप की बिगड़ी हुई औलाद. He was just like that. If the student has become in such type of person, he can never get the respect in the society, and he has he is having the consequences of his indisciplined manner. We have seen that even the nature is disciplined in the universe. Earth is disciplined, moon is disciplined, sun is disciplined, and other planets are also disciplined. They are revolving at their fixed path. They are, you can say, evolving at their definite path. They are coming out at a definite time. They are setting them in a definite time. So they are having their own times. So why the men should not have their own times? Even you will surprise. The ocean waves, those are due to the effect of the air, they are also disciplined. They are coming at a regular interval. They are constant. They are punctual. They are regular. We can learn the lesson from the ocean waves also. In the same way that the earth is having the gravity, so this is the discipline that earth is having the gravity, and whatsoever will come towards the earth, that will come to the earth. So here I want to say that if the nature is in a disciplined way, why the person cannot be a disciplined person? So discipline is the base of our character, of our society, of our government, of police department, of military department, and of other departments. If they will not remain in a disciplined way, then what will be the consequences of that? If the nation is disciplined, they can progress. And you can see the example of Japan. After Second World War, Japan was zero. India was also zero. But where is Japan nowadays? And where is India nowadays? It is due to the discipline only. And the loyalty towards the nation only. And what is the basic characteristics of our politicians and our public men? You are well aware about that one. If they are well disciplined, the country will certainly progress in a way. We search the freedom. Whenever we will search the freedom, then we will become the slave of our desire. But if we search the discipline, we will be free. So we have not to be the slave of our desire in search of our freedom, but we want to be free, and it will be if you are a disciplined person. So there is a great importance of discipline in the life. In any organization also, to understand the priorities of the leadership in the organization, discipline is the real management actually. If the workers are disciplined, they will do the progress to the organization or the institution. If they are not disciplined, the organization may fail, or certainly will fail. So any organization, any nation, any individual, any family, any society should follow the norms of the discipline, the social values, and the moral values, the code of conduct of the organization. They should follow that one. Here I have, you can see this picture. Here you will see a bridge from one point to another point. Here I want to say that discipline is in the middle way. At one point, there is goal of the life, and at another end is accomplishment. So between them, discipline is there. Without discipline, the goals cannot be achieved, cannot be accomplished. So as per Jim Rohn, discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishment. For this purpose, you have to show the discipline in family, in the school, in society, as well as at the workplace. These are necessary. To achieve the success in the life, you have to follow the 3 Ds. These 3 Ds unlock the gates of success in the life. 3 Ds are desire, dedication, and discipline. Desire is also very necessary, but over desire is always hazardous. Desire must be there. If you are not having the desire, what will you achieve then? So you have to plan, you have to desire that I have to compete in the civil services examination. Until unless you will not have the desire, you cannot work or you cannot do the good things in the life. And to fulfill the desire, you have to be dedicated person. You must have the dedication in the life. And during the course of dedication, you have to follow the rule of discipline. So dedication is the activity and discipline is the way to achieve the goal. So desire, dedication, and discipline are necessary in the life. I have taken the example of bees, and while these uneducated birds and beasts know how to lead regulated lives, alas, man endowed with intelligence does not lead a disciplined life. You are seeing that they are flying, these beasts are flying in a proper manner. Why so? It is because birds are flying in a V shape, a V format, because the first one is giving, displacing the air from the you can say way of the others. So they are having less pressure on their body when they are flying. So this is because of the discipline. So the human being also should follow the tracks decided by the experienced persons. Track of moral, track of sincerity, track of discipline. We must follow these tracks so that we can achieve our goal in the society. Why is discipline important in the life? It is very important. Though I have discussed, but certain point will also be covered in it. The first one is being focused. Here I want to say that the disciplined person will be in the eyes of the persons in the society. And in society, he or she will be focused or the focal point. And the other people will praise that he or she is a very sincere person, very studious person, very, you can say, punctual person, or a very regular person, like that. So he will get the praise. Because of your discipline, the police officers are being rewarded with the Meritorious Service Award or a Distinguished Services Award or other rewards also. And sometimes you are being given the appreciation letters also. And some commendation certificate are also being issued. Why? Because you remain focused because of your disciplined life, because of your work, because of your goals, because of the achievement of your goals. You remain in the light. And disciplined person will be respected by others also. If any person is liar, nobody will believe. There must be some reputation in the society. वो कहावत है ना कि साख अगर खत्म हो जाती है तो फिर दो कौड़ी का आदमी नहीं रहता. Rahim has also recited in one doha, रहीमन पानी राखिए बिन पानी सब सून, पानी गए न उगरे मोती मानस सून. It means if there is no reputation of the person in the society, if there is no shining on the stone, if there is no water in the floor, then there will not be any importance of these three things. So there must be some reputation in the society also. That only then you can get the respect in the society. So they will, the person will respect you. Third point is related to staying healthy and active. The disciplined person will have the confidence. So mentally and physically, he will be healthy because he is having no guilty in inner side. He is pure person from inside and outside. And such type of person naturally will get the success in the life. And there must be some self-control. Atma Sanyam. This is very big word, self-control. Self-control will cover the five senses. Self-control will cover the speak, the voice. Self-control will cover the actions. Self-control will cover our mouth. Self-control will cover our feelings and you can say thoughts. So you have to control all these things. Only then you can say, मैं संयमी आदमी हूं, मैं संयम बरतता हूं, क्रोध नहीं करता हूं, काम, क्रोध, मद, लोभ, मोह. I am away from all these things. I have controlled myself. I am self-disciplined person. So self-control is slightly or rather mostly related to the self-discipline. Self-discipline and self-control may be, you can say, complementary to each other words. If any person is self-disciplined or disciplined, then he can show the better result in academic field or in his, you can say, duties. So if you want to get the better results or better performance, you have to perform the duties in a disciplined manner. 6th point is related to get things done and be happy. Very good, this word. In my opinion, I have read one simple poem in 6th standard, work while you work, play while you play. That is the way to be happy and gay. One thing at a time and things done well and be happy. So in your duty time, if you are performing your duty, you will get the contentment. Contentment is very big word and very good word also. Because in the present circumstances, the people are not having the contentment in the life. They are not contented with the services. They are not contented with the, you can say, the hours of the duty. They are not contented with the money matters or economic conditions or social reputations. So you have to be contented person, and you can be contented if you are having less desires. Less desires. गौतम बुद्ध ने नहीं कहा था यह संसार दुखों का घर है और इन दुखों का एक कारण होता है, और दुखों का कारण इच्छा होता है, डिजायर होता है. इच्छा को कम किया जा सकता है, कंट्रोल किया जा सकता है, इसलिए दुखों को भी कंट्रोल किया जा सकता है. इट मीन्स if you are leading your life in a disciplined way, you can lead your life in a better way. Have more time in a day. It means for working, for reading, for studying, you should have the separate time and you should do your study work also. Stay stress or tension free. This is very difficult thing. To stay stress or tension free. How can be free from the tension? You can be. You can have heard or attended the stress management courses or tension management courses. That you can find the ways. In short, I can say that the person can be tension free if he has noted down the problem. You have to find out the cause of the tension, cause of the stress, and note down that problem. And then suggest yourself the solution of that problem. Then you can be tension free. This is not the, you can say, proper or the exclusive way, but it is one of the ways to be free. Importance of namaste in the life. It is there, I have added this word, because your attitude will be known because of this, the lack of this namaste. जो आदमी ज्यादा अपने आप को बहुत बड़ा समझता है या बहुत सीनियर और सुपीरियर और वो समझता है, वो कभी नमस्ते नहीं करता। और कई तो ऐसे हैं नमस्ते करते भी है तो नमस्ते का जवाब नहीं देते। यार, I have visualized the 3 types of namaste. That is, one is normal namaste. Normal namaste. Second one is after folded hand namaste. Folded hand namaste. And third one is साष्टांग नमस्ते, जो लेट करके करते हैं। Normal namaste must be done for every elder person. For every elder person. Because if you are getting the Ashirwad from elders, then you will get 5 things in free. 5 things free. What? Ayurvidya Yasobalam. Yes. अभिवादनशीलस्य नित्यं वृद्धोपसेविनः चत्वारि तस्य वर्धन्ते आयुर्विद्या यशोबलम्. The person who is paying the regards to the elder persons, they will give Ashirvad, the blessings. They will give the blessings. And due to their blessings, you will get your long life, your education, your knowledge, your famous in the society, and your self-control on yourself. Ayurvidya Yashobalam. You will get all these things. So, in discipline, this is also included. Becomes the man of character. Naturally, when the person will be disciplined, then his character cannot be wrong, or he cannot be a person of loose character. And this character, I have personally felt, will depend upon 3 words: manasa, vacha, karmana. Man se, vachan se, karam se. If you are pure, if you are disciplined, manasa, vacha, karmana. If you are disciplined, आप अपने थॉट और फीलिंग में, if you are pure, if you are disciplined, then you cannot be a man of loose character. वाचा, बोलने में आपका सही है, मीठा आप बोलते हैं, अच्छा बोलते हैं, सत्य बोलते हैं, you can be a man of character then. फिर कर्मणा, your activities are worth to praise, worth to appreciate in the society, then you can be a man of character. It means all your 3 words will decide your character in the life. Okay. Discipline is essential in everyday life. Okay. And discipline dominate everywhere. Everywhere. You are sitting here, you are listening to me. This is also due to discipline. Otherwise, you can go out, you can come in, you can take water, you can go elsewhere, you can do this one, you can do that one. Discipline dominate everywhere. Traffic rules, playgrounds, etc., etc., everywhere. So when you are performing your duties, you are doing in your office, that is discipline is also there. How you are working, how you are speaking to the subordinates, how you are behaving with the subordinates, how you are behaving with the senior officers. Are you quarreling them? Are you abusing them? Are you beating them? So discipline is needed at everywhere. Everywhere. Discipline is not written in the books. It is written in the books, discipline, but you cannot learn the discipline through the books. You will learn it through the practice, through the experience, through the habits, and habits will formulate your tendency, and your tendency will formulate your personality. जो कहते नहीं है, आदत आदत के बाद प्रवृत्ति, प्रवृत्ति के बाद में व्यक्तित्व बनता है. Yani, what type of habits you are having, what type of tendency you are having, what type of attitude you are having, that will be reflected in your personality. So your personality is the result of the discipline also. Right principles and success. Here principles, I can say the principles of discipline, the principles of conduct, code of conduct. If you will not follow the code of conduct in the office, you cannot get the success. You cannot be a good officer. You cannot be a good worker. So the right principles you have to follow in the family, in the society, in the school, and in the organization also. Everywhere you have to follow the right principles or the norms and values whatsoever have been decided to follow in the life. It turns ability into achievement. You are having ability, but you are not using that one in a proper way, in a disciplined way. So you cannot get the success in the life. So if you want to achieve the success in the life, you have to properly use your abilities, your knowledge, your, you can say, your knowledge and ability, and your experiences also. So if you want to get the success, you have to be a very disciplined person. Generate self-confidence and self-control in our life. Self-confidence. Self-confidence can be if you are not having your thoughts or feelings affected by your senses. You have to concentrate. You have to concentrate on a particular thing. Only then you can develop the self-confidence. And self-confidence will also come through your education, through your experience, through your, you can say, the counseling from the other or experienced persons. So you will increase the self-confidence. You have come across such type of problems. And self-control, again, self-control can come in your life only after if you have controlled your five senses. If you are not the slave of रूप, कोई रूपवान औरत देखी उसके पीछे पड़ गए, if you are not after the स्वाद चीज खा गए और पेट खराब कर लिया, तो you have to control all your five senses. I'm remembering one sloka related to these five senses. मातंग कुरंग भुजंग भृंग मीन है पंचरेव पंचदोष मानव समेत पंचरेव किम कथस्यामि तस्य। तो ये कह रहे हैं हिरण में एक कानों से सुनने का दोष होता है, हाथी में हथनी को स्पर्श करने का यानी सेक्स का दोष होता है, उसमें ज्यादा अधिकता होती है इस सेंस की है। मातंग कुरंग हिरण में कानों के संगीत, मधुर संगीत सुनने का होता है, भौरे में फूल की सुगंध को सूंघने का होता है, और पतंग जो कीड़ा होता है उसे आंख की तरफ भागने का यानी आंखों का दोष होता है, चमकीली चीजों की तरफ भागता है। और मीन में, मछली में ये दोष होता है कि हर समय उसे खाने के लिए चाहिए। तो श्लोक वाला ये कह रहा है कि इनमें एक एक दोष है जिस दोष के कारण ये मारे जाते हैं। तो वो कह रहा है मनुष्य में तो पांचों दोष है इकट्ठे, हाउ कैन ही सर्वाइव इन द लाइफ। So again, I am saying that you have to control your five senses. This is not so easy because these are natural things. आपकी आंखें हैं वो तो देखेंगे ही देखेंगे, but you cannot misuse words are used and misuse. Use your senses, but not misuse your senses. Whenever you will misuse your senses, you will be in difficulty. You will be in difficulty. Okay. So generate self-confidence and self-control. And self-control can be achieved only when you have achieved your, you can say, this, your senses. Again, I have taken the example from Patanjali Ashtanga Yoga, Yam and Niyam. These are also directly related to the discipline. If you are following Yam and Niyam, then you can get the success in the life. Now, this question arises that in 8 limbs of yoga, I have selected only Yam and Niyam. What is Yam? These Yams, these are 5 restraints or the don'ts, or you can say these are the 5 social ethics. Yam are the 5 social ethics. What is that one? Ahimsa or non-violence. That is first. So non-violence in any action, in any word. जब भी मैं ये बोलूं तो समझ लेना मनसा वाचा कर्मणा पर लागू कर देना है आपने. अहिंसा को ही कर दीजिए. आपने बुरी बात विचार में नहीं लानी है. अगर ला रहे हैं विचार तो वो भी अहिंसा है. सोचना भी अहिंसा है. गलत बात सोचना भी अहिंसा है. So ahimsa or non-violence, not only in action, but in thought, in speaking, as well as in action also. In all the 3 things, you have to follow the things. Satyam. Second point of Yama is you have to be truthfulness in intention. Intention, I'm using the word intention. Your intention must be true and remaining established in the higher truth. So you have to follow the path of truthness. Third point is of Yama is aste. भ्रष्टाचार नहीं करना है, चोरी नहीं करना है, non stealing, no corruption, nothing. Fourth one is brahmacharya, brahmacharya palan. So this is this may be called the divine conduct, or celebrate when you are single, faithful when you are married, control of the senses and credibility. That is brahmacharya. And fifth one is aparigraha. Aparigraha means not accumulating things unnecessarily and not desiring things that belongs to others. So you can say that this is non-covetousness and non-acceptance of gifts. These are Yam Niyam. If you are following these 5 Yams, then you can become the disciplined person. And I have taken the Niyam also from this Ashtanga Yoga. And these Niyams are also 5. That is Soch. Soch ka matlab hai purity. And Santosh means contentment. The contentment. Taps means austerity. Swadhyay means self-study. And Ishvara Pranidhan means surrendering to the work, surrendering to the God. So if you are following these 5 rules in the life, these are related to ethics, and you can say that these are do's. In Yam, those were don'ts, and in Niyam, these are do's. You should purify your inside, you should purify your mind and body and everything. So if you are having Yam and Niyam, following the Yam and Niyam in your life, then you can be a disciplined person. So discipline in nature also. So why should not be the disciplined person? Disciplined person. Okay. Sorry, लंबा वैसा हो गया. What is the meaning of discipline? I think you are very much aware about the discipline. What is the meaning of discipline? I'm not going to say much more about this, but I will say that there are three distinct meanings of the discipline, that is self-discipline or orderly discipline or enforced discipline. In short, I can use three words, that is Anushasan, Atma Anushasan or Parasan. Paranushasan. Here, Anushasan means whatsoever, discipline means whatsoever society has formulated the lines to lead the life, we should follow that one. We can say that it is a disciplined life. Self-discipline means if we are generating discipline from our own side, from our, you can say, inner side, teaching, learning, growing, everything, and you are obeying self without saying by any other things, by any other persons, that is self-discipline. And Parashasan means if you are in BPR&D, if you are in police department, you have to follow the rules and regulations of that department. That may be called the Parashasan. इसलिए प्रशासन से है ये. प्रशासन, पर का मतलब दूसरा होता है, दूसरे के द्वारा शासन अगर आपको किया जा रहा है, and they have imposed the rules and regulations of that institution or organization, that may be called the prashasan. So because you are government servant, so you have to follow all the three types of disciplines: self-discipline or discipline, or the you can say forced discipline also. You have to follow that one. Okay, I have discussed discipline, self-discipline, and forced discipline. Okay. Here, you can say that I'm disciplined person. But merely your saying that you are a disciplined person is not sufficient. कहते नहीं है, ईमानदार होना अच्छी बात है, बट ईमानदार दिखना एक अलग ही बात है, और भी अच्छी बात है, वो होनी चाहिए, ईमानदार होना चाहिए. So this is that your habits, your, you can say, things should be accepted by the society, should be accepted by the organization, should be accepted by the other persons. And what is expected, accepted, and what is expected, if both are same thing, only then you can be a disciplined person. It means accepted by the society, accepted by the school, accepted by the organization, and whatsoever was their expectation, according to their expectations, you are behaving with them, and that is accepted, then we can say that you are a disciplined person. It means in the family, in the society, in the school, or in the organization, you have to first of all study what is the expectation of these institutions, of these organizations, and after their expectations, we are working accordingly, then these will be accepted. If these are accepted, then you will be the disciplined person. So this formula is very good in the life, which should be followed by you. If we don't discipline ourselves, the world will do it for us. It means if we will not be disciplined in BPR&D, if we will not be disciplined in police department, then the police department will teach you how to be a disciplined person. So this is a very necessary to follow in the life. Okay. I'm not going in definition again. Now by this time, you are well aware about the discipline. These are very good points. Type of methods to teach discipline. What may be the types through which the discipline can be taught to the trainers, to the students, to the to the departmental persons, etc., etc. I have selected 6 points, and these are positive or constructive discipline, corrective or punitive discipline, gentle discipline, boundary-based discipline, behavior modification discipline, and emotion coaching discipline. These are the 5 methods through which the discipline can be taught to the person. In positive or constructive discipline, you have to promote the self-discipline. There is a great importance of self-discipline in positive or constructive discipline. Preventive discipline. There may be preventive discipline or there may be punitive discipline. Punitive discipline is at serial number 2 I have taken, and preventive discipline means you have to counsel the person, you have to brief the person, you have to issue the advisory to the person. These may be the preventive discipline. जैसे कहते हैं ना पहली गलती हुई है तो उसको बुला करके समझा दिया, that is preventive discipline. और या उसे डांट दिया और कह दिया फ्यूचर में मत गलती करना, that is preventive discipline. Praise and encouragement, this is also constructive discipline. If any person has done a very good work in the life, then he should be praised, as well as token of encouragement, he should be given the appreciation letter also. Education to the students and employees. It means if he is weak in working, if he is weak in studies, then extra education may be given to such type of employees or the students. Learn about one another. This is also very important. If you are self-centered person, you cannot learn the behavior of the other persons also. So there must be socialization in the office, there must be socialization in the family, there must be socialization in the society also. Only then you can learn about one another. Authoritative approach. If you will always show yourself that you are something, then you cannot get the respect from the youngers also. If कहते हैं ना अगर बड़ों को आदर प्राप्त करना है तो छोटों को भी प्यार करना होगा, छोटों को भी साथ में रखना होगा. Only then you can be appreciated. So there should not be authoritative approach in the life. That will be the positive symbol of the discipline. Use discipline instead of punishment. In positive discipline, there is no scope of punishment. So suspend karna ya departmental inquiry खोलना, these are the last resorts. These are not positive methods. So discussion with students and employees. If they are having any type of problem, we should discuss that problem to solve that one. Second one is corrective or punitive discipline. In punitive discipline, in police department or in school, you can rusticate them, you can terminate them, you can issue the censure to them, you can open the departmental inquiry. So these are punitive and you can say corrective methods. And there is some progressive discipline also. This is also in corrective methods or in punitive discipline, trying to correct the employees' misbehavior using progressive methods rather than punishing them at once. For this purpose, you have to follow counseling or verbal warning, or you can issue the written warning, or you can suspend them or demotion them, or you can terminate them. It means you have to start from the positive discipline. Only then you can come to the termination or use the punitive methods. This may be called the progressive discipline. This is negative approach, hot stove theory. Hot stove theory means कोई रियायत नहीं, कोई समझाना नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं, सीधा पनिशमेंट दे देना, स्टोव पर बैठा देना, जल जाएगा जल जा, मर जाएगा मर जा, नौकरी से जाएगा जा. This is totally negative approach, and that is not suggested, because you should give at least one chance to be improved in the organization. Gentle discipline is the, you can say, कहते नहीं है बीच का रास्ता अपनाओ. वक्त पड़ा तो गुस्से में आ गए, और वक्त अगर मान लीजिए ऐसा है कि डांटने की जरूरत है तो डांट दिया, और अगर मान लीजिए पनिशमेंट देने की जरूरत है तो पनिशमेंट दे दिया. दिस इज जेंटल वे, बट इट इज नियर टू द पॉजिटिव डिसिप्लिन. यानी भले मानस की तरह से कार्य करना, बट इन डिसिप्लिन फोर्स लाइक पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट देयर इज नो स्कोप ऑफ जेंटल डिसिप्लिन. वहां तो डिसिप्लिन फोर्स है तो डिसिप्लिन में रहना ही होगा. यू हैव टू बी, देयर मस्ट बी पॉजिटिव फॉर इंडिविजुअल, बट as organizational point of view, you have to be a disciplined person. This is boundary based discipline. In boundary based discipline, you have to decide the limit. आपने देखिए सिर्फ वहां तक तो आप काम कर सकते हैं, वहां तक तो जा सकते हैं, उसके आगे अगर आप जाएंगे तो आप जिम्मेदार होंगे वहां जाने के. जैसे आपको सिखाया जाता है ना पुलिस में कि आपने जब क्राउड को कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं तो आपने कब लाठीचार्ज करना है, कब वार्निंग देनी है, कब आपने जो है गोली चलानी है, कब क्या करना है. These are called boundary based discipline. So setting the limit or establishing the boundaries, this is boundary based discipline, and limits are clearly communicated to them. Establish clear rules, ये करना है, ये नहीं करना है, वो करना है. So this is basically boundary based discipline. Behavior modification discipline, this is basically related to the change of the behavior, change of the behavioral pattern of the individual. If any person is indulging in some mistakes or he is doing some abnormal behavior, then this is the duty of the leader, this is the duty of the superior officer to alter them or to counsel them. So behavioral modification is there. It focuses on positive and negative, both the consequences. Behavior may be any type, but you have to modify that fellow. Praise and reward method you can adopt. Misbehavior is discouraged through the use of ignoring tactics. For example, if any person, any student is not doing the homework, then how you have to tackle? क्या सीधे थप्पड़ मार देंगे? न पहले उसे समझाएंगे, पहले उसे बिठाएंगे, नहीं समझ में आ रहा है तो उसे बताएंगे. तो ये ही मेथड, प्रोग्रेसिव मेथड, you have to adopt. It often use the discipline kids with ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. This is basically related to the brain of the child, brain of the person. If brain of the person is defective, if some defect is there, then you have to get him be treated with the psychiatric person, psychiatric doctor, or with the psychologist or other persons. So if there is need of positive or negative punishment, you can give to that. So that will be related to the behavioral modification. And sixth one is emotion coaching. Emotion coaching. बैठा करके अच्छे अच्छे लोगों की कहानियां सुनाइए, उनका मॉरल बूस्ट कीजिए और उनका इमोशन के साथ में बताइए कि जिंदगी में तुम क्या करोगे, कैसे करोगे. तो इस टाइप का जब काउंसलिंग आप बच्चे की करेंगे तो उसमें उसके इमोशन जागेंगे, उनकी कोचिंग कर रहे हैं. So it focuses on teaching kids about feelings, beware of emotions, connect with your child, listen to your child. कई बार बच्चों की बात ही नहीं सुनते हैं ना, और वैसे ही झापड़ मारना शुरू कर देते हैं. नेम इमोशंस, verbalize his feelings and find solutions, teach problems solving skills, praise to encourage positive behavior, teach negative consequences. It means you have to play with the emotions of the child, or you can improve the discipline in them. So these are very important. Here I have taken some moral education example through which the discipline can be taught. What is that one? 5 senses I have explained to you. I will not repeat that one. Your voice, ऊंचा बोलते हैं, नीचा बोलते हैं, वॉल्यूम क्या रखते हैं, गुस्से में बोलते हैं, कैसे बोलते हैं, मीठा बोलते हैं, कड़वा बोलते हैं, तो ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट होता है. इसलिए ऐसी वाणी बोलिए मन का आपा खोए, और उनको शीतल करे आपो शीतल हो. You should be sweet spoken person, the soft skilled person, the well behaved person. तुमने देखा होगा कौवा और कोयल को, कागा कागो धरा रहे, कोयल काको दे, केवल मीठे बोल सुना बस में सबको कर ले. तो why are you not speaking sweet? So behave yourself in speaking. Words, कैसे वर्ड इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं. ओ काणे किधर जा रहा है, एक तो ये है. एक बार तो आप माताजी बोलते हैं, माताजी प्रणाम, और इसी को बात बोलते हैं तो सही वो, ए मेरे बाप की लुगाई नमस्ते, तो nobody will accept that one. Though the meaning of both the things are the same, but these are not in practice. That's why satyam briyat priyam briyat na briyat satyam apriyam. असत्य यानी अप्रिय सत्य नहीं बोलना चाहिए, प्रिय सत्य बोलिए. ओके. एंड अगेन आपकी बॉडी लैंग्वेज कैसी है, आपकी आई कॉन्टेक्ट कैसे हैं, आप इस बात को भी सिखाइए कि जब नमस्ते करना है तो कैसे आपने आंखों में आंखें डाल ली हैं, कैसे उनके चेहरे की तरफ देखना है, कैसे क्या करना है, कैसे डिसिप्लिन में रहना है, कैसे आई कॉन्टेक्ट करना है. यू हैव टू टीच दैट वन. And you have to decide what is worth disciplining or what is not worth discipline. So don't waste your time in not picking, or don't waste your time in you can say बेकार की बातों में समय बर्बाद ना कीजिएगा. Okay. There must be contentment in the life. I have already spoken about the contentment. संतोष. और एक दोहा फिर याद आ रहा है, गोधन गजधन बाजधन और रतन धन खान, जब आवे संतोष धन सब धन दूर समान. यानी कितने भी धनवान आदमी हो जाएं तब भी कंटेंटेड नहीं होते. बिरला, टाटा, डालमिया, आजकल अंबानी चौक से पैसा हो जाए फिर भी इनको संतोष नहीं है कहीं पर भी. और अगर इफ देयर इज नो कंटेंटमेंट इन द लाइफ, देन मैन कैन नॉट बी हैप्पी इन द लाइफ. एंड वन मस्ट बी हार्ड वर्कर. Hard work always pays. अब आप कहोगे ये हार्ड वर्क तो वो सड़क पर जो काम मजदूर करते हैं वो भी करते हैं, लेकिन ये भी तो है ना कैसा काम उन्होंने चुना है करने के लिए. That is also important. But hard work will always pay. उद्यमेनि सिद्ध्यन्ति कार्याणि न मनोरथै, नहि सुप्तस्य सिंहस्य प्रविशन्ति मुखे मृगा. परिश्रम करने से ही कार्य की सिद्धि होती है, मन में सोच लेने से नहीं होती. जैसे शेर जंगल का राजा होता है, फिर भी हिरण अपने आप उसके मुंह में प्रवेश नहीं करता. Here anyhow, and you have to change yourself according to the circumstances. ऑफिसर नया आता है, वातावरण एकदम बदल जाता है, अपने आप को उसके अनुसार ही बदलना पड़ेगा. जैसे जिस स्टाइल से वो काम करवाना चाहता है उसी स्टाइल से आपको काम करना पड़ेगा. सो यह कालज्ञ सह सर्वज्ञ. Whosoever has studied the nerve of the time and working according to that one, he can be successful in the life. You have to be loyal to the organization. but you have to be faithful to the officer. You have to be faithful to the officer. If you are not faithful to the officer, आपकी ACR खराब हो जाएगी, नहीं होना चाहिए. Value of time is also there. Punctuality, continuity, regularity, ये होना चाहिए. और जो काम को आपको डिले नहीं करना चाहिए, क्योंकि जब खेत सूख जाए और फिर बारिश हो, फिर क्या फायदा है. कावर साजब कृषि सुखाने, समय चूक को निकापस पाने. इसलिए काल करे सो आज कर, आज करे सो अब, पल में परलय होगी बहुरी करेगो कब. इसलिए नो, you should be punctual, you should be continue, and there must be regularity in your life also. And in the life you have to fix the priorities. पहले कौन सा करना है, दूसरे पर कौन सा, फिर कौन सा, फिर कौन सा, फिर कौन सा. और आप समझ लीजिए लाइफ के अंदर कि आपका कर्म ही धर्म है. आप ना हिंदू है ना मुसलमान है, जब तक पुलिस में है, जब तक काम कर रहे हैं, तो आपका काम ही धर्म है. इसलिए जो मनु जी हैं, उन्होंने खुद बताया था कि धर्म के 10 लक्षण होते हैं. क्या? धृति क्षमा दमो अस्तेयम शौचम इंद्रिय निग्रह धीर विद्या सत्यम अक्रोधः दशकम धर्म लक्षणम. यानी आदमी को कर्तव्य निष्ठ होना चाहिए, अपने आप को पवित्र होना चाहिए. He should be educated, he should be anybody's requesting something? Bodha is requesting anyhow. So you should be dutiful to your work, and you should not be indulge yourself in the extra things. Okay. Again, there may be several types of approaches for discipline. I think it must be sufficient about the discipline. Now I am coming to the self-discipline. Self-discipline is very important in the life. This is the highest level of the discipline and most effective in the life. Self-discipline is basically the ability to control one's feelings and overcome one's weaknesses. If individual knows, for this one you can learn one word, know thyself. First of all, you have to know yourself. Know yourself. मैं क्या हूँ, क्यों आया हूँ, क्यों यहाँ बैठा हूँ, क्यों मैं ये ड्यूटी कर रहा हूँ, और क्या मेरा कर्तव्य है, क्या मुझे करना चाहिए, क्या मैं कर रहा हूँ, कौन से नेगेटिव पॉइंट हैं, कौन से खराब पॉइंट हैं. If you have learned yourself and you are improving yourself, then it will be called the self-discipline. Self-discipline. So to be a self-disciplined person, you have to be able to control your feelings. वही फिर मनसा वाचा कर्मणा आ जाएगा. Your desires, your speaking, your actions. So if you want to be a self-disciplined person, you have to control yourself. Train yourself and control the self-conduct of personal improvement. Do little things. Beware of little things. That is very important. वो कहावत है ना, आदमी को छोटी छोटी चीजों से भी सावधान रहना चाहिए. ना तो द्रौपदी अंधे का अंधा कहती, ना महाभारत होता. So you have to be very careful in your life. Beware of trifles. But it does not do any harm. So the importance should be given to the teeny things also. वो कहावत है ना, तिनका कबहू न निंदिए जो पायंतर हो, पर एक दिन आंख में खरो रोहेला होए. यानी तिनके की भी हमें निंदा नहीं करनी चाहिए, अपने काम से मतलब रखना चाहिए. So we have to be very careful in the life about the teeny things also. Okay, self-discipline में जाइए. There are 5 pillars of the self-discipline. That is acceptance, willpower, hard work, industry, and persistence. These are 5 things. You can say this is a whip. पहला पहला अक्षर ले लीजिए AWHIP, a whip. Here a whip means just like an hammer or koda. It means if you are following these 5 pillars in the discipline in your life, then you can improve yourself. एक तरीके से ये एक 5 कोड़े हैं. एक्सेप्टेंस, बात को एक्सेप्ट करना सीख लीजिए, अपनी विल पावर बढ़ाइए, हार्ड वर्क बढ़ाइए, मेहनती बनिए एंड परसिस्टेंस. तो ये अगर आप फॉलो कर रहे हैं, यू कैन बी ए गुड डिसिप्लिन्ड पर्सन. To be self-disciplined, get yourself organized. Don't constantly seek to be entertained. Be on time. Keep your words. Do the most difficult tasks first. Finish what you start. Accept correction. Practice self-denial and welcome responsibilities. So these are the points related to self-discipline. There may be some grievances of the organization, grievances of the individual also. So institutions should see the grievances of the individuals or the employees or the students, and the school or the organization should see the grievances of the students, and students should see the grievances of the schools also. So this is vice versa, and their expectations must be fulfilled in the life. Then there will be a proper discipline. Okay. Now in conclusion, we can say that discipline in life has many virtues like being focused, staying healthy, and also avoiding problems. As per the current lifestyle and social trends, discipline techniques seems to be one of the essential life skills. Secondly, discipline extends to personal life, career, work, study, lifestyle, and even social life. So it is good to inculcate students discipline in school. School discipline can help children habituate it and can be carried on for life. Thirdly, discipline is a way of life where one tries to be on time and live in systematic way. Discipline is a habit and not an adaptation in life. So one can practice discipline for better life. Discipline is not limited to money, to money, riches, or poverty, but it is just a personal orientation towards life. Discipline is one of the factors by which people judge others. Those highly talented and hardworking people cannot be successful if they are not disciplined. For them, more than knowledge, communication, or still discipline played a key role in their way to success. So many successful people attributed their success to discipline. In short, I can say that no life without discipline. So this is all about the discipline. Thank you very much. I'm giving 5 minutes break, and I will get the second PPT that is related to attitude. Thank you very much. If you are having any question, you are most welcome. Please come forward.
Sir, difference between punctuality and discipline, sir. I want to know, sir.
Punctuality.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Differences between.
Okay. Punctuality is one of the aspects of the discipline, or you can say punctuality is one of the element of the discipline. It is one part or one tiny element of the discipline. Discipline is a vast thing that will include the every aspect of the life. Every aspect of the life. मनसा वाचा कर्मणा, सोचना, बोलना, कर्म करना, सब पंक्चुअलिटी एक है, बस ये समझ लीजिए.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any other?
Sir, we can say discipline in short as who am I? Self-defense, self-discipline as who am I?
Who am I? Or in Bible it is said, know thyself. और अगर अपने आप को जान लिया तो सेल्फ डिसिप्लिन हो ही जाएगा. अपने आप को पहचानने की कोशिश कीजिए. Who am I? इस पर भी मैंने लेक्चर दिया था मेडिकल इंस्टीट्यूट में. नो दाई सेल्फ. दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. अपने आप को ही नहीं जानते, बाकी पूरी दुनिया को जानने की कोशिश करते हैं आदमी. सो नो दाई सेल्फ, नो योर सेल्फ. करेक्ट, यू आर राइट. आई एग्री. So I'm taking 5 minutes and putting the second.
Sir, good morning,
second
sir.
PPT.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir,
yes.
ये सेल्फ डिसिप्लिन में 5 एलिमेंट्स बोले ना?
Yes.
Acceptance, willpower, hard work, and industry and persistence.
Yes.
What is the difference between hard work and industry?
Yes. Very little difference. Hard work and industrious person. Industrious person.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah. This is a very, very good question. Hard work means there may be, you can say, person who is doing from morning to evening, but the output is very, very less. Very less. You can say that it is hard worker person, but what is the output? That is also that is also important. In industrious person, both the things will be there. Both the things will be there. The result oriented hard work may be industrious. So there is very, very, very little difference between them. Very little difference. G.
Sir, hard work, your meaning of hard work is a one day. Industry is a long time.
नहीं, hard work may be confined to the particular work. Industrious for forever.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Industrious for ever. In
Yes,
every
sir.
field, he will be industrious.
Okay, sir.
But hard work may be for particular work. He may be hard worker. For another particular work, he may not be hard worker. Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर. सर, बच्चों में जो एसपीसी के बच्चों को हम लोग जब पढ़ाने जाते हैं तो उनको हम लोग डिसिप्लिन ऐसा कैसे सिखाएं कि मतलब उनको ऑटोमेटिक इनबिल्ड हो जाए, मतलब फोर्सफुली हम लोगों को ना करना पड़े कि हाँ यू हैव टू डिसिप्लिन. थोड़ा इस पे बताएं सर कुछ.
आपको तीन तरीके का डिसिप्लिन बताया है. एक तो वो है अनुशासन, दूसरा है आत्मानुशासन, तीसरा है परानुशासन.
जी.
परानुशासन एम्प्लॉइज पर लागू होता है, स्कूल में भी लागू होता है. स्कूल के अपने रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन होते हैं कुछ, उनको उन पर इम्पोज किया जाता है कि भाई आपने 9:30 बजे स्कूल में आना ही है, 5 बजे आपकी छुट्टी होगी. ये स्कूल का अपना है नियम, वो डिसिप्लिन में माना जाएगा. अब ये है कि उनको ना दबाव ज्यादा दिया जाए, तो उसके लिए मेंटरिंग और काउंसलिंग ये बहुत जरूरी होता है. मॉरल एजुकेशन का जो एक मैंने स्लाइड बनाई है, मॉरल एजुकेशन वाला सिखाना बहुत जरूरी होता है. और उनको जो अच्छे बड़े जो लोग हैं उनकी जीवनियां उनको सिखाना बहुत जरूरी होता है, उनको पढ़वाना बहुत जरूरी होता है. उनमें जो एजुकेटिव जो पर्सनैलिटीज हैं, डॉक्टर अंबेडकर कैसे बने, या रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर कैसे इतने बड़े कवि बन गए, या दूसरे लोग कैसे बन गए, तो उनके बारे में भी बताना जरूरी है. उससे उनको प्रेरणा मिलेगी, उनको मोटिवेशन मिलेगा. तो हमने मोटिवेट करना है, काउंसलिंग करना है, उनको सलाह देनी है, उनकी प्रॉब्लम को सुनना है, उनकी प्रॉब्लम को सुन करके हमें पिटाई के बजाय उसका सॉल्यूशन या समाधान उनको बताना है। तो बगैर बगैर डांटे डूटे आप ऐसे उन्हें सिखा सकते हैं। There are several ways. ये जिन्होंने बीएड करी हुई होती है ना, आई एम आल्सो बीएड, आई एम ट्रेन्ड टीचर, तो उसमें सिखाया जाता है कि जो किसी सब्जेक्ट में कमजोर बच्चा होता है तो उसको कैसे मैथ में सुधारा जाए, या अंग्रेजी की स्पेलिंग भूल जाता है कैसे सुधारा जाए। तो वो काउंसलिंग ही है, या उनको समझाना ही है, या उनको सलाह देना ही है। पिटाई से नहीं बच्चे कभी भी होते, पिटाई से तो जो पुरानी कहावत है, बच्चे और औरतें दोनों बिगड़ जाते हैं अगर इनको पिटाई करोगे तो आप।
राइट सर।
हाँ,
ठीक सर, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
okay, I'm taking second slide. My PPT is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, very good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So in this session, we will discuss the attitude. Attitude is also very important in the life.
So make it a full screen, sir.
Okay, okay. 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
It is okay now?
No. Confirm,
Okay,
sir.
okay. So the basic objective of this talk is to educate students about the power of positive attitude. Secondly, consequences of positive and negative attitude. Thirdly, role of positive attitude and positive thinking in achieving success. And lastly, how to develop positive thinking and positive frame of mind. So we will discuss basically these 4 points, and there may be some allied points also. Those are directly related to the attitude. So we can say that attitude is a little thing. In practice, it is in a first hand, it is seen that it is a very little thing that makes big difference. That make big difference. So we should always see that we have to be beware of trifles. Though it seems that it is a very little thing, but it makes a big difference in the life. What is attitude? Attitude is a mental position relative to a way of thinking or being. Or in other words, we can say an attitude is an expression of favor or disfavor towards a person, place, thing, event, etc. It means towards any objective, what type of attitude is there? Sometimes you have seen that a person has come before you, तो आप अपना नाक मुंह सिकोड़ना शुरू कर देते हैं. This shows your attitude. It means you are not interested in that person, in that fellow. So your attitude is basically depends upon your expressions. Though these may be physical expressions, these may be body expressions, these may be eye expressions, these may be verbal expressions, etc., etc. So attitude is a settled way of thinking or feeling about something. This is written in Oxford Dictionary. Lastly, I can say that prominent psychologist Gordon L. Ford describes attitude the most distinctive and indispensable concept in contemporary social psychology. According to him, he says that there is a little difference. Only you can say, I can do this work, or you can say, I cannot do this work. Both are right. Both are right. But it shows your attitude. In simple language, you can say कि हमारे सामने आधा गिलास का पानी का भरा हुआ है. अगर पूछा जाए आप क्या देख रहे हैं, तो he can say that the glass is half filled, or you can say the glass is half vacant. So both are correct, but this shows your attitude, and this attitude matters you. So the positive thinker sees invisible, feels the intangible, and achieve the impossible. It means the persons those are having the positive attitude, they always see the invisible things, they always feel the intangible things, and they achieve the impossible things. Okay. Attitude is a feeling, belief, or opinion of approval or disapproval towards something. Attitude is predisposition or a tendency to respond positively or negatively towards a certain idea, object, person, or situation. So I'm not going in further detail because we are having only 40 minutes now. Where does attitude come from? ये आता कहां से है? In short, I can say that this is within you. कहीं से नहीं आता, आपके अंदर से ही पैदा होता है. You determine your attitude. It governs the way you perceive the world and the way the world perceives you. Each one of us encounters hard times, hurt, feelings, heartache, and physical and emotional harm. We may blame others, circumstances, or events for a situation, but the key is our response and reactions to those things or people. We usually feel people and things causing a reaction in us. The key is to realize that it is not what happens to you that matters. It is how you choose to respond. In fact, we choose the reaction to be a good mood or bad mood. We choose how people affect our mood. We can choose to respond in a positive or negative way these challenges. Here I will give one example of Rorschach test in psychology. If you have heard the name of Rorschach. Rorschach was a psychologist. Once his mood was very bad. So he put his ink pot and threw on the wall. He immediately have one thought, अरे ये तो ऐसा दिखाई दे रहा है. So on next day, he was feeling something else. So he collected, he called 3-4 persons. One of them was poet, one was economist, one was the philosopher, and all the 3 persons were giving their own ideas about that one. That was not depending upon the, sorry, यार लेक्चर चल रहा है, बताओ. तो बनवा करके दे दो फिर.
आप म्यूट कैसा लग रही भूषण सर? भूषण सर आप म्यूट है, अनम्यूट कीजिए. सर आप अपने को अनम्यूट कीजिए पहले. यू आर नॉट ऑडिबल. यहाँ से नहीं हो सकता.
Sir, unmute yourself, sir.
सर अनम्यूट. शेयर स्टॉप कर रहे हैं. इनको इन्होंने सर प्रेजेंटेशन विजिबल है आपकी. अनम्यूट.
Sir, unmute yourself. Sir, video is okay, sir.
It is okay now?
Yes, sir. Yes, okay.
Where's the video?
But video is not visible.
Now?
No. Yes. Okay.
It is visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And audible also?
But make it full
So-
screen. Full mode.
Oh, full screen. Okay. So I was emphasizing that your attitude is governed by your perception. By your perception. How you are perceiving any object, then you will show your attitude towards that. You will react according to that. Only then we can say that your perception is very important. A perception will also depend upon so many things. So many things. Your past experience, your new experience, your you can say reading, your studies, your contacts with others, your knowledge, और जो ज्ञान आपने हासिल किया है. On all these things, your perception will depend, and these perception will affect your attitude in you. Here you can see 2 pictures. Here you are seeing that the iceberg is seen on the floor of the water, on the water. It is that what is inside the water, that is not visible. That is not visible. It means whatsoever you are seeing is not 100% correct. It is not always correct. Where there is smoke, there is fire. Because on the mountains, you will find the smoke-like thing there, but there is no fire on the mountains. So here I want to say that only 10% things can be visible in the things until you are not experienced the things. Until you are not experienced the things, you cannot describe the 100% things. So only 10% of any iceberg is visible, 90% is below the sea. Here in this picture, you are saying, you are seeing the known to others. It means the portion which is above the seawater, that is known to everybody. That is known to everybody. or it will depend upon the person who has visited these icebergs. Okay. But whosoever has gone to the deep and has come to know that 90% is under the water. So that is basically attitude. Because whatsoever is visible to everybody, to everything, is known to everyone. So that is not an attitude, because it is known to all. But which is unknown, and you are explaining that one, that will become the attitude. Here, in short, I can say that the person who is trying to explain the unknown thing and only known to him may be said that he is a person of attitude. Okay. Attitude contains 8 letters, each of which defines its meanings. That is attitude. A for always make today your best day. If you want to become a man of attitude, then always make today your best day. Treat others with respect. Take pride in a job well done. Interrupt negative thoughts. Think positive. Utilize your personal talent. Derive pleasure in work. Derive pleasure in your work. Expect positive outcome. It means if you are attaining these qualities, those are sorry, explained here, then you can say that he is a man of attitude. Okay. There are 2 kinds of people. Those who take responsibility, and other is those who blame others. Now you can easily say that what type of attitude is of the first person and what type of attitude is of the second person. People who take responsibility for their situations are positive people who see the world as a good place. They have made the conscious decision to be this way. Keep in mind, choosing our mental attitude is the only thing we can control in our life. Each morning we wake up, we can choose to be in a good mood or can choose to be in a bad mood. Each time something bad happens, we can choose to be a victim or we can choose to learn from it. What may be the features of the attitude? Attitude can be characterized in different ways. It has an object. It means you will show your attitude towards any object. That object may be anything, any place, any person, any idea, any situation. You will show your attitude towards these things. It means for attitude, an object is necessary. This is the first requirement of the attitude, because he will show his or her attitude towards that thing. Change with time and situation. It is not fixed. There may be attitude in one time, one type, and in other situation, it may be other type. So changes with time and situation, but sometimes stable phenomena also. कहने पक्की धारणा बना ली है उसने अपने दिमाग के अंदर, तो फिर वो एटीट्यूड नहीं बदलेगा उसका. Otherwise, as per situation or as per time, the attitude can be changed. Okay. Related to feelings and beliefs of people may be predisposition. Attitude may be depending upon your perception, depending upon your feelings, depending upon the belief of the people. So it can be as per situation, but it can be predisposition also. It means whatsoever you have thought in your mind before seeing that situation, you will be affected by that predisposition thought. Okay. Affects one's behavior positively or negatively. Your attitude may be positive, your attitude may be negative. Okay. Affect perception or human behavior and vice versa. It means the attitude is affected by the perception or by the human behavior, as well as your perception and human behavior can be affected by your attitude also. Because not only your perception will affect, but your attitude will also affect the perception. How you are feeling, how you are thinking, how you are speaking, how you are acting, all these things will be affected by your attitude also. Attitude are learned through experiences, but in India, born as caste. Okay. Attitude can be changed as per experiences, but some attitudes will depend, those are permanent in the life. For example, if he is scheduled caste, our attitude will be the same for all scheduled castes, the same. These are born, these are permanent attitude. These are permanent attitude. Because caste system has become the permanent thing. Whatsoever is permanent, your attitude will also be permanent. If it is changeable, then your attitude can also be changeable. Maybe unconsciously held. Attitude maybe sometimes will depend unconsciously, it will depend upon your mood, upon your angerness, upon your other things or other circumstances also. So attitude is determined by your experience, by your education, and by the environment. These three important things are those are affecting the attitude or determining the attitude. What is the nature of attitude? Attitude have a subject or object relationship. Very good. It means whatsoever you are seeing, whatsoever you are observing, whatsoever you are experiencing, whatsoever you are related to that things, so it will affect your attitude. So attitude will be decided by the relationship with the subject and object. What type of relationship is there? It is related to the specific objects, person, groups, institution, organization, values, etc., etc. Attitude are learned. They are not inherent or innate in individual. They are not hereditarily coming from the parents to the students, but they are learned. It depends on the life training and circumstances. For example, again, I am giving the example because we have been taught by our parents, by the society, that he is ये sweeper है, ये scheduled caste है, ये शूद्र है. So because we have been trained and educated by the society, by our family, by our persons, so these are learned. These can be. And what type of attitude is there? You all know what type of attitude is there. So these may be called that attitude is learned. It is relatively enduring states of readiness. It helps us in making proper response. It helps in motivation. So it will depend upon your attitude when you are ready to work that things. It is different according to stimuli. Yes. What type of perception you have made? Up to what extent you are connected to that object? Up to what extent you are experiencing that object or place or situation or words or sayings or personality or person. So it will depend upon your stimuli. how you, up to what extent you are attached to that thing. So your attitude will also decide according to your stimuli. It ranges from strongly positive to strongly negative. कैसा भी हो सकता है, strongly negative हो सकता है, strongly positive भी हो सकता है. Okay. Aspect of valence, the degree of favorableness and unfavorableness towards the event. That will be related to the valence. How you are related to that object. Again, aspect of multiplexity, number of elements constituting the attitude. There are several numbers, as I have explained: your environment, your family, your education, your experience, your other things. So there are so many aspects, those are affecting the attitude. Relation to need aspects, worry in relation to need they serve. It means your attitude may vary according to the situation, according to the you can say aspects or stimuli in yourself. A centrality of the aspect is also there. This is importance of attitude object to someone. It means कोई आदमी आपके काम का है तो आपका एटीट्यूड और होगा, कोई आदमी आपके काम का नहीं है तो आपका एटीट्यूड और होगा. So it will depend upon the centrality of your thoughts. Self change affects the attitude. Correct? Your thinking will affect the attitude. Your behavior will affect the attitude. It means there are three things, those are interrelated. Your thinking, your behavior, your attitude, all are interrelated to each other. Again, जो मैंने वर्ड इस्तेमाल किया था मनसा वाचा कर्मणा, ये तीनों चीजों पर आपका सोच, थिंकिंग, आपका बोल, आपका कर्म, इससे एटीट्यूड आपका रिफ्लेक्ट होगा. So these are not taught but self created. There may be several factors, as I have already explained to you. So this is from your inside to outside. There are three basic components, or it may be called the ABC model. This was propounded by the psychologists such as Rosenberg, Eagle, and Holland. One is cognitive, second is affective or emotional, third is cognitive or behavioral. It means, first of all, the things must be cognitive to you. There must be some information in your mind about that things. Only then you can show the attitude. It means the information, the opinion, the knowledge or the belief about that object, that will formulate your attitude. And in that position, your cognizance may be negative, it may be positive also. So any informal or cognitive, you can say that it may be positive or it may be negative, but it will depend upon your information, upon your opinion, upon your knowledge, etc., etc. Second one is affective or emotional. It means your emotions, your sentiments, your moods, your feelings will trigger the object, and that will formulate the attitude. It means what things are affecting you, what things are affecting your mood, what things are affecting your thinking, your emotions, what things are affecting or what type of effect is there, that will decide the attitude. And last one is cognitive or behavioral component. The way of thinking, feelings, intention to behave or react in a certain way towards the object will decide your attitude. It means, again वही आ जाता है आपका, जो इंफॉर्मेशन आपको मिली उस पर सोच पर आपकी पर असर पड़ा, दूसरा आपके इमोशंस पर, मूड पर, माइंड पर असर पड़ा, तीसरा आपके बिहेवियर पर असर पड़ा. इट मींस these are simple things. वही है मनसा वाचा कर्मणा वाली बात आ जाएगी indirect way में. So these decides the attitude. These are the basic components of the attitude. This basically emphasizes the interrelationship among knowledge, feeling, or doing. Here again, knowledge, knowing. Knowing means experience, or feeling, यानी सोच, doing, कर्तव्य. वही आ जाएगा फिर आपका मनसावाचा कर्म. Relative importance of the component depends upon level of motivation. Up to what extent you are attached with the object, that will decide your attitude. Now I'm going to give one example. Cognition. My pay is low. मैं ये जानता हूं, मेरे को ये पता चला कि मेरी पे लो है. So my attitude क्या होगा? My supervisor is unfair. He is giving very low pay to me. This will be my attitude. If my pay is sufficient, then he will say my supervisor is fair. He is very good. It means cognition may be negative, it may be positive. Now, the example of affects. I am anger over how little I am paid. Affect क्या हुआ उस पर उस कॉग्निजेंस का कि मेरे को गुस्सा आता है, मेरे को बहुत कम तनख्वाह मिलती है. और रिजल्ट क्या है उसका? आई डिसलाइक माई सुपरवाइजर. अगर यही कह दे कि मेरी पे अच्छी है, मैं बहुत खुश हूं, तो फिर यहां कह देगा वो आई लाइक माई सुपरवाइजर. सो योर एटीट्यूड इज अफेक्टेड बाय द कॉग्निजेंस. अगेन बिहेवियर. आई एम गोइंग टू look for another job that pays better. This is the part of behavior. I'm looking for another job. So I can say that my behavior has been changed and I have started to search the job. Here I want to say simply that your attitude is affected by the objects, and that object may be related to the cognition, affects, and behavior. Development of attitudes. Attitude are learned and acquired through the following sources. That is integration of experience. We have discussed integration of experience. जो आपके घर वाला, मैंने कास्ट वाला भी एग्जाम्पल दिया और दूसरा भी दिया. तजुर्बे के आधार पर आप इसे एक्वायर कर सकते हैं. डिफरेंशिएशन ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस. When new experiences are acquired, they are differentiated or segregated from the old acquired one, and more specific attitudes is formed. This is the second form now. This is the new development. जो इंटीग्रेटेड एक्सपीरियंस था उसके अलावा नया एक्सपीरियंस मिला तो उसका ये डिफरेंशिएशन ऑफ द एक्सपीरियंस कहलाएगा. फिर ट्रॉमा और ड्रामेटिक एक्सपीरियंस. आफ्टर इफेक्ट ऑफ एनी ट्रॉमा or incident, a shopkeeper may develop negative attitude towards the students if his shops were burnt by students during a strike. That may be traumatic or dramatic situation. And next one is adoption of the available attitude. A ready-made approach. This is called a ready-made approach. Following friends, teachers, parents, family, peer group, community, classical conditioning, mass communication, economic status, conditioning, culture and values and situations. These are adoption of the available attitudes. These things are already available in the society, are available in the family, and we are learning. What happened? Factors influencing attitude formation. This is related to individual, related to family, related to society, related to organization, etc. Individual, physical growth and development. This is poor health or poor adjustment or may develop poor attitude. Intellectual development. Factors such as memory, understanding, thinking capacity, reasoning ability, etc. Emotional development. Factors such as emotional maturity, social adjustment, social approval, etc. Social development. Factors such as social interaction may create antisocial attitudes. Ethical and moral development. God is one or many. Concept of values and ideas. These may be ethical. This will depend upon the individual. B is related to the environment. In environment, you will be affected by the heredity as well as the home or family environment or social environment or organizational environment. In environment, heredity and the other environments will be included. So you will be affected by the values and concepts of the family, attitude of the family members, faculty, upbringing, faulty upbringing of the child, unhealthy family relationships. So he will be affected by that. Social environment, school, teacher, classmates, teaching methods, curriculum, subjects, etc. These will affect the attitude of the person. Influence of your environment hence add positive behavior. Here we want to say that if we know that man is affected by the attitude can be changed, it can be taught, it can be, you can say, mentored, it can be counseled. So we should do that one. For this purpose, we should teach them that spread a smile around yourself. Sprinkle some positive on the negatives. Focus on good of each day. Say please and thank you. Practice empathy and show the sympathy also. Evaluate your behavior. Never miss an opportunity to complete the work. See criticism as opportunity to improve. For this purpose, you can recite the दोहा of Rahim. निंदक नियरे राखिए आंगन कुठी छवाए, बिन पानी साबुन बिना उज्जवल होए सुबह. इसलिए आलोचना से डरिए नहीं. आलोचक जो करता है उस पर विचार कीजिए और अपने आप को इम्प्रूव कीजिए. Whatsoever you have promised, keep your words and keep your promises. Fulfill that one. Cultivate your sense of humor. Keep open mind to changes. It means you should not be so rigid. There must be some changeable things. Have a forgiving view. क्षमा करने की होनी चाहिए. क्षमा बड़न को चाहिए, छोटन को उत्पात, का रहीम हर को घटो जो ब्रह्मारी लात. इट मीन्स बच्चों से गलती होती है, स्टूडेंट से गलती होती है, आपने उसको पनिशमेंट नहीं देना, क्षमा करना है, काउंसलिंग करना है. Choice is yours. You want to be a good, you want to spend your good day, or you want to spend your bad day. So it is up to you how you want to lead yourself. Attitude makes the difference. Attitude makes the difference. Winston Churchill, former British Prime Minister and statesman, said, attitude is a little thing that makes a big difference. Dr. Abdul Kalam also said at one, all birds find shelter during rain, but the eagle avoids rain by flying above the clouds. Above the clouds. Problems are common, but attitude makes the difference. So what is the attitude of eagle? What is the attitude of the bird? So it makes a great difference. What may be the types of the attitude? There may be 4 types. Those are based on the behavior of the person. 4 types of attitude. positive attitude, negative attitude, neutral attitude, and chicane attitude. Positive attitude, you are now well known what is positive attitude. I'm not covering this one. And this is all positive attitude. Negative attitude also, what may be due to, this may be due to anger, this may be due to doubt, this may be due to frustration, or it may be anti-authority, it may be impulsiveness, there may be invulnerability, like that. So there are so many, you can say, negative attitude which may be hazardous to the individual person. I have comparatively figured here positive symptoms or negative symptoms. Smile easily, that is positive attitude. In negative, rarely smiles. In positive attitude, willing to change ideas and behavior. In negative, unwilling to change. In positive, can see another person's point of view, cannot see another person's point of view, rarely complains, blames others for own mistakes. In positive, accepts responsibility for mistakes. In negative, very critical to others. In positive, seldom criticizes others. In negative, thinks only of self. In positive, is considerate of others, does not look other people in the eyes. In positive, look others people in eyes when talking with them. Negative, forces own opinion on others. Positive, respect other opinion of others. ये 2 बार लिख दिया इसमें. Respects opinion of others. Often makes excuses. Never make excuse. Has few interests. Has a variety of interests. So we can say that this is the prime difference between negative and positive. Neutral attitude. This is basically in between of the positive and negative. A neutral attitude occurs because person either has not made up their mind or may not know situation where they have needed to use an attitude. So silence is the best response to a fool person. So neutral is that he is neither showing the positive attitude, nor showing the negative attitude, nor showing the chicane attitude. What is chicane attitude? One of the most dangerous type of attitude. The chicane attitude has the caliber to destroy every image that comes in connection with a positive image. This attitude is more dangerous than negative attitudes. So bad attitudes will ruin your teamwork and ruin your self-image also. So you never follow the chicane attitude, which is not only harmful for the organization, but it is harmful for yourself also. Otherwise, you may be either neutral, you may be positive, or you may be negative. Attitude changes. I have explained. It will change according to the circumstances. It will change according to your experience. It will change according to your education. It will change according to the environment. It will change according to the circumstances in which you have entered. So it is changeable. Okay. What may be the barriers for changing the attitude? अच्छा एटीट्यूड बनाने में बैरियर क्या-क्या है? This is cognitive dissonance. When a person behaves in a fashion that is inconsistent with his or her attitude, means he or she knows it is wrong, but still continue to inconsistency. That is belittling the evidence about smoking and cancer. Most people think that human data are correctional. Here I want to say that if you have preconceived or decided thoughts in your mind, or if you want to hide your weaknesses, then this will be the barrier to the change of your attitude. Or you are having the prior commitment which you are not willing to change, so you will never change your attitude. If you are having strong commitment or you have decided that I am 100% correct, then you cannot change your attitude. Publicity expressed attitude. If you always wants that there must be some publicity, or you are interested in publicity, then whether it will be wrong or it will be right, you will publicize yourself. So these may be the, you can say, barriers. How to overcome these barriers? Providing new information, get rid of fear, resolving discrepancies, influence the priests, friends, and peers, and co-opting the approach. If you will adopt these ways, you can change the your attitude. Indian police is having the negative attitude as well as the positive attitude. I have taken the examples. Negative. Police is cruel, arrogant, atrocious, exploitative, sectarian, communal, personalized, perverted. So this is the negative aspect of the police attitude. The positive aspects are the police is patriotic, brave, obedient, hardworking, disciplined, competent, trained, duty bound.
Sir, may I request you to wind up the session because this is the lunchtime now. We have to resume by 2 p.m. for the ongoing session.
From arrogant to sweet spoken, from atrocious to helpful, like that.
Was gaining.
And you have to behave in a well manner in your routine work, in your bandobast, or in the general public. So, what type of performing, a way of performing of your duty you are adopting, that will be treated the attitude. Benefits of good attitude. Naturally, you will be praised in the society. You will be praised in the school. You will be praised in the organization. Or
excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, time to wind up because 2 o'clock is the next session, sir.
Okay. I'm winding. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So I can say that you have to adopt the positive attitude. And जो कहावत है ना, गुड़ ना दे गुड़ के सी बात कह दे, यानी आपको अपना बिहेवियर, आपकी वॉइस, आपका परसेप्शन, आपकी थिंग्स, you have to take care of all these things, then you can adopt a good behavior. So far as the question of indoor learning, it means you must be well aware about your inside rules and regulations, and you have to show according to law, you have to show according to rules and regulations of yours. So I can say, and I have given the signal also, so I'm closing here, that your attitude must be positive toward the general public. So thank you very much from my side. These are the quotes only, nothing. So thank you very much. If you are having any question, you are most welcome. Please come forward.
Okay, anyone, any questions, please shoot. Otherwise, we wind up and we meet at 2 o'clock. Anyone, please, any questions for Dr. Bhushan?
No,
It seems
was
that they are.
very
It
wonderful.
seems that they are
Thank you.
hungry. Now they want to leave. Such type of attitude is seen to me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, okay, brother.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we meet at 1400 hours. Thank you. Time for
Okay.
this break.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Wonderful, sir.
Thank you.
Mama, go. Imutan. Na morning session na teacher go na loy pa lang hum lang. Hello.
लंच है क्या लंच
Sir,
Good afternoon to everyone. And now we are going to start that afternoon session after lunch. That is, topic is safety of women and children. And this session will be handled by Dr. Punita Gupta, who is Associate Professor, Department of Education from Aditi Mahavidyalaya, University of Delhi. And just I will introduce that Dr. Punita Gupta. And she's having that good experience in the education field. And she is, her area of interest is research, which includes social sciences, education, elementary education, gender sensitization, and other fields also. And she is a very good author, and she has written 2 books. And she is eminent faculty member, and she is visiting faculty to different organization. And she has been organizing several training programs in collaboration with SCRT, DIETS, and other NGOs. And so far, she has organized more than 50 workshops in various schools in Delhi. In respect of that crime against women cell, NGOs, and other department also. And we are happy to invite you, ma'am, today for this session, and I'm handing over session to you right now.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, and namaskar, everybody. I hope me and my PowerPoint presentation is visible to all, because this is a new platform for me, WebEx. So I'm not that handy with the platform. I hope, sir, my PPT is visible to everyone.
Yeah, it is visible, ma'am, but make it a full screen, ma'am.
So that I don't know how to go about it.
F5, ma'am, press F5. F5.
Just a moment. No,
Slide mode, there is a symbol.
I'm just seeing. Yeah, slide mode, it's slideshow.
Slideshow.
Okay, from.
Not slideshow. That one.
It's not slideshow?
That is that niche ek button.
From beginning, from beginning, ma'am. From beginning.
From beginning. Okay. Is it fine now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Fine.
So how to go to the back slide? I just, let me see. Okay. So now my keyboard will work now. Thank you so much. So I was just seeing your today's schedule that you had very directly related things with the police training, attitude, discipline, and now afterwards you are having a session on corruption. So I am from a social sector, and I would be bringing some issues related to women and children in front of you. So the objective which I have taken from your organization's booklet only, but my own vision to understand these objectives is little different, because what we would be doing in 1.5 hour or 1 hour 15 minutes, that when I say that sensitization of participant, it doesn't mean that participants are not aware of this thing. It is about that because when we talk about India, and everybody knows that we have varied socioeconomic and cultural background all over the India. So we need to understand, and we need to be very sensitive about the people who are coming from the various different contexts. So when I say that awareness about the others who are coming from the different backgrounds, so women from my own place and women from other place, similarly a child from my place and from other place may be having different issues and may be having an understanding about certain things differently because of their home environment. So when the person is coming to me, or and the person is coming to you, so my vision to see that person should be the vision of that person. So that is what my understanding with the sensitization to the participant and to make them aware. So my understanding to this topic is this, that we all are aware about the safety mechanism right now we are having about the women and children, and what kind of improvisation and what kind of preparedness and readiness we are expecting from ourselves and from the society. And the second part is this, that always talking about the negative things or criticism and what is not into the right place and what is not going well, that doesn't serve the purpose, because we need a kind of motivation and we need a kind of success stories to understand what all is going well, so that it could become a kind of inspiring stories for us, so that we can also take our move ahead for a certain positive and certain good practices. So second part would be more about you, because in your own regions you may be having certain practices which other states might not be aware of those things, and I may not be aware of those things, though the web world is full of, full of the information what Indian police departments are doing about the women and children. But this is kind of brainstorming exercise to understand how these practices are the part of empowerment, and do we find any role of education into it. And when we say the education, what do we mean by education? It is the education, are we talking about the education which we are getting from the institution? We are going to school, we are going to the institution of higher education, or is it about the education to understand the society, and education about to become more liberal, to become more positive about women and children and their welfare? So that would be my take to this session, my understanding about it. So coming to the point, so even after the 75 years, if we say that it is very well written, it is very well translated in our constitution, if we see that it is very well chalked out certain laws related to women and about the Indian citizens. So even if we have so well drafted constitution in hand, which starts with the preamble, which says that equality, and we say equality, we say secularism, and we say brotherhood. And then we are finding that these kinds of cases are, it is a real, it is a pain for us when we see that our children and women are in crisis, and especially if I'm talking about in terms of violence. So even after the 75 years, we are talking about the safety of women and children. So first we need to understand, still the picture is still the situation or the status of women and children and the safety mechanism. What is wrong with that? Do we accept this, and or everything is fine, we are just giving a hype to it? So we need to understand that part also. So for premises of my presentation today, or the rationale, if I say that these are some of the data which I have taken from the various reports of police of India, that may be some state departments and maybe sub centrally located department. So we need to understand, if we see these 4 points, and it talks about the crime against women situations. So the magnitude of crime against women, it also talks about the nature of crime we see against the women and children. Right now I'm focusing, because I'm dividing my presentation in 2 parts, where I would be talking about women, then children, and we would be talking about some mechanism. So we need to understand that even our reports are saying that yes, this is still a critical point for us, and we need to understand that. So as a police personnel, if I say that how does it matter to me? So it matters to everybody, because we all are part of society, and we need to understand the victim or the complainant or the person who is coming to us is having a locale, is having a context. So we need to understand that context. That is very important, because every woman who is coming to us, or every child who is coming to us, is not well versed with the constitutional framework. So we need to understand, though they have not gone to school, they are not socially aware about certain things. So we have to take a step to make them understand about those things, or to recommend them, or to what to say, or to suggest them, or to or tell them about the places where they can get the resort. So if we see that these data is good enough to create a scene in front of us, that is still even after the 75 years, even after the Domestic Violence Act, we are still finding that situations are not that favorable or positive for the women. If we see the last point, we say that high reported cases of crime against women indicate the skewed gender and power relations in the society. This is what matters to us, because if we talk about the power relation, so what kind of power relationship we are talking about? So if we talk about in terms of constitution, do we want to say that that constitution is not same for everyone? So what is the power relationship? Yes, we need to understand that point also, that socially, economically, or educationally, if I add socially, socio-culturally, economically, and educationally, all women are not at the same platform. So availability of those resources, availability of those services are not same for everyone. So this is also one very important point. We need to understand that making constitution available doesn't mean that constitution is accessible and that constitution is affordable for everyone. So affordability, what does it mean by affordability? Affordability, we can see in two folds. One is that the time-wise affordability, we have seen that how long it takes to be solved a case in a court. Another thing is the money which is to be spent for to getting these services. So money doesn't mean that only the payment to be given to the lawyer, to the other legal services. It is about transportation, it is about other things, and maybe that woman is a working woman, maybe in a unorganized sector where she doesn't have a claim over the leaves as well. So monetary thing, if I'm talking about a financial aspect, if I'm talking about it, it's about everything. So affordability to access those legal facilities or legal services provided to the women, we need to understand those things with this point of view as well, because having a constitution booklet and making that booklet available to everyone doesn't mean that it is accessible to everyone. So we need to understand that as well. So coming to the next point, this is not the recent picture which is I'm showing to you. This is a few years back. This picture was made taking data from various states, but the key point here is to understand that we cannot deny that this is a fact. So we need to understand that situation is not that very good. So if we say that rape every 54 minutes, there may be some difference in the time frame now, but the borderline or the catch is this, that is still we have cases of rape, molestation, kidnapping, teasing, dowry death, cruelty, and criminal offenses against women. So situation is not that comfortable, despite we are having several legal provisions, and especially those provisions which are meant for the women. So we need to understand what went wrong and what is going wrong, despite having so well framed constitution. And we feel that yes, we are making women aware, we are making everybody, we are making even society aware of those things, and we are trying to make people sensitized towards women and children. But we need to understand that the smallest unit of the society, that is family. So what kind of socialization children are getting from the home, because that is very important and crucial part, which is actually preparing a typical kind of mindset, or we can say that a typical kind of gender binary between men and women. And that is what I was trying to explain when I was discussing about the rationale. The fourth point, it is about the power relationship. So how does this disequilibrium, or we say that imbalance, grows? So we need to understand what kind of socialization or what kind of family socialization or practices we are seeing at our home. So as the participants who are present today are not from the one place, they are from the various part of the country. So they might be having certain different practices at their home and in their socio-cultural belt, but there may be many who would be having entirely different kind of socio-cultural perspective. So bringing these issues here is a point that it is not only about my own upbringing and my own socialization towards the gender thing. It is about the person who is coming to me for the services, their socialization, to understand their socialization from their point of view also. So though we know that the law is same for everyone, So, but we have to understand the circumstances of the individual who is coming to us for the services. So there are some pictorial things I have not given, um, intentionally I have not given any statement or any text to these things, because I felt that the participants should understand these pictures with their own situations, in whatever situation they are working and in whatever situation they have grown up. So that would be a chance to interact with their own socialization process. So this is a kind of journey from a small child, I can say, from infant to a grown up lady. So we see that. So you may say that the society where you have brought up, you may have not found these kind of situations, but this is your situation is not the representation of complete India. So when we are talking about the safety of women, we need to talk about the safety inside home and outside home both. So if you see the in between the stage where we are finding that a woman is bashing or is scolding to a young girl, so we need to understand that the certain practices where we see the supremacy of male or male dominance, and we call it patriarchy also. It is not necessarily that men are showing power to women. So it is sometimes women patriarchy also plays its role. Women, I say women patriarchy, that the elder women in the family who have an understanding of social norms with the with the viewpoint or with the lens of men, and they try to transfer those cultural and social practices to the young generation. So sometimes we say that there is a saying in Hindi that aurat aurat ki dushman hoti hai. I just my point to bring this statement here is this, that there are many women who don't, they themselves don't understand the practices which they are following are actually not only to them, but they are harmful to others also. So they are making youngsters vulnerable. They're making all women vulnerable because they don't question for resources. They don't question for the basic services for which they are entitled for. So this is how we are, this is our, this is the way families are having an understanding towards the girl child. Uh, we know that in many culture, and especially if I talk about the North India or North Indian culture, there is a concept of son preference, because we have related so many cultural rituals with the men, and there are all the resources and privileges are attached with the men. So that is why the having a child, having a son in a family is always considered to be gives the value to that woman who has given birth to a boy. So you may be having different practices in your families, you may be having different practices, maybe the girl child is given equal importance and maybe more than a boy. But we need to understand the women who is coming to us, what kind of background she is having, and does the background or the socialization given to her is making her more vulnerable. So this is the picture which I think that if I ask you to give me a interpretation of this picture, you would be in a better position to tell me what this picture is trying to convey to us. See, the young children who are experiencing these kind of relationship or these kind of actions every day, or a kind of dialogue or kind of interaction between the parents or adults in the family on everyday basis, a kind of imbibe, a kind of silent learning, we call it passive learning, they are getting from the familial relationship. So what we are talking about, the power relationship, so not necessarily all the boys are trained that way and all the girls are trained that way. There are certain things which they are taking passively. So we need to understand our everyday steps at home. So the way we are treating the children in family, or wives or daughters and mothers in family, are the cues, are the hints to the younger ones to to set their own roles and responsibilities. So sometimes sometimes I have seen, I have experienced that sometimes parents say that because I am from the education sector, they say that we don't talk about those things in family. We have never differentiated between boys and girls in family. For us, children are children, that is it. But you have not said anything, but your body language, your action, your everyday everyday communication with the opposite sex, maybe your husband, maybe your brother, maybe your father, that is that is also a clue to the young ones to get certain to get certain indicators to grow in their own personality as a boy, as a girl. So this gender binary, or to say these differences in gender roles and responsibility are also playing critical role in the power dynamics. So we need to understand that as well. So these are certain points which if I go back to the picture, so why is it so? So we need to understand that the first point I have already discussed here, that this is a very common thing when we say that we see that some of the times that some of the resources which we don't provide to girls, and especially the area where we are seeing that still, despite of having a stringent law against the dowry system, still we say that we don't say it dowry now, we say it gift. So parents are always have a worry for their daughter's marriage, so they keep money or they save money for their marriage. And they say, because I'm teaching in a college and I'm having all adolescent girls, and they say that sometimes they restrict us for certain things, because they say that we have to save money, for your for your marriage. And because mine is a teacher training program which is generally seen as a low cost program, so there are many students who were willing to go for medical and were willing to go for engineering or technological field, but they finally got selected here and they joined it, and they were initially not very happy. And when I asked them that now you are into this course, so when you are into this course, you please come with a positive frame of mind. So when we talk to them in detail, and we just come to know that parents did a kind of calculation, and they said if you are doing this professional course for 5 years, then we would be spending this much of money. So if we are spending this much of money in your teacher training program, so we are able to save this amount, and that will be really helpful for us to to see a better marriage alliance for you. So uh, uh, spending money for the education of the son is taken as an investment, but for spending money for the girl child education, in many family, I'm not saying that every family is like that, but in many of the families we have seen this thing, and I have personally experienced that when they have limited source of income, so they do these kind of comparison and then they decide. So gender exists even in the families which are well educated, and the families which know that what kind of positive impact these education can play in the role of a girl child. So again, the next point is low literacy rate, especially in women. So because due to low literacy rate, or to say that they don't have those kind of certifications or those kind of certification of skills, when they go to the job market, generally they are not getting proper pay scales. And many of the time we have seen that they are working in unorganized sector, where they don't have trade unions to have a voice against the odds in those situations. So so this is also a kind of violence. Violence doesn't mean that violence is only when we are seeing bruises and which is physical. So psychological, emotional, and economical violence also we see in various front of their lives. So unequal education is resulting into unequal job opportunities, and resulting into unequal pay scales. And everybody knows that this malnutrition factor, not only because families have limited resources and they have to decide how to divide or how to decide over these resources, but there is a situation that in many, this is a myth. So we need to understand that we need to break certain gender myths also, because many people think that they stop their daughters to eat more. I'm using the word more, and she might be having that much of appetite only. So we control the diet, and we control the quantity and quality both, because we have a fear of the kind of personality, or the kind of a women body we visualize. So that is not going hand with these kind of myths. So this is again a situation where women is always in a disadvantage. Most of the women are in the disadvantage. So unequal wages, which I have already discussed. So there are certain causes, and if we talk about the pandemic situation from last 1.5 years, So if we see the UN report for women, if we talk about the WHO report, and even if we talk about the NCW report, we will find that NCW wrote, I think in the month of May and June, they came out with the data when they said that all the helpline were blocked for all 24 hours, because continuously we were getting phone calls from young women to the adult to the women in middle age, because they were suffering from the what to say, from the biases in family, discrimination in family, and violence in family. So not having a job, or not having a proper kind of family situation is also resulting into the bad behavior to the women in many families. So we need to understand whatever is happening in outside world is also affecting women personally. So inadequate representation of women in many spheres of life. So it can be taken two ways. One, that still women are not in many spheres because they are restricted. They are restricted two ways, because they are not encouraged to go for those kind of studies or those kind of skill training. And two, if they are trained, they are not encouraged for the job. Even if you see the some of the job vacancy ad, and they clearly write that they don't want women candidate to apply for those jobs, and for certain jobs you will find that they would be preferring to women candidates only. So if you try to analyze those job profiles, or try to see those job vacancy and what nature of job they are offering to the women, so that would be good enough to explain that we are not seeing still women in high position and position of decision making. So inadequate representation, even if there are handful of women who are in offbeat jobs or not in mainstream jobs, but their success stories and their case studies are not that much highlighted in the media, maybe in a printed media or on television programs or anywhere. So I would be attaching one example of school education here, that if you see the textbook of a school, whether it is a state made or center made or private publication made textbook, if you see those textbook and you just flip a few pages of those textbook, you will find that more of the representation, pictorial representation or illustration, are about the men. And if you see the characterization of men and women in those, on those chapters or on those pictures, you will be able to see that women are still shown in stereotypical jobs. So the communication, the child is having a kind of communication with those books or those pictures, is giving a kind of validation of what they are finding women are doing in society. So if we are having those kind of success stories or those kind of cases which are not of mainstream, we need to bring those alternatives. We need to bring those alternatives to the mainstream, so that a student feel encouraged enough to explore those avenues or those areas. And not only for girls, it is for boys also. So then they would be able to understand that we have equal caliber, we have equal potential, so we can try for any sphere equally. So the third point is actually the explanation which I have already given regarding the pandemic situation. Is stressed lifestyle leading to frustration. So it is seen in pandemic situation, it is seen when many of the men who were out of the job and they were sitting at home, there was uncertainty of getting the job again, and many of them were they were not getting full salary, though they were working, but they had a kind of negotiation with their employers and they were not getting their full money. So these kind of situations in increased frustration, and which has resulted into violence to the family members. And those family members majorly, if you see that those family members were the women and the children in home. So it is about home, it is about outside home. So we need to understand that this last point, I think I need not to say anything, that even if the case is gone to the court and it is with the evidences, but we know that our own legal system, so they are flooded with the cases, and and it takes too long to come to a conclusion, and many a times women drop their cases in between, because I have discussed earlier also that sometimes it is the issue of affordability as well, so they don't find themselves that motivated enough to continue with the case. So this is also one thing. So so we have discussed this thing. Oh, sorry. So how behavior is learned, I would not be discussing this part in detail, because if we go to the theories which are about the socialization and about the gender role socialization, most of the theory says that when we learn any behavior, especially if you see that the early childhood, when the child is spending more of the time in school and then this most of the time at the family and then the school, we see that we have a mechanism of reward and punishment. So we have a category of do's and don'ts, and we have a category of good behavior and bad behavior, and we have certain discipline mechanism at home and in the school also. And we have seen that for the practices for which I'm getting rewarded, I get reward, I would be repeatedly practicing those kind of behavior, and I would try to avoid those behavior on which I would be punished. So that these kind of practices are actually creating divide between the men and women, the gender binary, and which is actually equally responsible for the power relationship, which is not equal. If you see the second part, which is about the Bandura's theory, which is talking about the imitation and modeling, so it is trying to say that not every behavior is done it is not done in an active mode. Sometimes
Punita madam,
Hanji,
could you hear me?
yes, I can.
Audio. Speaker. Plus number.
What shall I do?
You will check up, madam. This is Tamil Nadu Police Training College. Could you
Okay.
hear me?
Yes, I can.
My audio is video is clear?
Yes.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. Can I continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
So the most dangerous thing is this, that when there is nobody, no adult is there to tell a small child what is wrong and what is right. They are just experiencing others, they are just observing others, and they are imbibing those practices into themselves. We call it gender schema. So they are making those differences in their minds. So sometimes I have already discussed earlier also that sometimes families are very, very astonished. They are shocked when they when they come to know that their child has done this, and but which is not right and which is crime. So they say that we have a very healthy environment and we have a very sound environment at home, so we have never talked about certain things. But we need to understand that the family is not the only medium from where the child is getting those kind of exposures. So what kind of program we are watching at the television, what kind of what kind of content we are having at home, and what kind of relationship we are having, and child is having his or her own world as well. So child is having her own life in the school as well. It is also depending on the peer group as well. So what kind of interaction child is having with the peer. So sometimes child is isolated as well. We feel that child is a part of a extended family, and we have many members in the family. How come it possible that our child feels alone or isolated? So one child came to me and he very boldly said to me, and right now he's around 30 years plus, and he said that you can say that I am an internet baby. So I said, what does it mean? He said that nobody had time to talk to me. Nobody had time to talk to me in the family because my father and mother, both of them were working, and they were very highly posted, and they used to travel a lot. So most of the time me and my sister used to be at home, and my sister was 7 to 8 years elder to me, and she was having a boyfriend. So she was busy with her life, and most of the time she used to tell me that even if I discuss something with you, you would not be able to understand. So, there was no one to make me understand certain things. So I was completely on the, on the cyber cafe. That was the time when, buying a personal computer was little expensive affair. So he said that I used to go to a nearby cyber cafe because I was a very young child. So, I used to go to the nearest place. So when I used to watch, certain movies, small clips, or whatever I have learned through the classmates. So I wanted to explore those things on my own. So, the cyber cafe person used to stare upon me. So I was little frightened also that he might complain, or he may complain to my parents that what all kind of stuff I'm watching over the internet. And later on, I got a laptop as a gift. So I was completely with the laptop, and that laptop became my friend. So I learned so many things through that laptop, and he accepted that thing that no, I learned so many positive things as well as negative things from the laptop. And he said that it was quite interactive. Even if I'm watching something, I'm reading something, if I found something very, if some curiosity is raised, or if I'm not finding any explanation of certain act or certain word, so I can explore that. So I cannot say that the computer or internet world is not interactive. So it was like a human to me. So I learned so many things through the internet. So we need to understand what kind of lifestyle right now we are having, and what are the various medium through which our kids are getting their learning. So we cannot completely rely, we cannot completely say that the family and the school, these are the two agencies which are playing the which are the only agency playing role in the grooming or in the development of the child. And when I'm saying development, I'm talking about the social as well as emotional development. So we need to understand there are various different sources children are having these days. And in last 1.5 year, we have actually pushed them to the internet because we don't have any other way to go for our things. So spending more of the time, and when you don't have time to talk to your children, and sometimes you are talking to your children when it is about certain things, whether it is related to sexuality or gender, we try to avoid those situations, because nobody in the family was there for me to make these things understand to me. And when went to the school, even my teachers try to avoid certain topics to be discussed in the classroom. So I don't know how to actually how to interact with the small children to talk about these issues. So I try to avoid those situations. So avoidance is not a solution, because um, avoidance has made that kind of situation. Because when we are talking about safety of women and children, we need to talk about that safety from whom. So it is not only an adult who is the abuser or perpetrator. We need to understand that children are also indulged in crime. They are also involved in crime. And the most worrisome situation is when the child doesn't understand that this is a crime, that he has committed a crime. Because nobody is there to make the child understand that what there is not always everything we can divide into good and bad. So there are certain things when we need to sit with the child and make them understand why do we say that this particular thing is good, and why this particular practice or thing becomes bad. So we need to sit with the child and make those things understand. And when these children grow up and they still have those complexes in their mind, they still have those curiosity in their mind, and when they come to university education, not necessarily every child is going to the higher education, but whosoever is going to university education, and generally they don't find any space, or they don't find any place where they can have those queries, and somebody is there available for those discussions. Because university teachers, they feel that the child is 17 or 18 years old, they must be knowing everything. So this is not our job to make them clear. So since the childhood to the adolescent phase, nobody is there to make them understand what is wrong and why is it wrong. So there are certain, we have certain set pattern of social practices, socio-cultural practices, and we want to maintain them in those manner only. If we find that somebody is trying to experiment something with that, so it is not fitting into our own box. So we try to question those things. So this is also I feel that the vulnerability of children is due to when they were practicing certain things, when they were trying to experiment certain things, when they had questions in their mind, they didn't have any person, a trustworthy person to actually answer them or to tell them about those queries or those questions. So sometimes those complexes, or sometimes those kind of hatred or the feeling of rejection or those things, they they keep on growing and results into certain criminal act as well. So these are the pictures we can see that in many of the household we need to understand. I have discussed earlier as well that we need to, one more thing we need to understand, that money education sometimes, especially when we are talking in the context of gender, doesn't make any difference, because it is about the mindset, it is about the social practices which we are following in the family or in my small society. So maybe because I'm educated, not educated, I have not gone to the college, I'm educated because I'm socially aware. I say that I'm educated. So I find that giving those kind of those kind of household chores to my daughter is not a right thing. So I say that you don't do, or even if you are doing, then you call your brother along and both of you do this thing. So there could be many family members who would come and say, and then why do you ask the boy to do this thing? Because this is her job, she should do that. So sometimes my own, only my voice, my single voice is dominated by the collective voice of the society or the family. So even if I feel that I want to make change in certain practices which are more gender friendly, I'm not getting support, and I'm not getting that kind of positivity in and around. So some of the women, they keep continuing with those things, and some of the families, they keep continuing with those practices. So not necessarily only female, there are many male who are supporting women cause, who are supporting children cause, and they are coming forward and they are talking about those practices. So this is what general scenario is, that so one thing we need to understand, that when I'm not understanding what is wrong happening with me is one situation, and another situation is this, that I'm aware what is wrong happening with me, and then also I'm not questioning. So this is equally troublesome, because when you are aware what is wrong happening with you and you keep accepting those situations, and not even you are raising voice for the next generation. So that is how patriarchy or the male dominance, where we are seeing that a male as an abuser or perpetrator, why these practices are continued. So this is what, because we have imbibed this patriarchy, and the women patriarchy setups are running. So women are the one who are transmitting those socio-cultural practices to the next generation without questioning those things. And sometimes when the child raises the question, because they have their own peer, they have their own friends in the school, where they find that sometimes they go to their friend's home, or even in the recess time when they're talking about their own familial issues, and they find that the friend's family, they have more equal relationship. Mother is also working, they go out and then they equally share the domestic things. And they say that sometimes my mother also become abusive, it is not always that my father is abusive. I'm not appreciating this fact, I'm just saying that these kind of talks when children are doing, and that girl or that boy is finding completely different status of mother at her own home, when she is seeing that my mother also goes out and she is also earning, but she is the one who is taking responsibility of the home, to take care of the children and to take care of the elder people in the family. So they are finding that two different setup of the family, and then when they raise the question to the mother, if they're finding that they are more close to the mother, and if they find that they are more close to the father and they talk to the father, and they're finding no result, and they say that the societies are like this only. So we need to understand, this is the time when we need to put some logic to the situation. So accepting all social norms without questioning actually resulting into the unequal power relationship. So that we need to address. And yeah, these are certain pictures which I have taken out from a book, which are general scenario in the family. Why I have shown this picture? just to say that why the family environment and the social environment is very important for a small child, because certain things they observe, but they don't have what to say, they don't have confidence to question, or they don't have confidence to share those issues with others, because most of the time they are taken as naive, they are taken as innocent, and they are taken that they don't understand anything, but they have questions, they have queries related to their familial relationship which they want to understand, but they're not getting right place to discuss those things, because neither the family nor the school, because these are the two important institutions where they are having everyday communication, so they are not getting placed. Because if you see and if you try to understand in your own places that how many schools are having social workers and counselors, you may find some in private schools, but in regular school and government school on regular basis you won't be able to see them. So there is no resort, there is no place where they can go and they can share what all is making them, what all is troubling them, and which is resulting into uh, a troublesome personality. So these are the things which we need to address, and these are some of the special provisions to empower the women. So you must be aware of the National Commission for Women, and we have the State Commission for Women also at the state level. And in recent past, you must have seen that some of the very remarkable interventions done by NCW and State Commission for Women, especially there was a case, I think just 2 years back, there was a case in Haryana when orphanage, in an orphanage, when there are some girls, young girls, they were not even adolescent, the girls of the pre-adolescent phase, they made a complaint about their sexual exploitation in the orphanage only, and the proactive actions of National Commission for Women against those complaints. And even here in Delhi, the state as well as the National Commission for Women is very active for the women. It is not only a complaint redressal mechanism, grievance redressal mechanism, which these institutions are known for. They are having a kind of mechanism to impart knowledge and to start awareness campaign, and they have helplines also, and on yearly basis they announce some, they do funding for the webinars and for the research project also, so that the issues can be identified, or good practices can be highlighted, so that it could be it could be circulated to the various states for the implementation. And if I come to the second point, we see that the reservation of the women to at the we say that the government has become a three-tier system. If we see the third tier, if we see that grassroots level politics, so reserving the seat for women is a good sign, but we need to understand whether these women are actually playing their role. Are they active in politics? Do they understand the issues, or is it just a dummy playing? So they are on the positions, but their parents and their brothers and their husbands, they are doing the politics and they are taking the decisions on their behalf. So until unless we are not having a political minded women in the politics, so I don't think that we would be able to see much difference. It was a recent news, I think hardly a 4 5 months before, and it was with the pictures in e-newspapers, where it was like in some of the states you see that in panchayat level some of the seats are reserved for the some of the underprivileged category. So there was one success story where the women who became the sarpanch, she was the leading lady of the panchayat, was she was having her own experiences where every day she used to spend 2 to 3 hours to fetch the water. And the very first thing she wanted to bring a change in her community was to have tap in each and every household. So she worked for that, because she was relating it to way that the time which she is putting for this work, and another thing is that carrying that much of water, which would be needed for the uh, for the for a complete one day. So it was carrying such big containers, and when there is no compensation of that time, because when you are coming back to home, that home is waiting for you. So she felt that if I would be able to bring water at the home, then I would be helping the women to maintain a sound physical as well as mental health. So that was the success story of a women. That was the majority of women were there in that panchayat. And another, it is a very disheartening story when a woman from the underprivileged community was the leading women of the panchayat, was not made to sit in a public gathering at the same level, at the same platform where the other so-called socially influential people were sitting. So until unless I'm not having the understanding of that position, I'm not politically empowered to come to that position. Only reserving the seat for me will not serve the purpose, whether it is at the third level or the second level or the central cabinet. So so many scholarships for women to encourage education. We have Ladli Yojana here in Haryana and Delhi also. But we need to understand actually, are the beneficiaries, are the parents, do they have awareness of those schemes which are for the young girls and which are for the women, for the skill training or for the school education or for the vocational training? So what kind of awareness campaigning is being done by these institutions who are releasing these scholarships and these schemes? So until unless we are not having an effective plan of action or program of action for any scheme, we will not be able to achieve what we have vision for. So we need to have a proper plan of action for those policies to come into implementation in many of the, because I'm from the education field, I'm from a teacher training department. So I see that many of the time when we go to the school and talk to the school principals, and when we see that there are a huge dropout from the girls, and we see that there are so many scholarships, so many financial aids for the girls, and you are not able to retain your girls into the school. So they said that when we asked that what kind of awareness programs you are running for the parents, are your teachers aware of those schemes completely? So these are the places where we are finding the lackness. So we need to understand, even if any policy or scheme we have planned, and we need to have a proper and elaborative plan of action for that scheme. So who would be taking the responsibility, who would be doing what, and how it would be transmitted to the community. So that is very important. We need to take care of those things. So now I'm coming to this part, and many of you would be all of you would be aware of these campaigns or these setups of police. And yes, this self-defense, best defense is a self-defense. I would like to share a few things here with my personal experience here, that I was conducting a survey in some of the Delhi University College. So I was doing a project with the girl student of, I think, 7 to 8 university colleges. So after my workshop, some of the boy students, they came to me and they said that, why do you think that self defense is needed only for the girls? Don't you think that these kind of practices to be given to boys also? So please, 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 we need to communicate, we need to give this message to the community. Please don't portray us as hero, don't portray us as bull. We also need these training. So whenever you are doing those kind of self defense workshop for the girls, please plan something for us also. So it is a very serious issue, and we need to take care of this thing. Though the mandate was to do these kind of workshop for the girls only, so that is why these workshops were planned and organized for girl students. So, but we need to understand that with this gender binary, boys are also at the disadvantage. So we need to think about that as well. So when I say that steps suggested for further empowerment of women, so there are certain things which we have already discussed. Yes, definitely education plays its important role. And when I say education, it is both formal as well as informal education, because formal education would help them to get a better job, which would provide a better earning, and having a kind of economic hold in their own hand would help them to take better decision, at least decision related to money and resources. And when I say informal education, it is about the education of society. It is a education about their own, about their own well-being. It is about their body. It is about their legal awareness as well. When I'm talking about the education, so I'm relating education with the awareness. So many of us are very well educated, where we are very well qualified. When it comes to awareness for certain things, we are not aware. So we need to understand that we need to relate these two concept, these two processes, but we need to understand that as also that education doesn't mean awareness always, and awareness doesn't mean education always. So when we are talking about awareness, we need to have some practical aspect as well. Until unless I'm not experiencing certain things practically, I may not be able to see those things in those critical situations. So that is very important. Change in mindset is not a small thing. It takes years. So when I started my presentation, I said that the constitution made 75, almost 75 years back. So still we are seeing that we are not able to change the mindset, but we cannot say that we are completely unsuccessful in this exercise. As I have earlier discussed, that we have success stories, but the problem is this: those success stories are not visible enough. So we need to bring those success stories in to the to make them more visible, to make them more audible, so that people who are supporting the cause of women, who are supporting the cause of children, would feel motivated, and they come out with their own experiments and their practices, and so this kind of encouragement is needed. So sensible media representation. Sometimes I say that we have a practice to kind of blame game. We say that media is spoiling our kids. So too much of exposure to media, too much of exposure to internet and other things. So what would you say in the present situation that the complete education scenario is going online? So we need to understand that we have to make those agencies who are responsible to impart to knowledge to student, maybe the family and the schools, that we have to make them understand that they have to take this responsibility. So make their student wise that what kind of media they need to filter the media. They need to learn to filter the media. So information is abundant, so we cannot stop them, but we can make them wise to choose what is good and what is reliable. So we are not doing that exercise. We need to do these exercise quite often with our student. And when I say dignified personification, that even if that the personification, we are not finding that this personification is dignified, so there is no harm discussing those personification or characterization. So even sometimes negative, through the negative examples on and examples, we can bring the positivity. So it is important that if we are finding, we cannot switch off the TV, or we cannot snatch that paper where that advertisement which we are finding that the women is not shown in a in a decent manner. So just snatching that paper from the hand will not change the situation. If I'm finding something objectionable, if I'm finding something which needs to be addressed, so I need to address that thing. So even in a school or in community or in family, we need to understand those things to make them understand. So better safety mechanism. So why we are here? So we need to understand there are certain safety mechanisms and we don't have awareness of those things. So we have to make women and children aware of those mechanisms also. And if we are finding that there are certain flaws, we need to work on that also. Because when the cases come to us, then only we come to understand where are we lacking. Pardon? Are you saying something to me? Sorry. So we have to, when I say that more aware and alert women, so we need to work with women also. We need to work with children also. Only by saying this thing, what is good touch and bad touch, will not serve the purpose. So we have to openly talk about the issues which are related to young girls, related to women, related to young children. We need to openly talk about those issues. So we always say that prevention is better than cure. So prevention and cure is not the only solution. Education and awareness needs to be added into this, so that whenever I am taking a decision, that is an informed decision. I know what I am doing and I know the repercussion of those things. So, and yes, we need to talk about legal provisions also at the young level, so that the student would be children would be aware of what is crime actually. So because there is a very thin line sometimes. So as I said earlier also, that the school can play a critical role into it. So now if you see the new education policy, which is talking about that there should be one counselor and a social worker in each school complex. So I would be saying, what I am visioning, that there would be a better situation, at least young kids would be having a place where they can communicate what all problems and what all queries they are having. So because in most of the time teachers say that they are busy with other, apart from teaching, they are busy with other school related things, so they don't get that much of time when they can have these kind of personal catharsis of a student. They don't able to give that much of time to the student. So having social workers and counselors in the school definitely would help children to come out with their issues. So many of the situations where we see that where our young women and children are become vulnerable of those circumstances, we would be able to change those situations, because we would be able to give them that kind of empowerment and that kind of alertness and awareness related to the issues. So that could be done. So this is all what we have I have discussed earlier. So I'm just skipping this thing. So if we have some cases which we count as successful, so we need to encourage those one, so that those kind of practices can be repeated. So that is I think this is the biggest compliment, or this is the biggest motivation we can give to that practice. So that is very important. So these are some of the this is not the latest one, but because I wanted to draw your attention to some of the facts, and I wanted to bring some seriousness to the issue related to crime against kids. If we see in 2008, and then we are seeing in 2013, it is more than double the cases we are finding. And from 2013 to 2014, you just see the situation. So we need to understand that situation is very grave. So it is very concerning. So cases are increasing, and POCSO, we see that this is a gap of only 1 year. So these are the cases which are actually reported cases, but we know that there are many unreported cases, and we have various reasons for that. Some may not be aware of the process, how to go about it, and some are very people are fearful also. Going to the police station or going to the legal agencies is not the way it is portrayed in the media, way it is portrayed in the storybooks, or in in their day-to-day talks in the family. So that gives a different kind of understanding and apprehension to the people who are victims of those circumstances. So unreported cases are countless, which are not coming to the agencies. Even sometimes when I talk to the school teachers, and they say that we have seen that some of the kids who were very 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 active in the classroom, who are very vocal, and suddenly they became they stopped coming to the school. They are not coming to the school. Even if they are coming to the school, they are lonely. They have become very lonely. They are not talking to anyone. They are not participating in any activity. And when you try to talk to them, they try to run away from the situation. So it is not necessarily they are pointing that this is a case of child abuse, or this is a case of child is victim of any any situation, but they say that they want to understand the child in that situation. But it takes time to open to the child, because that emotionally, if we try to understand that stage, and socially if we try to understand that status, so they are too young to come out with their issues to the teacher. And so we need to understand that these are the things which are existing and increasing day by day. And and even schools are not safe. We say that the homes are not safe, neighborhood is not safe, surroundings are not safe. Even we are finding the multiple number of cases in a school where there are the cases of abuses in peers, and we are finding the cases of abuses between the teacher and the student as well. So so we need to understand the child in those situations. So that most underreported crime is the child sexual abuse, and taboo to talk about it. It is not only about the child sexual abuse, it is with the young person who are having a proper vocabulary to to explain their bad experience, but they don't come out because they it's not that they don't feel comfortable, because it is taboo. We don't discuss such issues in home, so they don't feel comfortable, and they don't find anybody whom they feel that the person is trustworthy and they can share about those things with them. So this is the thing. So we need to talk more often about these things so that we can have a positive development, all-round development of the child. So these are the latest data if we see. So this is a 2020 report, and 2020 was the complete pandemic year. So we need to understand that situations when we say that we were at home because there was certain period when we had a complete lockdown. So we find that the home is the most safest place. So we see that the number of cases is so high. So we need to understand that the mindset of the individual, where they feel that the women and children, if a layman language, if a lay person language, I would, if I use here that we say that they are their property, and like any other object or property, the way we use those properties. So we are using women and children. That is why sometimes we are exploiting them. So there are women who say that they don't have, it was not a physical abuse, it was a emotional abuse, it was a psychological abuse. So we need to understand the cases of mental health also. It is with the children also, when the child say that mother or the father or any elder person in the family, when the person reaches to whom I feel so scared, I don't want to come in front of that person. So that kind of aura that person has created, that adult person had created, and which is negatively affecting the personality of that child. So sometimes we feel that these are very, very small things. So emotionally, if somebody has said something, somebody has used some abusive word, what is the big deal? It's not that person has physically hurt you. So there are different nature of crime, and each individual is interacting differently with those crime situations. So each issue is a problematic issue for us if it is with the violence. So I would not be taking much time for this. I'm just winding up. This is the last slide, if I'm not wrong. So these are some of the things which I have taken from your from a booklet which is shared with me. But in our own state level, we must be doing certain thing for the young kids, and for the women specifically, we would be having some dedicated helplines for them, and some collaborated efforts with the NGOs and with the universities and with the schools, where we would be doing certain activities to impart awareness and sensitivity towards these issues. So that I'm not sharing with you, because you would be better aware about your own situations. So, and it is available on some reliable websites also, so can be seen there as well. So I earlier also I discussed this thing that even if when I was doing this session, I was sharing certain things with you, you may be having certain questions in your mind, when you would be saying, no, it doesn't happen in my area, it doesn't happen in my society. So that is the thing, that we need to understand that my society is not the complete world. So I have to respect to other person's society also. I have to respect, and I have to have a patience listening to other person's world also. So I need to see the situation from his or her lens. So then I would be able to reach to the real cause of the problem. So that is my slide is stuck. I'm not able to move it. This is the last thing. This is the last slide. So if you see the second statement which I have written, that acknowledging it is the first step towards combating the evil. So we need to, many of us still don't find that child is in crisis. Say that the safest time period is the childhood, but we need to understand for some children it is not a safe childhood. So we have to see it with their, we need to see it with their lens and with their eyes to understand. So this is what, thank you so much. So we can have a discussion if you have.
Thank you. Anybody want to ask any question?
If you don't, then I am having a question. Do we feel that our children, do we feel that our children, they are in crisis? And what do we mean by safe childhood? How do we define the safe childhood? When I'm sending to my child to school, so I feel that there are people who are taking care of my child in school. But now the situation is very different, that I've seen many parents who say that my child is out for school for 5 to 6 hours, and I just keep my fingers crossed. So there is a worry, there is always a worry that everything is fine with my child. So being in a school, being in the school bus, so coming from that street to the home, so now everything is, you know, I'm just sharing one example. When the parent is sharing this thing and finding every place is unsafe, is it like that? Is it what media has given to us? Because we are reading in the newspaper and we are watching on the television every day, there are so many cases related to children which are making me apprehensive as a parent, that things are not going well for the children and with the children.
गुड इवनिंग मैम.
Good evening.
मैम मेरे ख्याल से ना नॉट ईच एंड एवरी प्लेस आर सेफ फॉर चिल्ड्रन. ये तो हमें ही बच्चों को एजुकेट करना होगा और उनको अवेयर करना होगा.
अगर मैं आपसे जानूं कि जो आपकी एजेंसी है, जो आपका डिपार्टमेंट है, आपके डिपार्टमेंट का एक बहुत बड़ा सा एक एक मीडिया, मैं तो यही मानती हूँ मीडिया के थ्रू जो इमेज बना हुआ है, वो इमेज बहुत ही स्ट्रिक्ट है ना, बहुत ही स्ट्रिक्ट इमेज है. उस स्ट्रिक्ट इमेज के साथ बच्चों के साथ काम करना और बच्चों में वो एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग बनाना या वो एक ट्रस्ट डेवलप करवा पाना, जिसमें ये कहना वी आर देयर फॉर यू, you can share anything, everything, anytime with us. Isn't it a big challenge?
राइट मैम, बिग चैलेंज तो है.
इमेज को ब्रेक करना, एक उस इमेज को जो आपका बना हुआ है उसे ब्रेक करना.
वैसे मैम चेंज हो रहा है अब काफी. जैसे कि अभी एसपीसी के माध्यम से हम स्कूलों में जो बच्चों के बीच जाते हैं, तो जब वो लोग हम लोगों को यूनिफॉर्म में देखते हैं तो वो काफी इंस्पायर होते हैं और काफी घर की प्रॉब्लम्स हम लोगों तक आ रही है मैम.
गुड, ये एक अच्छी
बहुत
चीज
अच्छा
है.
मैम.
हाँ, मैं ना आपके साथ एक चीज शेयर करती हूँ. फॉर इयर्स सर, इन माय कॉलेज ये सेल्फ डिफेंस वर्कशॉप्स हुआ करते थे, एंड एवरी टाइम आई यूज्ड टू टॉक टू द women cell that why do you always send female instructors, mine in a women college, आप हमेशा फीमेल इंस्ट्रक्टर को क्यों भेजते हैं? आप मेल इंस्ट्रक्टर को भी, मतलब जेंडर बाइनरी को ब्रेक करना चाहते हैं, जेंडर मिक्स को हटाना चाहते हैं, लड़कियों को एम्पावरमेंट देना चाहते हैं, सोसाइटी में लड़की लड़के मिलके रहते हैं हम सब, फिर हम बाइनरी में रह के ही काम क्यों कर रहे हैं? सो ऐसे सेलेक्टिव होने से भी नहीं चलेगा. So this is also one thing. So when I am going as a police, I am going as a police. So उसके आगे लेडी पुलिस और मेल पुलिस, क्या ये इफेक्ट करता है? और किन्हीं किन्हीं सिचुएशंस में हमें चाहिए भी, because this is about a woman, then there should be a woman police.
Right.
So we need to understand the circumstances, and accordingly we have to play the role. When it is about the self defense workshop, It doesn't matter. If it is a group of male, female, both police, so it doesn't make much difference. Or because my students are the adult students. सो वहां पर वो चीज हो सकती है। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कभी कभी हमारे को अपने सिस्टम्स में भी, हमारे अपनी एजेंसीज और अपने इंस्टीट्यूट में भी झांक के देखने की जरूरत है कि कहीं किसी तरीके के बायसेस को हम तो नहीं एनकरेज कर दे रहे हैं। Aren't we need to understand that certain practices which we are following in our own institution and agencies are actually reinforcing those binaries or those stereotypical attitudes. So we need to work amongst ourselves also. So that
Right,
is
ma'am, right.
that is something very important that each and every institution needs to work. So I am doing gender thing and I am doing all kind of, all kind of teaching and preaching to my student. Right now I am taking an online class. I'm online. We are taking online college, and suddenly somebody, or if I say somebody, a male member in my family, they just entered in the room and they're not aware that I'm taking a class, and they just start yelling on me. They start scolding and they say something, kuch abusive sa. So what all gender thing I have done with my student will not leave any impact on them, because they are relating that paper with me and my personality. And when they are seeing my own familial situations and circumstances, they will find that what all I have talked with them, that is completely false thing. So that
Right,
is
ma'am.
why I said that myths and facts बहुत important है. So whatever practices and whatever role model we want to establish amongst the youngsters, so we need to, we need to establish ourselves in that mode as well.
Very right, very right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Anything, any success story and anything which जो मेरी knowledge को बढ़ाए, which help me to enhance my own knowledge bank. If any participant is having anything to share with us, to the whole group, that would be really nice. Are the participants with me? So yeah, lunch break के बाद, this is the lazy time for everyone.
Okay, ma'am, we can wind up your session, and we are taking opportunity to thank you on behalf of BPR&D, and you have shared your this one safety of women and children, and you explained very well, and I hope that the participant has got a lot of beneficial about your knowledge, as well as you have shared your the experience, and you have talked about different kind of examples also. I hope that our participant has got a lot of information through your session. Again, we are thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much for having me here, and giving me this opportunity to have, to address, to have a session with the youngsters who could make a difference to the society. And I'm sure about it. I'm sure about it. All the best to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
Dear participant, and we are having this last session of this third day, and now we have that Mr. Ravi Dutt Sharma, who is joining in our BPR&D headquarters. He is with us in BPR&D headquarters only, and he is going to speak about that road safety and traffic awareness. It's my immense pleasure to introduce Mr. Ravi Dutt Sharma, who is an inspector presently working in Delhi Police, and he was joined as a sub-inspector in the year of 1995. And he has worked in different places and different units, such as that crime branch, FRRO, traffic and bomb disposal squad, and presently is working as a faculty in police training college in Delhi training school, and he was organized more number of courses for probationers, even for he was guiding to that police sub-inspectors, and he in charge of that R&D cell, traffic management, capacity building, bomb disposal, and he worked as an indoor faculty for DANIPS and PSI, etc. And he worked as a course coordinator for short-term courses, and he was taking care of all the trainees. And being a faculty, he has got that Union Home Minister medal for excellence training. Then BPR&D is giving that this medal in the name of Union Home Minister, and he has got that medal in the year of 2019-20, and he has got that Seva Padak also. And we are welcoming Mr. Ravi Datta Sharma. Now I'm handing over session to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank BPR&D that they gave me opportunity to discuss the hot topic of the hour, that is road safety and traffic awareness with you people. I also welcome you people in this last session of this 3-day workshop. So let us start a discussion on the road safety and traffic awareness. Dear friends, whenever we think of the word traffic, then a film of a moving vehicle comes in our mind. No doubt, movement is the traffic, and movement is very important for the city life as well as for us. If we compare this movement with our circulatory system, we find the blood flows in arteries and veins, and it supplies various food materials and oxygen to our body parts that keep our body alive. In the same way, the traffic movement is important for the city life. If traffic comes to a halt, it will create a number of problems in the city. Okay, this one. So it is important to know about the traffic system. We have two types of situation. If we are residing in some open area like open cities, we find here wider roads, vehicles are few. That's why traffic movement is quite fast. But in some metropolitan cities like Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai, Mumbai, there the roads are not sufficient, road network is not sufficient, and a number of vehicles are there. That's why traffic congestion is seen there. So we have two types of the problem now. If the traffic is moving at a faster speed, then there are chances of the accidents. And if traffic moves at a slower speed, then there are chances of the traffic congestion, which can cause some problems. So to regulate these movements, we should understand about the traffic system. Traffic system comprises of elements and their interaction. If we try to understand about the element, then elements are of two types. One is the road and another is the road users. Road, you all understand. You know, they can be the city road, they can be the highway road. This is the medium or movement. And if we talk about the road users, there are three types of the road users which uses road for their movement. They can be categorized into these three categories. First is the human traffic. For example, pedestrian or a person pulling hand cart, a person riding bicycle, cycle rickshaw, they all come under this category, that is human traffic. Second is the animal traffic. We use animal for commercial purposes. Also, for example, horse cart, polo cart, etc. And sometimes we see stray dog, cows on the roads. So they are also road users. The third type of the road users is the mechanical vehicles, which are propelled either by diesel or petrol engines or by electrical system. These days we are observing a number of electricity-based vehicles. They all come under this third category, that is the mechanical vehicle. So all these three types of the vehicles, which is road, and because of them, we face two types of the problems. One is the road accident and another is the traffic congestion. If you talk about the road accidents, then this can be because of many reasons. For example, driver's fault. Sometimes the drivers drive their vehicles at a high speed. They drive rashly. They drive after consuming alcohol. They don't follow the traffic rules and leading to the accidents. Second reason of the accident is the victim's fault. It is not only the drivers. Sometimes victims also commit some mistake. For example, they don't follow the traffic rules. They think that traffic rules are made only for the drivers. And because of such type of the thinking, they become victim of accidents. Third is the vehicle fault. Sometimes vehicle, when they are in motion, there can be some problem in them. For example, brake failure, tire burst, mechanical fault can be there, and they causes accidents. Another reason of the accident is the road condition. We have seen in the cities very bad condition of the roads. A number of holes or pit holes you can see. You can witness bumpy and narrow roads which are not sufficient for, which are not giving enough facilities for movement of the vehicles and cause accidents. And last is the road environment. Poor light, weather condition, for example, rainy season, encroachment on the roads. These are some reasons which lead to accident, and it is the need of our to stop these accidents because they cause a number of lives and properties damage. Now the second problem of the traffic is the traffic congestion. Traffic congestion you can see in the metropolitan cities. You can identify it after looking, after observing chaos, long queues, high pollution. It can be air or sound pollution, vehicle breakdown, such type of the symptoms you can see, which are leading to the traffic congestion. And this congestion again occurs because of bad design of the roads. You will see a number of roads which are not designed correctly. We will discuss it later on. Second is handling of the repair work. Repair work should be done in the night, but it is done during daytime by the concerned departments. If it is done during night, then traffic congestion will not be there. Unplanned location of the transport agencies. You all are police personnel, you would have seen a number of transport agencies on both sides of the road. Their commercial vehicles are parked there. Dham katas, which weighs the vehicles, they are there, and CNG pump, they are also causing long queue. So because of such type of the situations, you can witness the traffic congestion. This traffic congestion leaves a little space for the other road users, causing a number of problems. So we have to contain these situations. We have to minimize accidents, and we have to contain the traffic congestions. For these reasons, we should follow 3 E's. 3 E's are very important for traffic regulation. These are education, traffic education. Second is the engineering, traffic engineering. And third is the enforcement. That is enforcement of the law related to motor vehicles. So these 3 E's are very important in regulating traffic. Now let us discuss about the education first, which is very important. Road safety education is needed because many drivers are ignorant about the road signs and marking. Either they have no knowledge about the road signs and marking, or if they know, they don't follow them. Second is the careless behavior, including improper parking. They don't see where their vehicles should be parked. Wherever they get space, they park their vehicles, causing inconvenience to the other road users. Then third is the improper maintenance of the vehicles. Vehicles are sent for services to the unauthorized persons, and it causes breakdown of the vehicles on the road, which result into pollution as well as traffic congestion on the roads. Then the other problem which I was discussing, over speeding, rash driving, they don't respect, they have no respect for the road rules. They have no road discipline. To inculcate road discipline, we need this safety education. Objective to impart safety education is to create traffic sense among the learners. We have to inculcate the sense of discipline among the drivers or the road users. We have to make them aware of the various traffic rules and traffic signs. We have to make them to obey the traffic rules. We have to create an understanding of why the road rules, if broken, then how much harm they can cause. We have to seek the human resources which can help us in traffic regulation. So these are some objectives of the road safety education. Now, let us see to whom this traffic education should be imparted. Actually, traffic education is essential for all. For example, school children, college students. We are very well aware that the school children are the drivers of the future. Either they will drive their own vehicles when they will be young, or they will take driving as their profession. So time is coming that each and every person will use vehicles. Second is the commercial drivers. You know, the commercial drivers uses larger vehicles, large size vehicles. Commercial vehicles are quite large. It is difficult to control them. And these commercial drivers are about to illiterate, just illiterate. They are just 10th pass or 8th pass. They don't follow the traffic rules, even they don't know the traffic rules. It is a must to impart traffic education to such drivers. Then the private drivers, we people, we use private vehicles to reach our destinations. We should also have knowledge of these rules. Then drivers from the training schools who teaches other people, who make other people learn about driving, they should also know these rules. Each and every police personnel, including the traffic staff, should know them. Then the NGOs and the traffic wardens should be made aware of the rules. You will see many traffic rules which you are thinking that we know them, but actually we don't know them. You will see yourself. Every police organization can create a special cell, specialized cell, or a specialized unit which can impart traffic education to the road users. And it is the traffic police which can perform this task efficiently. The Delhi Traffic Police has established its own road safety cell, which is responsible for imparting education to the road users. It is headed by ACP, Assistant Commissioner of Police, in the supervision of DCP, and he is assisted by various ranks. These people go to schools and various places to impart traffic education. Now, what infrastructure is needed to impart traffic education? Audio visual programs can be used. We can show slides or films with respect to the traffic rules. We can also distribute leaflets and booklets, that is printed media, to the road users, which can help them. Then the news media, through articles in the newspaper, we can make aware the road users about the rules and regulations. We can display banners. We can organize exhibitions, and we can organize sport painting competition or quiz contest for the school children. Such type of activities or the training material we can use for imparting this education. Now, road safety education for children. It is must. As I discussed already that the school children are the drivers of the future. That's why it is very necessary to impart education to them. Moreover, when children are sitting beside their parents while they are doing any journey, while they are in journey, so if children have good knowledge of safety education or traffic education, if they know about the road signs, they will discuss these road signs with their parents when they will move in their car. It will not only enhance their own knowledge, but will augment the knowledge of their parents also. That's why school children should be imparted traffic education, whether they are going to primary school or high school or colleges. It is must for them. To impart traffic education to the school children, first of all, we should go to their schools. We should give them the elementary knowledge. Thereafter, the students should be taken to traffic training parks. You know, traffic training parks are the spaces where replica of the roads are constructed. Here you can see the crossings, railway crossings. We can see the market and replica of all important departments which are present on both sides of road, commercial areas. Replica of such type of situations you can see here. So we can impart the good knowledge of traffic rules in these traffic training parks. Thirdly, school children should be brought at the spot for real demonstration. After standing on the roads, we can make aware them about various traffic rules and regulation. We can tell them which vehicle is committing some mistake. Then Road Safety Week is celebrated in our country in February, you all know. So school children should be invited to participate in the activities which are organized during this week. We can make road safety patrol cadets in school. We can ask them to help the traffic police. They will not only help, but they will also learn here. Then we can give publicity through media, arts, banners. We can organize exhibitions in school. We can organize workshops, seminar, quiz contest, and various competitions in school to make these children aware about these rules. Now comes the Highway Safety Code. Highway Safety Code is nothing but these are some rules which should be followed on the road. Highway Safety Code, the concept was given in 1972 before the Indian Road Congress, and it was completed in 1993. Its use is to make use of road in a safe manner by all road users, that is pedestrians, cyclists, drivers, each and every person who uses road. They may make safe use of the road. This is its concept. Now you can see what are the Highway Safety Code. Highway Safety Code is nothing but a traffic education, and it is important for all. It should be imparted to all road users. चाहे वो किसी भी कम्युनिटी से हो, कहीं से भी हो, road safety is must for all. Safety rules for pedestrian. Now let us discuss which rules should be followed by the pedestrian. We will see one or more traffic rules which will be new for you. First is, if footpath is there on both sides of the road, then you can walk on any direction on these footpaths. It is not necessary that you keep to the left on the footpath. You can move on any direction if footpaths are there on both sides of the road. Second, if footpaths are not available, then you should walk on extremely right, facing the oncoming traffic. This is because if you will keep to the left, then traffic coming from your behind will not be visible to you. But if you will keep to the right, then vehicle coming from the right side will be visible to you. It will not put you in trouble. That's why we should walk on the right, extreme right side if pavements are not there. Thirdly, pedestrians should use zebra crossings for crossing road. They should use the facilities like foot overbridge, subways. They should never jump the railing to have a shortcut. It can cause problem to them. Children below 8 years of the age should cross the road with the help of the elders. And while you are crossing the road, you should keep a safe distance from the coming vehicle. The pedestrian should put on light colored clothes so that they may be visible to the vehicle drivers. Road should never be crossed in a running condition. Generally हम ऐसा करते हैं कि जब कोई व्हीकल आ रहा होता है और हमें जल्दी होती है तो हम भाग करके रोड क्रॉस करते हैं. It creates confusion in the mind of the driver और वो गैस नहीं कर पाता कि जो पेडेस्ट्रियन भागकर रोड पार कर रहा है वो इसको क्रॉस कर पाएगा नहीं कर पाएगा. इसलिए रनिंग कंडीशन में कभी भी रोड को क्रॉस नहीं करना चाहिए. Don't play on road. You will see some children playing on the road. This is a very dangerous situation. It can cause accident. And one more important rule for the pedestrian is that they should never run after a bus. Generally, it has been seen before in front of the colleges and training institutions. Students are there, they want to catch some bus, but bus drivers don't stop buses in front of such type of the training or education institutions. So students, they try to catch buses after running behind them, and that can cause accident. We have to be safe on the road. That will give us a long life. So such type of the routes should be followed by the pedestrian. We generally don't bother. For example, see these people, they are using mobile phone and crossing the road. This is not good for them. You can see the children playing on the road. If some vehicle comes, then it can cause some problem. So such type of the activities should be avoided on the roads. Now, let us discuss about the rules for the bus commuters. A number of people use buses for reaching up to their destination. They should always stand in queue. Queue breaking is dangerous, and also it will create havoc while you are getting in a bus. Queue system can be seen in some cities like Mumbai, Kolkata, etc. But I have not seen it in Delhi. Queue systems should be there. The bus commuters should always use a bus stop. We generally see the passengers, they stand much ahead of the bus stop. They force the bus to stop there. That is dangerous. We should always stand at the bus stop and neither in the bus box nor on the road. After getting in bus, हमें वहाँ पर फोर्स यूज नहीं करना चाहिए. जनरली देखा जाता है कि धक्का मुक्की करना लोग शुरू कर देते हैं. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. बस के अंदर कभी भी जंप करके एंट्री नहीं करनी चाहिए. इट कैन कॉज प्रॉब्लम. After getting into bus, grip the handle bar firmly. Otherwise, you may cause inconvenience to the other passengers. और एक और आदत देखी गई है कि जो आदमी ड्राइवर के पास बैठता है वो ड्राइवर के साथ बात करना शुरू कर देता है. Don't talk to disturb the driver. इससे प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट हो सकती है. बच्चों को अलाउ नहीं करना चाहिए कि वो विंडो से पीप आउट करें या अपने किसी बॉडी पार्ट को बाहर जाने दें. Then hanging from the bus can prove fatal. ऐसा hanging and clinging can be seen in some areas. I have seen a number of such type of such scenes in Haryana, UP and Punjab. I will show you a slide also. कई लोग फुटबोर्ड पर ट्रैवल करते हैं. It is also dangerous. And after getting into bus, you should always see under your seat. Some suspicious article may be there. तो इसको जैसे आतंकवाद थोड़ा कम है अपने इनर एरियाज में, लेकिन इसको नजरअंदाज नहीं करना चाहिए. दिस रूल शुड बी फॉलोड. लेकिन जो सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है बस कम्यूटर्स के लिए वो ये है कि पैसेंजर्स जनरली क्लिंग टू बस, which is very dangerous. This one, hanging from the bus. Now see this slide. ये हरियाणा रोडवेज, इनमें जनरली ऐसा देखा जाता है क्योंकि बसेस का नंबर कम है और ट्रेवलर्स ज्यादा होते हैं. और जनरली such type of the scenes can be seen in front of training institutions and the colleges. Such type of the activities should be stopped. Now, rules for the cyclist. Cyclists should use cycle track or the service road. If cycle track and service roads are not available, then they should ride their cycle on the extreme left side of the road. They should keep safe distance from the other vehicles. They should never show stunts on the road. आपने देखा होगा कि कई साइकिलिस्ट आगे का जो व्हील होता है उसको आम उछाल करके चलते हैं. Such type of activities should not be done on the roads. It can be fatal. Cycles should never be used in between the fast moving vehicles. अगर गियर साइकिल है, स्पोर्ट साइकिल है, तो riders generally they ride in between the fast moving vehicles. This is not a good practice. It has also been seen in many outer areas that the cyclists they hold any fast moving vehicles to reach their destination faster. Such type of the activities should not be used. Then before using cycle, one should check its gadgets, like if its mudguards are having reflective tape or not. If mirror तो बहुत कम होते हैं, but reflective tape should be there on both the mudguards, so that the cycle may be visible to the other vehicle drivers in dark. If cycle is sports cycle, then the riders should use helmet. Traffic rules are not only for the drivers of the vehicles, they are equally important for the cyclists and pedestrians also. These should be followed. These are some rules in the road safety code for the cyclists. Now see this gentleman. He has taken his son from school. He is using mobile phone. Actually, cycle is meant for only one person, but their movement can be seen. Such type of activities should not be there. Then let us see rules for bike riders. First rule for the bike rider is that they should check their gadgets for important parts of their bike. For example, air pressure in the tires. Brakes of the bike should be checked, light clutches, etc. Never start your bike without wearing helmet. If you are moving even at a speed of 10 km/h and you are not having helmet on your head, and if the rider fell down, it can cause head injury and that may lead fatal, even at a speed of 10 km/h. So helmet should always be used by the bike riders before starting it. Bike riders also should put on the light colored cloth and light colored helmet so that he may become visible to the other drivers of the vehicles. He should never ride his bicycle in a zigzag way. आपने देखा होगा कि जो कॉलेज गोइंग स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं वे काफी व्हीकल्स के बीच में से zigzag करके अपने व्हीकल को चलाते हैं. So such type of riding should be is prohibited. वो dangerous driving में आता है, they can be prosecuted. वो अपने आप को ही प्रॉब्लम में नहीं डालता बल्कि अदर ड्राइवर्स को भी प्रॉब्लम में डालता है. The bike riders should take proper view of other vehicles also so that he may remain safe. These are some rules for the bike riders. Now see, bike is meant for only 2 persons and there are 6 persons riding on one bike, even along with their pet. So this can lead to some fatal accident. Now rules for the car users. Cars are the main vehicles on the road. These are used by almost each and every, by the people of each and every status, medium and rich status. So before entering in the car, we should check its engine oil, battery, radiator water, brake, headlights, indicator, wipers, tires, etc. First of all, check all these gadgets. Thereafter, the mirror and windscreen should be cleaned. Ensure that you are not feeling sleepy or tired when you have to start your journey. And before starting your journey, you should decide your route. Otherwise, you can get confused on the way. Then before putting your car in the first gear, you should always wear seat belt. There also, I would like to tell you, if your vehicle is moving at a speed of 40 km/h and you are not using seat belt, and if you have to apply sudden brake, then you will, your bone cage will hit the handle and steering, I mean, and it can break your bone cage. Therefore, seat belt is necessary before you put your car in gear. Drive within the prescribed speed limit. Speed limit के बोर्ड आप कई जगह देखेंगे. At some places, this is 50 km/h. At other places, it can be more. So speed limit should be taken care of. If you are reaching towards intersection, you should stop it before the stop line. And if some child or animal is there, you should be extra cautious. These are some rules for car users. Now see this gentleman, he didn't see what was written on the informatory board. He was confused if he has to take the flyover or if he has to go by the side lane. And in this confusion, now you can see his position. Therefore, you should decide your route first. You should not have any confusion while you are driving. At roundabout rules you know very well that whenever you reach to any roundabout, so if you have to take the first exit, then you should always keep to the left. If you have to go straight or you have to take the second lane, then you should move in the middle lane. Thereafter, you can take the exit. And if you have to take the last exit, then you should take the inner lane. Thereafter, you can come in the middle lane. And when you are reaching to your lane on which you have to take, then you should come to the left lane. This is the rule for the rule at the roundabout. And one more thing you will see here, that is the give way. A person who is moving along with the other vehicles, he should always give way to the vehicle moving towards his right. दाहिनी साइड में जो उसके व्हीकल है उसको रास्ता देना होगा. This is the main rule of the roundabout. Intersections. We generally don't follow rules at the intersection. Almost 50% of all city driving collisions take place at the intersections. This is because we don't follow the rules at this place. If you have to take left turn, then you should choose left about 100 meter in advance. If you have to go straight, then you should remain in the middle lane. And if you have to take right turn, then you should choose the right turn. This should be done 100 to 150 meter ahead to the intersection. We should give proper indication if we have to take left or right turn. We should slow down our vehicle at the intersection. If your light is going green, then you should not speed up. You should keep your vehicle slow because it can suddenly come into amber and then red, and it can cause some collision. Therefore, we should drive slow at the intersections. Vehicles should be stopped before the stop line at the intersections, and we should always respect the traffic signals. If we follow these rules, we can be safe at the intersections. Then overtaking. In the highway safety code, it has been mentioned that if you want to overtake any vehicle moving ahead to you, then firstly you should ensure that overtaking is not prohibited in that area. Secondly, you should ensure if any vehicle is not coming from your rear side. Thirdly, you should ensure if the right lane is free so that you can easily overtake the other vehicle. After ensuring all these three things, you can speed up your vehicle. You may overtake the vehicle and come in your lane. And after coming in your lane, you should switch off your signal. These are some rules for overtaking. Now comes the second E, right of the way. Right of the way, I told you, if you are at some roundabout, then give way to the vehicles coming to your right side. But at the other places, the pedestrian, disabled person, and children should be given way. If some emergency vehicle is coming like fire brigade, ambulance, and police, they should be given way. If you are in hilly area, then the vehicles which are going uphill, they should be given way first. Then the vehicles coming downhill, they should come down. But firstly give way to the vehicles going uphill. So in this manner, we should give priority to the pedestrians first, and then we should give priority to the other vehicles. Then we come to the traffic engineering. This is the second day. I had told you that there are 3 E's which are important for traffic regulation. First was the traffic education, and second is the traffic engineering. From traffic engineering also you will learn a number of rules about the road marking and the traffic signages and traffic signals. Objective of the traffic engineering is optimum or maximum use of existing facilities so that we can use road safely. We have several types of the road accessories. These are road marking, road signages, traffic signals, and the other gadgets which we are going to discuss. First is the road marking. Road markings are also known as silent speakers to the road users. Although they don't speak, but they give a good signal which is well understood by the drivers if they know the traffic rules and regulations. These are lines or patterns or words in 3 colors painted on the roads or the objects which are adjacent to the road for various purposes. They direct, they guide, they regulate the road users. Such type of the road marking is done in 3 type of the paints. These 3 colors are white, yellow, and black. In these 3 types of the colors, road marking is done. in road marking, we will see the central line. Central line is the line which divides road into two parts for separating the opposing streams of the traffic. Central line can be crossed if it is broken line. You can see it here. Now see, this is the central line. If this line is broken and you are moving in this direction and you have to overtake some vehicle, then you can cross it. The main purpose of the central line is to divide the road into two halves for the opposite stream of the traffic. Now this central line can be a solid or continuous line. If this is a solid or continuous line like this, it should never be crossed. But if any emergency is there, if any emergency vehicle is there, that can cross it if no vehicle is coming from the front side. Third type of the central line is, one line is continuous, and besides this, we can see the broken line. It means the vehicles, such type of the road marking you will find rare. And most of you people would have seen it first time. So if such type of the road marking or the central line you see on the road, it means the vehicles which are moving adjacent to the broken line, they can cross it. But the vehicle which are moving on the side of the solid or continuous line, they cannot cross it. This is the meaning of this solid and broken line. Then central line can be two lines or double central line. Double central line is painted at the places where the traffic of the opposite stream is not visible. If vehicle is coming from this side, then vehicle coming from the opposite direction will not be visible to these vehicles, drivers. That's why double lines are painted. Wherever you see these double lines, these should never be crossed. This should be taken that there is some central verge here. It should be taken as central verge, and under no condition it should be crossed. Otherwise, it may lead to some serious problem. I told you that these double lines you can see in the areas where traffic coming from the opposite side is not visible. After the center line, zebra crossing. One is the edge line. Edge lines are painted on both edges of the road. They indicate that the drivers should not cross it. If they will cross it, then they will be off the road. So this line indicates that this is the place up to which the vehicle drivers can venture. If one more important thing is here, that this line is white in color. But if this line is yellow in color, it will be having different meaning. Wherever you see the yellow line, vehicles should not be parked besides that. Yellow line means parking is prohibited. Now see this. Such type of the yellow lines, if you see, it means parking is prohibited in those areas. Then crisscross yellow line can be seen at some intersections. This is also known as junction box. And this junction box indicates that no vehicle should stop in this area. These are generally painted on the intersections to keep those places clear of the vehicles, so that if traffic congestion is there on one road, then we can keep it clear for the vehicles moving on the other three roads. Then the zebra crossing. You all are very well aware about the zebra crossings. These are meant for pedestrians to cross the road. These lines are painted parallel to the moving vehicles, traffics, or we can say lines. road lengths. These are parallel to the road lengths. At some places, we can see the stop line also. Stop lines are drawn at the intersections. The word stop line is also written, and vehicles should be parked before the stop line for the safety of the pedestrian. Here you can see the stop line. Then we come to the road signs. Road signs are also known as the road language. These are the portable signages which are supported, which are installed on some sports. You can see them on the roads on both sides or in the center or overhead. Road signs give you important informations as well as caution you, and even some road signs are mandatory. These are mandatory to be followed, and we'll discuss all these. These are very helpful for the traffic movement. Road signs are universal. Their meaning is same in India and same in other countries as well. That's why road signs are very important to be understood. Most of you know that road signs are of three types. One is the mandatory regulatory sign. Mandatory road signs are mandatorily to be followed. If they are not followed, then the drivers can be prosecuted. They can be identified by their shape. They are circular in shape, like this. Mandatory road signs are circular in shape. They have white background, and some of them have a diagonal band. This indicates that such type of the activity is not to be done. For example, it indicates that no entry, no vehicle is allowed. Here you see that this band is crossing one arrow and not crossing the other one. It shows it is one-way sign. It is one-way sign. No entry. No vehicle is prohibited. In this way, mandatory signs give some direction, and these directions are to be followed. In some road signs, you will not see this diagonal band like this, and their background is blue. It indicates that such type of the activity is necessary to be done. For example, this sign says that you have to go compulsorily ahead. This sign says that you have to keep to left. This sign says that you have to take left turn. It is compulsory. It says that you have to take right turn. It is compulsory. It says that horn is necessary. Generally, such type of the signboard you find near the blind turns. So here, siren or horn is must. If background is blue and there is no band, it means that activity is to be done. And if band is there, it shows that it is not to be done. Now there are some exceptions also. These are also mandatory signs. It indicates that you have to stop at that place. This is a stop sign, and this is a giveaway sign. Both these are not round in shape, but they are mandatory road signs. Then second road sign is the cautionary road sign. First, I told you the mandatory road sign, and second is the cautionary road sign. Cautionary road sign give the drivers some warning about some hazard which is present ahead. Their shape is triangular, their background is white, and in between you will see the information painted in black paint. These triangles are equilateral, and the size of one side is 0.9 meter or 900 mm. They indicate some warning or some hazard, and these are generally installed about 50 to 100 meter ahead to that hazard. For example, this shows right hairpin bend ahead, so be cautious. This shows steep ascent is there, be cautious. It shows steep descent is there, be careful. This shows road is going to be narrow ahead because you are moving on a wider road and suddenly narrow road is coming ahead. This shows there is a bridge ahead. So such type of warnings are printed in between these triangular road signs, which are known as cautionary road signs. Thereafter, the third type of the road sign is the informatory road sign. They are rectangular in shape. Their border is blue in color. Their size depend upon the speed of the vehicle. If it is a highway, then their size is larger. If it is a road on which road users move slow speed, then their size can be small. But its minimum size is more than 0.4 meter. They give important information present on the road. For example, it shows that public telephone booth is ahead. These days we have mobile phones, that's why we have no need of such type of facilities. But earlier, such type of public telephone facilities we could see on both sides of the roads. It shows petrol pump is there. It shows that facility of hospital is there. It shows facilities of state is there. So all the informatory road signs, they indicate that some facilities available ahead. Parking is there. Some of the informatory road sign indicate the directions and the distance of destinations. For example, you have to go to Chandigarh from Delhi. Then on the way, you will see some rectangular boards showing Chandigarh is 276 kilometers from here. It is also showing arrow mark. So these all are known as the informatory road sign. So we should remember that mandatory signs are round in color, round in shape. Their size is 0.4 meter to 0.6 meter. Then triangular road signs, they indicate that they are the cautionary sign. And lastly is the informatory road sign. They are rectangular in shape, and with the help of their shape, they can be identified. It is very important to know about all these road signs, especially the mandatory road signs. Now you can see this one. This indicates the destination. It shows the Kottayam. If you use this side road, it is 4 kilometers. If you go by that way, then it is 5 kilometers. If you go straight, then it is 2 kilometers. So same destination is there, but ways are different. Sometimes, actually, these road signs should be installed on the roads by the authorized agencies only. And authorized agencies are the road owning agency, for example, PWD, and like that, or highway authorities. Only these authorities should install the road signs because they know what type of the road sign is to be installed and where. Now see these road signs, these are totally wrong. Both they are showing caution, both they are giving warning, but it is rectangular in shape. So such type of the road sign confuse the drivers from other areas. If a person doesn't know Hindi, then it will be difficult for him to understand if it is informatory or warning sign. So such type of the sign should be avoided. Now, let us see where we should see for a road sign. Road signs are located generally on the left side of the road, if it is a normal road. But if it is a multi-lane road, then it can be installed on left or right side. If it is 6 lane, or a 4-lane or 6-lane road, then road signs should be installed on the central works. If it is a highway, then road signs should be installed overhead. If it is a hilly area, then we should see toward the valley side. These signs should be installed at least 50 meters in advance. One more thing I forgot to discuss, and that was in the road marking, that is the ideal road. Ideal road is a 6-lane road. We count the lanes starting from the central verse. This is the first lane, this is the second lane or middle lane, and this is the third lane. In third lane, slow moving vehicle and the commercial vehicles are allowed. In the middle lane, fast moving vehicles are allowed, and the first lane is meant for overtaking. If any commercial vehicle is found traveling in the first lane, it can be prosecuted because that is the lane violation. So after road signs, we come to the traffic signals. Traffic signals are of two types. One is the hard signal and second is the light signal. Hard signal is nothing, but it is the drill done by the traffic cop to indicate the vehicles. Wherever light signals are not installed, or if there is any movement of VVIPs, or if traffic congestion is there, then the traffic cop come on the intersection and he starts regulate the vehicle, regulates the traffic by the movement of his hand and foot using the traffic drill. That is known as the hard signal. मतलब जब वो अपने हाथों से इशारे करके ट्रैफिक को चलाता है तो उसको हम हार्ड सिग्नल बोलते हैं. सेकंड आता है लाइट सिग्नल. लाइट सिग्नल के बारे में आप सभी अवेयर हैं. These are installed at the intersections and we make use of electricity and electronic system. In this case, 3 types of the lights are used. You all are aware: red, green, and amber. In case of red light, we should stop. We know in green we should go ahead. But if it becomes amber, after green light, when it becomes amber, so if we are behind the stop line, we should stop. And if we have crossed the stop line, then we should cross in the amber light. I would like to give another example. If you are much behind this amber light, and after looking that green light is going to be red, in the amber light, you try to cross the stop line, you can be prosecuted. But if you have already crossed the stop line, then you can go through. So this is all about the light signal. Then in light signal, another category is there, and that is known as the blinkers. Blinkers are of 2 colors, red and amber. Blinkers are generally installed either at the T-points or wherever we see any cut on the road for taking U-turn. These both colors have meaning. Red color blinkers are generally installed at the T-point where a minor road meets to the major road and there is a lot of traffic. There is a large volume of traffic on the main road. Then the driver coming from the minor road, he should stop. He should see toward his right and left, and thereafter he should merge with the vehicles moving on the main road. Meaning thereby, if you see red blinker anywhere, then you should stop your vehicle and you should observe the traffic situation. Then only you should merge with the vehicles on main road. On the other hand, if this blinker is yellow in color or amber in color, then it indicates the traffic volume is less, or number of vehicles is less on the main road. You can see only on your right and left. you feel yourself safe, and then you can go ahead. You need not stop. You need not to stop at the T point, but if blinker is red, then you should stop. Then the third type of the light signal is the pelican light. Pelican light is also known as pedestrian light. These are meant for pedestrians and they are generally installed at the zebra crossings. So pedestrian light should be followed. Only at a fewer intersections you will see such type of the light. But when these lights are made green, then the vehicles from all four sides is stopped, because safety of the pedestrian is must. These are the traffic signals. Now let us discuss some gadgets which are used by the traffic police. Such type of the traffic signals should not be there. This indicates that you can go straight and you can take left turn, whereas the left road has been blocked. So this signal also should be switched off. This is also confusing. It is stopping us. It is also allowing us. They should be subjected to correction. Then let us discuss about some important gadgets which the traffic police generally uses. One is the interceptor. Interceptor is a video camera which is affixed inside a vehicle. It measures the speed of the vehicles coming at a distance of 300 or up to 500 meter, 300 to 500 meter. This video camera can take its video as well as the speed of the vehicle. This system is connected with a computer, and we can take a printout of the moving vehicle. On the printout, the photograph of the offense of vehicles which was not following the rule of the speed, and its speed written on the slip you can see on it. The data is recorded in the computer. It can be kept safe for the future proceedings. So interceptor is meant for checking the speed of offending vehicle or the vehicles moving at a faster speed. Then second is the speed radar gun. It is just like interceptor, but it is not fixed in vehicle or it is not connected with a computer. Speed radar guns are handled manually. Traffic cop keep it in his hand, and he sees the speed of vehicle coming toward him from a distance of 100 to 300 meter. After observing the speed, if it is more than the speed limit, then he can inform his team standing about 100 to 200 meter ahead to him. He can tell them by the wireless system or by using loudspeaker that this vehicle is offending, it can be stopped. So this is the speed radar gun. Speed radar gun is manually operated, whereas interceptor, it is connected with the computer. It can give you the recorded slip, but it cannot give you slip. Then third is the breath analyzer or alcohol meter. It measures the content of alcohol in blood. This instrument is just like our mobile phone. There is a tube affixed on it, and the driver who is suspected to have consumed alcohol, he is asked to blow in this tube. If he has consumed alcohol, then reading will come on its display system. And also we can take a slip from it. So speed limit allowed in such type of the cases is 30 mg per 100 ml. If any driver have consumed alcohol more than that, it can be prosecuted for alcohol under section 185 motor vehicle. Then the disaster management vehicle. This vehicle is fitted with iron cutter, wood cutter, air filling machine, and flashlight. when there is any problem on the road because of some situation. So with the help of this disaster management vehicle, we can remove that problem. Then mobile exhibition, when it is fitted with various facilities to show various road signs and traffic rules and regulation, it is generally used to organize some exhibition, product exhibition spots. Then third E is the enforcement. Enforcement means the traffic rules or traffic laws related to motor vehicles. These are Motor Vehicle Act. Motor Vehicle Act extends to whole of the India, and details regarding the licensing, issuance, registration of the vehicle, traffic rules and regulation, and if any vehicle doesn't respect any traffic rules or regulation, he can be prosecuted. Such all type of the laws are given in motor vehicle. Another important is the Central Motor Vehicle Rule. Then the RRR, rules of the road regulation, and last is the Supreme Court guidelines. Supreme Court guidelines are very important, and these are very effective in stopping accidents. According to the Supreme Court guidelines, no commercial vehicle should ply in the first lane. No commercial vehicle should overtake another vehicle, and buses should confine to their lanes. Buses should stop at the designated bus stops only. If any commercial vehicle is found not following these rules, he can be prosecuted under the Supreme Court guidelines, and he is fined heftily. Hefty fines are imposed. These are some important law acts. Now, the Motor Vehicle Act has been amended, and hefty penalties are imposed on the offenders. This is all about the 3 E's. If any participant has any question, he can ask.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir, road traffic accident cases are generally registered under Indian Penal Code sections. Why we cannot add the sections of Motor Vehicle Act 1988 here?
मोटर व्हीकल 1988 के अंदर जो सजा है, जो पनिशमेंट है, वो कमजोर पनिशमेंट है। और अगर एक्सीडेंट होता है, हम 279 इंडियन पेनल कोड में अगर हम केस रजिस्टर करते हैं, तो ऑफेंडर को पनिशमेंट ज्यादा होती है और उसको थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम भी वो फेस करेगा, वो कोर्ट में जाएगा, तो अगली बार थोड़ा सा मोर कोशिश होगा कि अपने व्हीकल को अच्छे से चलाए। अदरवाइज हम अगर वो डेंजरसली चला रहा है तो हम केस रजिस्टर कर सकते हैं 279 आईपीसी में भी सिर्फ, लेकिन हम जनरली मोटर व्हीकल एक्ट का यूज तब करते हैं जब हमें एट स्पॉट उसके अगेंस्ट चालान बनाना हो या जल्दी से उसके अगेंस्ट उसी टाइम उसके अगेंस्ट एक्शन लेना हो। लेकिन केस शुड बी रजिस्टर्ड अगर उसको हमने थोड़ा सा टाइटली उसको ऐसा करना है कि वो आगे से उस ऑफेंस को ना करे। इंडियन पिनल कोड में जो सजा है दैट इज मोर स्ट्रिंजेंट।
I think, sir, sections like 184, 185, 192 B,
yes,
182 B could be added with the Indian Penal Code sections also, sir.
Yes, we can add. We can use sections 184, 185 along with that of the sections which are used for accident. Both can be used. We are using them in Delhi. Both of them. For example, some vehicle has caused accident, then we can register a case under section 279 IPC, and if simple injury is caused, then we can make use of 279/337 IPC, read with. If he has consumed alcohol also, then we can use 185 Motor Vehicle Act along with that. And if he has not followed the directions of the cop present at the intersection and caused accident, then we can also use Section 182 Motor Vehicle Act.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
सर गुड इवनिंग सर.
Good evening.
सर अनवर पाशा से हैदराबाद से बात कर रहा हूँ सर.
Yes, please.
सर एक स्मॉल डाउट है सर. हेलो.
Yes, please.
सर ये आपने गाड़ी रोड पे सीधा मेन रोड पे जा रही, अगर छोटी महिला से और एक गाड़ी आड़े आई ना, जब जो एक्सीडेंट हुआ अदर पर्सन को सीवियर इंजरी हुआ, ये पर्सन को स्मॉल इंजरी हुआ, अब केस किसको बनना है सर?
बोथ सेक्शंस एक बार फिर रिपीट कीजिए, क्या ड्राइवर भी इसके अंदर इंजर्ड हुआ है या सिर्फ पेडेस्ट्रियन इंजर्ड हुए हैं?
सर मेन रोड से एक व्हीकल आ रही, मेन रोड.
यस.
गली में से और एक छोटी व्हीकल आके दो भी डैश हुए, दो भी कोलिजन हुए.
राइट, छोटा और बड़ा दोनों व्हीकल कोलाइड हुए.
अनएक्सपेक्टेड से इन गली में से आ गया.
समझ गया मैं.
ये मेन रोड वाला हाई स्पीड पे है, थोड़ा स्पीड पे है.
ठीक है.
रोड सीधा रोड वाला थोड़ा स्पीड पे है, मेन रोड वाला.
ओके. जो मेन
रोड भी सर रोड भी सीधा है. रोड भी सीधा है, खाली है. अब इसको गली में से आए सो पर्सन को इंजूर हो गया, उसको ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस नहीं है, सीवियर इंजूर हो गया. जो ये पर्सन को स्मॉल इंजरी हो गया, फिंगर इंजरी हो गया, जो अब किसके ऊपर 337 बनना है?
ओके. जो व्हीकल मेन रोड पर है उसका राइट फर्स्ट है, और जो व्हीकल गली से निकल के आया है, स्ट्रीट से निकल करके आया है, उसको बाद में मेन रोड पर आना चाहिए. और अगर गलती स्ट्रीट वाले की है, चाहे बेशक से वो छोटा व्हीकल हो, उसके अगेंस्ट एक्शन लेना चाहिए, चाहे उसकी इंजरी कम हो. और जो मेन रोड पर जो व्हीकल था वो बड़ा है, उसकी इंजरी भी ज्यादा है, उसकी इंजरी ज्यादा भी है. लेकिन जो छोटा व्हीकल है वो गली से आया है, नंबर एक तो उसने ऑफेंस किया है कि उसने उसको रास्ता नहीं दिया जो मेन वे से आया है. और इसमें जिसकी भी गलती होगी, जो फास्टर स्पीड पे आया है, जिसका मेन फॉल्ट है, उसके खिलाफ एक्शन होगा. हम जनरली क्या करते हैं कि जो बड़ा व्हीकल होता है उसके खिलाफ एक्शन लेते हैं, बट दिस इज अ रॉन्ग प्रैक्टिस. जिसकी गलती है सिर्फ उसके अगेंस्ट होगा, चाहे वो छोटा व्हीकल हो चाहे वो बड़ा व्हीकल हो.
सर अब गलती किसकी मानना है? अब इन रोड पे से है, उसका वे उसको साफ है ना. अब ये
मेन रोड पर जो व्हीकल है उसका राइट फर्स्ट है पहले चलने का.
हाँ यस सर.
यस, इट इज करेक्ट.
ओके सर. अब केस किस पर बनना है सर? 337 उसके अदर पर्सन को बनना है,
स्ट्रीट वाले पे बनेगा.
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर.
Good evening, sir. I am from Kerala. Sir, if an accident taken place in private place, what we will do? Private road.
If we are moving in a private road.
Sir, if accident taken place in public place, we put 279. If it is in a private road, what we will do?
IPC and Motor Vehicle Acts are applicable everywhere.
Sir, 279 is put in public place. Rash and negligent driving in public place. If it is taken place in a private place, on private road, what section, sir?
समझे नहीं सर.
वो ये कह रहे हैं कि अगर आप ये जो 279 है, उसमें एक्ट ये है कि प्राइवेट पब्लिक रोड जो है, पब्लिक यूज में जो रोड है, उस पे अगर कोई गलत चलाता है तो उसका चालू होगा 279 में. लेकिन प्राइवेट है, अपना एरिया है, और वहां चला रहा है कोई आगे, उसके साथ एक्सीडेंट हो जाए, देन दैट 79 इज एप्लीकेबल. इज दैट करेक्ट?
279 is applicable even in a boundary. If you have your house and it has a plenty of space, you have parked your car there. If you are using your car and some mishappening take place, then that is applicable even under the boundaries. Case can be registered under section 279 IPC even under the boundary of a building.
Private place also, no?
I mean a private place.
Sir, okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ravi Dutt, and you delivered the wonderful lecture, and it has become a more interactive session, and most of the people have raised some doubts, and the doubts has been cleared. And thank you so much, sir, for your sparing time all the way you are coming from your training center and reaching to our BPR&D headquarters and delivering such a wonderful topic to our participant. Thank you once again on behalf of BPR&D.
Thank you, sir.
Dear participant, and we have come to the end, and the last session was over, and we are coming to that valedictory session of this program. And the last 3 days, this workshop was conducted for all the state and UT police personnel. And owing to our IG is preoccupied with other works. And I am taking this opportunity to conclude my valedictory address. And last workshop was attended by 175 police personnel from across the country and last 3 days, about approximately 400 participants have attended this workshop. It is a master training program. This student cadet program is a long-term vision and which is having a lot of development, human community throughout the India, and which needs that sensitization of that gender issues as well as that voluntary service and the practical responsible behavior. So many things are applicable to the SPC program. And as you know that you people are very experienced people and you worked in a field level and you are having a lot of practical experience also. And I hope this practical experience as well as this today's our training workshop will help you to become a master training program. And taking this opportunity, I hope you can conduct your own state and you can train a lot of students also, and which will be useful for the student school students who are in the part of that student police cadet program. As a master trainer, and you are having the big responsibility to take this program further. Yes, you have to organize the similar program, and we'll be sharing that all the PowerPoints. Based on that, you can organize that similar program for the students at your state, either in district level or in state level, whatever it is applicable, and as per your convenience, and you can organize this as such a program for the school students. And you need to work very hard, and you need a lot of commitment. If you are having a lot of commitment, you will get a fruitful result in every aspect. So taking this opportunity, and we thank you all the participants for patiently attending last 3 days workshop on master training program. And I hope this training, the professional training, will help you in your personal life as well as your professional life also. Thank you one and all. Thank you so much. We'll meet again. And anybody want to share your feedback, you can share your feedback.
Thank you.
If you know feedback, we can wind up the session now.
Feedback will be submitted later on.
We already, okay, no problem. And we already given that feedback form in the link. So you can open that link, and whatever the feedback you want to write it, you write it and send it to us. So it will be more useful for organizing next training program. And whatever the suggestion you are giving, we'll try to implement in the next training program. They will be benefited. Thank you so much. You please go through the link and download the feedback form and forward to us. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Much, sir.
Welcome. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All the best. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. This is sir. Bujaj. Sir.
क्यों सर क्लोजिंग में चाय होना चाहिए
Thank you, sir.
Madam.
चाय होना चाहिए ना क्लोजिंग में
Guest is here.
बंद कर दिया.
थैंक यू सर थैंक यू सर
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
थैंक यू सर
District Jhabua Police. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
District Police from
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, one and all.
Raipali UP sir, thank you sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.